What if the very fabric of Europe was sewn together with blood, betrayal, and a secret so dark it could ignite a firestorm? The 30 Years' War, was it just a clash of armies, or the final act in a twisted play scripted by madmen and saints alike? Stretching from the palaces of Prague to the muddy fields of Magdeburg, this was no mere military conflict. This was a cataclysm, a brutal tapestry spun from greed, religion, and the unquenchable thirst for power. Why did kings gamble their thrones, while peasants fought like feral dogs over scraps? Was it faith or folly that drove men into the hell of gunpowder and cannon fire? As cities crumbled and souls perished, whispers of treachery slithered through the air like smoke from a dying ember. Each battle birthed a new legend, each siege a new curse, as Europe teetered on the edge of annihilation. In the shadows, schemers plotted, and conspirators danced. Who held the puppeteer's strings? Was it the Habsburgs, with their insatiable hunger for dominion? Or the crafty Protestant princes, whose cunning rivaled the best of Machiavelli? Treachery dripped from the walls of castles like blood from a butcher's knife. Imagine a world where allegiances shifted like sand, where friends became foes with a flick of a blade. The truth was a rare commodity, more valuable than gold, yet more dangerous than the sharpest sword. Was everyone a double agent? Countless plots smoldered beneath the surface, ready to ignite with a single spark. Innocents caught in the crossfire paid the price, their stories were buried in the rubble, becoming mere footnotes in a history drenched in chaos. Meet the mercenaries, the rock stars of war. They sold their swords, their loyalty as fickle as the wind. A man could go from hero to villain by breakfast, depending on which way the coin flipped. Some fought for glory, others for gold, but all danced on the razor's edge of survival. They were the gunslingers of an age gone mad, and their tales would make even modern-day mercenaries weep with envy. And in the heart of it all, a secret society brewed, plotting an endgame that could reshape the continent. Who were they? What did they want? Their motives, like a cold breeze, chilled the blood. A prophecy unspoken but felt in every whispered prayer and every dying scream. The clock ticked relentlessly toward an unthinkable climax, where the very essence of civilization hung in the balance. What would you sacrifice to alter the course of history? A kingdom? Your life? An entire belief system? The 30 Years' War wasn't just a war, it was a cacophony of souls clashing for dominance, an intricate web woven from despair and ambition. So, tighten your grip, sharpen your wits, and prepare for a relentless descent into a world where every choice could lead you to glory or doom. The pages of history blaze with the fires of conflict, and your fate is inked in blood. Welcome to chaos. The chill of the night hung in the air, a fog rolled through the cobblestone streets of Prague, heavy, suffocating. I stood there, heart pounding like the war drums echoing across distant hills, the flickering torchlight illuminating faces twisted in fear and fury. Shadows danced on the walls, whispering of betrayal, ambition, and the precarious balance of power. The year was 1618, and the world was on the brink of chaos. I remember the clamor, the shouts of the crowd, the clanging metal of swords unsheathed. A figure lurked in the dark, eyes glinting with the hunger for vengeance. It was Ferdinand, the Holy Roman Emperor, a man whose very name sent shivers down spines, pulling strings like a puppeteer with a smile that could freeze hell over. He intended to crush dissent, quell rebellion, but like every ruler drunk on power, his ambition was a double-edged sword, gleaming ominously in the night. Then there was Jan, a nobleman with a heart torn between loyalty to his emperor and the gnawing truth of his people's suffering. I felt the weight of his soul, heavy with the burden of choice. Each heartbeat echoed his indecision, a melancholy rhythm that struck a chord deep within me. His wife, a woman of fierce spirit named Eliska, stood beside him, a fierce fire in her chest, a defiance that had been molded by years of watching her family suffer under the boot of tyranny. She had seen too much, and her eyes were sharks, swimming through the blood-stained waters of their grim reality. "Let them come," she whispered, voice steady but laced with desperation. "We will not bow to tyranny." The words ignited something within Jan, a spark of rebellion that clashed violently with his fear. I felt the tautness of that moment in the air, a silence thick enough to cut with a knife. It was a haunting reflection of the entire continent, each nation, each ruler, locked in a dance of power that could ignite a war at any moment. Across the land, the threat of the 30 Years' War loomed like an ominous shadow. The whispers of Protestant and Catholic animosities seeped through the cracks of every city. The darkness of betrayal slithered through the halls of every palace, every castle. Kings and princes plotted, while the common folk lived in the bone-chilling grip of uncertainty. I remember the night I thought of the stars, those distant, cold witnesses to our suffering, twinkling like cruel smiles, reminding us of our insignificance. As the clock ticked toward midnight, the air crackled with tension. I watched as Jan wrestled with his heart's desire and his loyalty to the emperor. He could side with Ferdinand, with the power of the throne behind him, or rise with Elaisgar and risk losing everything. The echoes of the past haunted him, the gallows that had claimed his brother, the gory remnants of rebellion, the whispers of ghostly memories that clung to the damp air. I remember when we thought love could conquer all, he murmured, his voice hanging like smoke in the night. But what is love when the world around us crumbles? I could see Elaisgar's eyes glisten with tears unshed, her heart breaking as she grappled with the truth that love sometimes falters against the relentless tide of political ambition. Suddenly, a shout broke the silence. A band of rebels surged forward, their cries for freedom echoing like thunder. In that moment, everything shifted. Their chants were a raw, primal scream against the injustice that bound their lives, a call for change that could not be ignored. The ground trembled beneath the weight of their fury, and I felt the air pulse with their rage. Would Jan join them, or would he cling to the shadows of the Emperor's power? In the chaos, Elaisgar moved like lightning, a vision of unyielding strength, her spirit soaring above the suffocating fear. They fight for our future, Jan! Don't let your heart be tangled in the chains of a tyrant. They need you. Her voice sliced through the din, igniting a fire in Jan that had long been dormant. The depth of his struggle tore at my own heartstrings, pulling me into the whirlwind of emotions that raged between them. And then, as if pulled by some unseen puppet master, Jan stepped forward. I felt his resolve harden, a steel threading through the fragile fabric of his soul. I will not stand by and watch them bleed, he shouted, the words erupting from deep within, raw and powerful. The crowd responded, a wave of hope rising like a phoenix from the ashes of despair. In that moment, the air shimmered with possibility, the kind that could either uplift or destroy. But in the shadows, Ferdinand's spies lurked, watching, waiting. I felt their malice creeping closer, the chill of betrayal lingering just out of sight. They were ghosts of a different kind, specters of power that loomed large over every decision made, every heart unfastened. I shivered as I realized how thin the veil was between freedom and death. The tension was a taut wire, vibrating with the possibility of destruction. I remembered the stories of the past, of kings deposed, of blood spilled across battlefields, of hollow victories that left naught but ghosts in their wake. The stakes were unfathomable, and the air crackled with an intensity that reached into the very marrow of my bones. And in that haunting silence, I understood the heart of it all, the relentless pursuit of power, the price of ambition, and the echoes of love that sometimes felt like a noose around our necks. Jan and Elaisgar stood at the precipice, and I held my breath, waiting for the moment when the world would shift beneath their feet. Time raced forward, relentless and unforgiving, as the fates of nations hung in the balance. And as I watched their struggle unfold, I felt the pulse of a continent beneath my feet, a heartbeat that resonated with yearning, with despair, and ultimately, with hope. The fog thickened, wrapping around me, but I knew, deep down, I knew, that whatever fate awaited them, this was just the beginning. The storm was brewing, and with every heartbeat, it pulled me deeper into the abyss of history that had yet to unfold, a haunting promise of what was to come. The air crackled with tension, a storm of whispered defiance hanging heavy in the dimly lit chamber. I stood at the precipice of history, the weight of the world pressing down on my shoulders, the flickering candlelight casting ghostly shadows that danced like restless spirits. The murmurs of dissent surrounded me, echoes of a revolution yet to unfold. In that moment, I saw their eyes, wild with conviction, hearts pounding with a fervor that threatened to consume them whole. Martin Luther, the man who would become a living legend, paced like a caged lion, his brow furrowed, lips pressed tight against the storm brewing within him. His hands shook as he clutched a stack of papers, his 95 theses, a manifesto that would shake the very foundations of the church. I could feel the heat radiating from his skin, the pulse of his anger thrumming through the air like a battle drum, summoning warriors to a cause both righteous and dangerous. I remember, he said, voice cracking, when faith was more than a mere transaction. When salvation wasn't for sale. Across the room, a woman named Katharina von Bora stood, her heart warring against the chains of expectation. She was a former nun, her spirit as untamed as the wildflowers that burst forth in spring, a riot of color defying the gray shadows of oppression. Her eyes were fierce, a tempest of confusion and desire, clashing against the rigid walls of her past. He risks everything, she thought, biting her lip, and I long for freedom. But what if the cost of freedom is too high? The shadows whispered secrets, twisting around them, hinting at the dangerous path ahead. The church loomed like a dragon, its breath hot and foul, ready to unleash a fury of excommunication and persecution against those who dared to challenge its authority. Luther's voice rose, desperate and unyielding, as if he were calling down fire from heaven. I cannot recant. Here I stand. I can do no other. Each word was a nail driven deep into the coffin of complacency. And then there was Zwingli, standing half-shrouded in darkness, every inch of him a contradiction. A man of God who sought reform with the intensity of a wildfire, yet still shackled by remnants of doubt. His pulse raced, a symphony of fervor and fear, as he envisioned a new dawn, a faith stripped of excess, raw and pure. I remember, he muttered to himself, when I thought that love was enough. But love without action is a ghost. Outside, the world was ablaze with unrest. Protesters roamed the streets, their voices rising like a piercing siren, calling for change in a time when silence was deaf. The people were restless, hungry for something beyond the empty promises of the priests, yearning for a connection to the divine that felt genuine. They marched with banners, their hearts drumming out a rhythm of rebellion against the shadows that threatened to swallow them whole. Each night, the echoes of heresy grew louder, the stakes higher. I could see the fear etched into the faces of those who dared to dream, the shadows creeping closer, threatening to snuff out their flickering hopes. What will become of us? Whispered one weeping woman, cradling her child, the weight of history pressing down like a tombstone. Will our children remember us as brave, or as fools? But hope, too, was a fragile blossom pushing through the cracks in the stone. Katharina's heart raced as she stepped closer to Luther, feeling the heat of his passion seeping into her bones. There's more at stake here, she thought, than just a man's rebellion. It's about a future where faith can thrive in the light, unshackled from greed and corruption. And in that instant, she made a choice, her spirit igniting like a match struck against the darkness. I will fight beside you, she declared, the words spilling forth like a vow, raw and unrefined. Around them, the air trembled with the weight of their convictions, the pulse of the universe aligning with their audacity. But lurking in the corners, the church's knights sharpened their swords, eyes gleaming with righteous fury, ready to defend their fortress against this uprising of the spirit. Your words are treason, they would roar, voices echoing like thunder, and treason will be met with the blade. The night thickened with uncertainty, each tick of the clock resonating like a heartbeat, a reminder that time was running out. I could almost hear the heartbeat of history thrumming in my chest, a warning that this was only the beginning. As the candle flickered, illuminating the faces of those relentless warriors of faith, a question hung in the air, heavy like a stone: what price are we willing to pay for our beliefs? With each passing moment, the walls of the church trembled, as if sensing the earthquake of change rumbling beneath its feet. And as the dawn approached, a new world awaited, one filled with both light and shadows, where hope climbed hand in hand with despair. Freedom is a double-edged sword, I thought as I watched the scene unfold, the intensity of their emotions washing over me like waves crashing against a cliff. Each heartbeat echoed, a reminder of the choices made in the crucible of change. The question is, will we be brave enough to wield it? And so they stood, undeterred, on the brink of history, hearts ablaze, ready to light the fire of a new faith amidst the encroaching gloom. The storm was coming, and with it, the realization that the rise of Protestantism would not merely change the church, it would change the very fabric of the world. As the first rays of dawn broke through the horizon, illuminating their resolve, I felt it, a crackling energy in the air, an unquenchable hunger for truth. The battle was far from over, but the fight had begun. And with it, The echoes of revolution would ripple through time, a reminder that even in the darkest of nights, a single spark could ignite the dawn. The air crackled with tension, sharp as a blade, each breath a potential declaration of war. The grand hall of the Habsburg Palace echoed with whispers, secrets swirling like ghosts in the heavy velvet drapes. I stood there, heart pounding, as the cacophony of ambition rang in my ears, a symphony of clashing wheels, a dance of treachery. Somewhere in the shadows, the scent of iron mingled with the fading scent of roses, each sharp inhale a reminder of the coming storm. I remember the glimmer in Maria Theresa's eyes, fierce and unyielding, as she paced like a lioness, her very presence a defiance against centuries of patriarchal tradition. "They think I will bend," she murmured, her voice low, trembling with fury and determination. "They will learn." Her fingers brushed against the edge of the table, white-knuckled, as if grappling not only with the weight of her reign but also with the legacy of a dynasty built on fragile alliances and bloodshed. Across the room, in the shadows, was her brother, Joseph II, the self-proclaimed reformer, the idealist, his heart heavy with dreams that fluttered like moths to a flame, only to singe in the face of reality. "We can change the world, Maria," he insisted, but doubt hung thick between them, palpable and suffocating. "We must." Yet every word was a pebble tossed into the churning waters of their family legacy, each ripple pulling them further apart. I remember the chill of the marble floors beneath my feet, the chill of impending betrayal. Power was a cruel mistress, a seductress who twisted affection into ambition, love into rivalry. Maria, the mother of her nation, bore the weight of her children's futures, while Joseph, the dreamer, was shackled by the chains of expectation. Their family tree, a twisted vine of alliances, bore the bitter fruit of endless conflict and desire. In a dimly lit corner, an executioner's mask hung ominously, a reminder of the fate that awaited the unworthy. The spectre of death lingered, a haunting undertone to every conversation. "What is a crown, if not a noose?" I heard Joseph whisper to himself, a question echoing in the hollow of his chest. "What price must we pay to keep it?" He clenched his jaw, the fire of revolution igniting in his heart, igniting a dangerous longing to reshape the world, yet knowing full well that the very forces he longed to dismantle lived within the walls of his own family. The clock ticked relentlessly, each chime a sinister reminder that time was slipping away. "We must act," Maria insisted, her voice rising, a crescendo of urgency. "The empire is crumbling. Our enemies circle like vultures." The sound of her heart echoed in my ears, a thud, 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 against the mounting pressure of expectation. Beneath her fierce exterior lay a quaking vulnerability, the fear that her strength would not be enough, that she would be swallowed whole by the very ambition she sought to master. "Ambition, my dear sister, is a double-edged sword," Joseph countered, his eyes darkening with the weight of history. "One thrust can liberate, the next can kill." I could see the shadows creeping in, could feel the coldness of doubt wrapping around his heart. The burden of expectation weighed heavily on both of them, as they straddled the line between devotion and despair, siblings caught in a web spun from dreams and nightmares. I remember the feel of the draft against my skin, an omen shivering down my spine. As the flames in the hearth danced wildly, reflections of their fierce gazes lit up the walls, a portrait of ambition and fear. They were locked in an unending struggle, a fight not just for power, but for the soul of the Habsburg legacy. In that moment, as the world outside continued its relentless march toward chaos, every heartbeat felt like a countdown to something monumental. Would they unite against the rising tide, the specters of their ancestors looming large over them? Or would the very ambitions that had driven them forward become the chains that bound them? "Do you remember our childhood?" Maria's voice cracked, a fragile thread pulling them back to innocence, a time before crowns and bloodshed. "When we believed in a better world." Her eyes glistened, a storm of hope battling against the downpour of reality. "I remember," Joseph replied, his voice barely a whisper, "but childhood was a dream, and dreams are often abandoned." The weight of their shared history hung in the air, a bittersweet reminder that ambition requires sacrifice. The very blood that flowed through their veins was steeped in battles won and lost, deceit and loyalty intertwined. And then, like thunder rolling across a barren landscape, the door burst open. The clamor of armored feet echoed through the hall, heralding the arrival of their enemies, ready to lay siege to their fractured empire. The moment was electric. charged with the knowledge that everything they had fought for was about to be tested. "Stand with me, Joseph," Maria commanded, her voice soaring above the din, a battle cry calling him back from the edge. "Together, we are stronger." I felt the air thrum with the intensity of their connection, a fragile bond fortified by shared dreams and fears. But would it be enough? And in that harrowing moment, as shadows clashed with light, I knew this was just the beginning, an unending cycle of power and ambition, hope and despair, love and betrayal. The Habsburgs were trapped in a tempest of their own making, each decision spiraling into a future unwritten, fraught with both danger and promise. The clock continued to tick, relentless and unforgiving, ushering them toward an uncertain fate, and I, a mere observer, felt the weight of history pressing down, urging me to hold my breath, to witness the unfolding drama of ambition, power, and the undying spirit of the human heart. The sun hung low in the sky, bleeding its last rays across the cobblestones, casting shadows that danced like the ghosts of a restless past. I remember the air, thick, electric, buzzing with whispered secrets and unshackled rage. It was a moment stretched taut, as if the world held its breath, waiting for the spark that would ignite the kindling of an entire city. Prague was a cauldron, and tension simmered within, ready to boil over. I stood there, heart pounding in my chest, feeling the pulse of a city on the edge. The clang of metal against metal echoed through the narrow streets, drums of war announcing their relentless rhythm. I remember looking into the eyes of Mikula, his gaze a tempest of fury and despair. He was not just a man, he was a storm. Torn between loyalty to his king and his burning desire for freedom, Mikula was a tapestry of contradictions. He wore his heart on his sleeve, a raw wound exposed to the harsh winds of oppression. In the shadows lurked Agnes, her spirit fierce and unyielding, eyes glimmering with defiance. She was a woman who had seen too much, too many families torn apart, too many hopes dashed against the harsh stones of authority. But Agnes was not merely a spectator, she was a spark, ready to light the fuse. I could feel her passion, the way she clenched her fists, the way her breath quickened when she spoke of injustice. She whispered of a dream where the people could rise, where freedom was not just a word but a tangible reality. I remember, she murmured, when the king's men came to our village, faces twisted, mouths spewing orders like poison. They took everything, left us nothing but memories and despair. The anguish in her voice was like a blade, cutting through the thick tension in the air. I remember how we cowered, how we begged for mercy. But what good is mercy from a hand that wields a sword? The night deepened, and the stars hung like distant, indifferent watchers, their light failing to pierce the shadows that cloaked the city. Underneath the moon's silver glow, whispers grew into shouts, and I could feel the heartbeat of rebellion reverberate through the ground beneath my feet. Mikula squared his shoulders, the weight of 1,000 unspoken words etched into his brow. "We cannot wait any longer," he said, voice low, yet trembling with the intensity of 1,000 storms gathering. "This is our chance to rise, to claim what is rightfully ours." And there it was, the moment hung in the air, pregnant with promise and dread. I could see it unfold, the people, driven by desperation, gathering in the squares like moths drawn to a flame. Each face told a story, the farmer crushed under the weight of taxes, the widow mourning a husband lost to conflict, the child, wide-eyed and innocent, clutching a ragged doll as if it could shield her from the chaos that loomed. Oh, how their stories intertwined like the roots of ancient trees, twisted and gnarled, yearning for the light of justice. I remember how we marched then, feet pounding the earth in unison, a symphony of defiance that echoed through the cobbled streets. The air crackled with electricity, every heartbeat a drumbeat of hope. "This is our moment!" Mikula roared, his voice rising above the clamor, piercing through the darkness like a beacon. No longer will we bow to tyranny, no longer will we be silenced. But as we surged forward, a frigid wind swept through, foretelling the storm to come. Shadows lengthened, and I could almost hear the mocking laughter of our oppressors, the cruel specter of power looming over us. Agnes turned to me, desperation etched into her features. "What if we fail?" The question hung heavy, a specter of doubt clawing at the edges of our resolve. What if they crush us like insects beneath their boot? I wanted to scream, to tell her that failure was not an option, that the taste of freedom was worth the risk, but the weight of uncertainty settled like a stone in my gut. I remembered the tales of those who resisted before us, stories of bravery and bloodshed, of dreams unfulfilled. Would we be another chapter in a history written in blood and tears? The night erupted in chaos as we reached the square. Bodies pressed together, hearts racing, fear mingling with exhilaration. The clash of swords rang out, a symphony of violence, painting the night red. I could see it, their faces, the oppressors, cold and unyielding. They moved like shadows, calculating and ruthless. It was a dance of death, and we were caught in the whirlwind, swept away by the tides of fate. Miquelon fought with the strength of a lion, every swing of his sword a desperate plea for freedom. His eyes burned with determination, and I could feel the fire within him igniting my own resolve. For our children! For our future, he shouted, each word a battle cry that pierced the chaos. But amidst the clamor, I caught a glimpse of Agnes, her spirit unwavering even as the world crumbled around her. She fought not just for herself but for a vision, her world reshaped, a possibility reborn. And then, in a heartbeat, it all shifted. A cry, a scream, like the wail of a banshee, pierced through the chaos. Miquelon fell, blood blossoming on the cobblestones, a cruel reminder of the price of rebellion. Time froze, the world suspended in a moment of horror. I could feel my breath quicken, my heart shatter, and in that instant, I realized, this was not just a fight for freedom, it was a fight for our souls. The city burned with the weight of our dreams, our fears melding with the shadows that danced in the flickering torchlight. As the night wore on, the struggle escalated, a tempest of humanity clashing against the forces of oppression. I remembered the faces of those around me, each one a fragment of a larger story swirling in the chaos. We were more than just a rebellion, we were a chorus of voices rising up against the silence, and no matter the outcome, our cries would echo through the ages. In that eternal moment, I understood the truth: revolutions are not birthed from certainty, but from the raw, unyielding desire to be free. As the battle raged on, it felt as if the cosmos held its breath, watching as dreams collided with reality, as hope entwined with despair. The stars above, indifferent and vast, bore witness to our plight, their cold glimmers a chilling reminder of the stakes, our lives, our stories, hanging in the balance. And as the dawn approached, grey and unforgiving, we stood on the precipice of destiny, caught in a storm of our making, hearts intertwined with the fate of our city. The ghosts of the past lingered, shadows whispering of what was to come, igniting the spark of rebellion deep within us all. The Bohemian revolt had only just begun. The air was thick, a palpable tension crackling like the charge before a storm. Shadows danced in the flickering candlelight, and in the dimly lit room, whispers slithered through the silence, each one a thread in a tapestry of conspiracy and dread. I remember the chill that seeped into my bones, the way my heart raced, echoing like a drumbeat in the vast silence of the chamber. It was a night pregnant with the kind of foreboding that makes you want to scream but instead smothers your voice into a whisper. Across the room, there he stood, Jan, his sharp features illuminated by the wavering light, a warrior in spirit but a broken man in heart. He fought against the tide of his own despair, a battle raging within him as fierce as the one he faced outside these walls. "What have we become?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper, yet it trembled with a weight that threatened to shatter the very air around us. I felt the ache in his chest, the longing for a life untouched by betrayal and bloodshed. His dreams were once bright, vivid echoes of possibility, yet now they lay stained with darkness, as if they had been dragged through the mud of despair. And then there was Anna, her eyes like storm clouds, swirling with a tempest of emotions. She held her ground, defiance radiating from her posture, yet the tremor in her voice betrayed the fear that clawed at her insides. "They won't let us breathe," she said, and her words hung heavy in the air, thick with the weight of reality. "The Habsburgs want to erase us, and we're standing on the edge of oblivion." I saw her hands shaking, the delicate fingers that had once woven flowers now clenched into fists, ready to strike, yet trembling with the knowledge of what chaos might follow. Each heartbeat echoed with the inevitability of what was to come, a clock ticking down to a moment that could shatter the fragile fabric of our lives. The world outside was a cacophony of voices, of anger and despair, the looming spectre of revolution cast a long shadow over our souls. Every footstep in the cobblestone streets felt like an omen, a reminder that the ground beneath us was shifting, and with it, the very foundation of our hopes and dreams. The crunch of boots on gravel resounded in the night, a harbinger of the storm. "They're coming," Jan whispered, a chilling shiver tracing the line of my spine. His eyes darted toward the window, the glass panes trembling as if sensing the fury that was about to be unleashed. My breath caught in my throat, the moment lingered in the air, thick and charged, a single spark away from igniting a wildfire of chaos. Outside, the people gathered, a roiling sea of humanity fueled by rage and a thirst for justice, their voices rising in a chorus of dissent. They were the forgotten, the oppressed, and their cries resonated deep within me, a painful reminder of my own insignificance in the great machine of history. I was just a spectator, watching as the clock ticked down to the moment where everything would change. And then, it came, the defining moment. The door burst open with the force of a cannonball, and in stormed the representatives of the crown, their faces a mask of authority, ice cold as steel. I could see the haughty disdain etched on their features, each one a reminder of the power they wielded, the lives they toyed with. They had come to lay down the law, to remind us of our place beneath their iron fist, but little did they know they were about to unleash a fury they could not contain. I watched as Jan's jaw clenched, his body coiling like a spring ready to explode. Anna stepped forward, her voice slicing through the charged air. "You can no longer silence us." I could feel the pulse of her defiance, the raw emotion igniting the room, electrifying the very atmosphere. It was as if time itself held its breath, balancing on the edge of a knife, waiting, just waiting for someone to tip the scales. The confrontation escalated, tempers flaring hotter than the fires that threatened to consume us all. "You traitors," one of the officials spat, venom dripping from his words like poison. Each syllable was a dagger aimed at our hearts, and as I stood there, paralyzed by the gravity of the moment, I felt the tension snap like a taut string, releasing an explosion of fury and desperation. Suddenly, in a whirlwind of motion, bodies surged forward. The world became a blur of shouting faces and flailing arms, anger erupting like a volcano. I remember the chaos, the meeting of flesh and fury, the struggle for power that unfolded in violent bursts. Jan was at the forefront, grappling with a soldier, eyes blazing with the fire of revolution. Anna fought alongside him, a fierce warrior amidst a storm of words and fists, her spirit unyielding even as terror danced in her eyes. It was in that moment, a heartbeat suspended in time, that the decision was made. With a primal roar, Jan lunged forward, grabbing hold of the man who had come to snuff out our voices, and in a flash, he was at the window, the city sprawling out below, a testament to the lives we had led, the dreams we had dared to dream. "No more," he screamed, the words bursting from his lips like a dam breaking. The world around us faded into a blur as he pushed, the weight of history crashing down like a tidal wave. I remember the face of the official as he fell, painted with disbelief, with horror, with the raw and visceral realization of what it meant to be cast into the abyss below. And just like that, the act of defenestration, the act of throwing someone out of a window, became more than a moment. It became a symbol, a rallying cry for a people yearning for freedom. The ground beneath us trembled, not just from the chaos that erupted, but from the reverberations of change. What lay ahead was uncertain, a dark road twisted with the echoes of our actions, but in that singular, heart-stopping moment, we had transformed into something greater than ourselves. We had ignited a revolution, and the fire would burn fiercely, consuming all in its path, drawing us deeper into a conflict that would change the course of our lives forever. Jan and Anna stood resolute, hearts racing, souls entwined in the fury of a world reborn. Their eyes met, a silent acknowledgement of the tumultuous journey ahead, a bond forged in the crucible of defiance. I felt the weight of history pressing down upon us, the ghosts of the past whispering in our ears, urging us onward into the storm that awaited. Time was spiraling, and as we stood on the precipice, ready to embrace the chaos, I knew that this was just the beginning, the dawn of a war that would echo through the ages, a cataclysm that would transcend the very fabric of our existence. The air crackled with an electric tension, thick enough to cut with a knife. Amidst the fog curling around the feet of men armed with fear and desperation, a single crow cawed overhead, its black silhouette stark against the pale dawn. I remember that sound, piercing through the silence like a dagger, warning us of the chaos that was about to erupt. Each breath felt like a prayer, gasped whispers of hope that were to be crushed beneath the weight of treachery and blood. I stood there, heart pounding, not knowing if it was the ground shaking beneath me or the drumbeats of my own heart echoing the rhythm of war. They said courage is a warm blanket in a storm, but all I felt was the chill of dread wrapping tighter around me. My hand trembled around the hilt of my sword, a mere extension of my will, as I stole a glance at my brother, Thomas. He was 10 steps away, his face a mask of resolve, yet I could see the flicker of doubt in his eyes, a reality we both knew too well. We were soldiers today, but we were brothers always, and the line between valor and cowardice blurred with every heartbeat. "Is this what we've become?" he asked, his voice breaking as he stared into the horizon where the lines of men were drawn, like a dark wave ready to crash against the shore. "Fighting for a cause we barely understand." I wanted to tell him it would be all right, that we fought for liberty, for our families. But as I gazed at the rising sun, casting ominous shadows on the battlefield, I felt the bitter taste of doubt that clung to my tongue. I remember the stories, the spirit of rebellion that once ignited our souls. But now, they felt like distant echoes, replaced by the hollow clang of armor and the sour scent of impending doom. The world around us morphed into chaos as the first battle cry rang out, a guttural roar that seemed to rise from the earth itself. My heart sank, my feet rooted in the muck of that wretched field. I wanted to run, to escape the madness that clawed at my sanity, but I was tethered by duty, by the weight of my brother's gaze. Thomas's eyes were fierce, filled with a fire I thought had long been extinguished. "Together, brother," he whispered, and in that moment, I felt the warmth of his belief envelop me like a fragile light in the encroaching darkness. Then the clash began, a cacophony that swallowed the world. Metal met metal, and the cries of the wounded pierced the air, a symphony of suffering that reverberated in my bones. I remember the taste of iron, a slickness of fear that coated my tongue as I swung my sword, as if each swing could rewrite my fate. I was not just fighting for land or power, I was fighting for Thomas, for my own soul lost in the frenzy of war. And then I saw him, the enemy commander, a spectre draped in shadows and blood-soaked armor. He moved with the grace of a predator, ice cold and calculating, a man who had long severed any connection to humanity. I felt a knot of rage clench my gut as I recognized the scars of pain etched on his face, a reflection of my own struggles, my own demons. In that fractured moment, I understood the truth. He was not my enemy, he was a mirror of what I could become, a reminder of the darkness we all carried within. A scream pierced through the din, wrenching me back to reality. Thomas was on the ground, surrounded by fallen men, his face twisted in agony. Time slowed as I lunged forward, my heart a drumbeat of panic. Each step felt like a lifetime, the world blurring around me. I could taste the salt of tears mixed with the metallic tang of blood, the smell of smoke swirling in my lungs. His eyes found mine, pleading for salvation, and I felt my world tilt. "Stay with me," I shouted, not knowing if it was a command or a desperate prayer. My hands fumbled as I tried to lift him, the weight of his body anchoring me to the earth. The battle raged around us, a tempest of rage and despair, but all I could see was his face, pale and ashen, a fragile whisper against the cacophony of war. I remember the flicker of his smile, the spark of hope that ignited in our childhood, now waning like the last light of day. "Brother," he gasped, the word trembling like a fragile leaf in the wind. "Do not let this be our end." His voice was a haunting melody, a reminder of the dreams we had stitched together in the quiet corners of our youth. But I was powerless, the chaos of battle closing in like jaws ready to devour us whole. I could hear the cries for mercy, the cries for revenge, and the sky above darkened, not with clouds, but with the weight of lost souls. The drums of war beat a relentless rhythm, but there was another sound beneath it all, a quiet whisper of dreams slipping away. I remember, as I fought to hold him, to save him, the tide of battle shifted again. I felt the pulse of despair surging through the ranks. We were not just fighting for territory, we were fighting for the very essence of who we were. With every clash of steel, I felt the weight of history pressing down on us, the ghosts of our ancestors urging us forward. I can't tell you what happened next, a blur of grief and anger and the cold bite of betrayal. In that moment, surrounded by the cacophony of death, I became acutely aware of the fragility of hope. It hung like a thread, ready to snap at any moment, leaving us stranded in the abyss of despair. In the void, I saw the shadows of our past, the dreams we nurtured now turned to ash. Thomas lay still, and I felt that chasm open, ready to swallow me whole. My world narrowed to his face, pale, serene, as if he had found peace amidst the storm. I wanted to scream, to rage against the heavens, but all that escaped was a choked sob, a prayer lost in the chaos. The battle raged on, unyielding and merciless, but in that moment, I was adrift, alone in a sea of grief. And then, like a whisper from the cosmos, a thought flickered in my mind. I remember the stories, the hopes, the dreams we fought for. This was not the end, it was merely the beginning of something larger, something far beyond the grasp of mere mortals. Blood stained the ground, but it was not just our blood, it was the blood of our ancestors, the weight of history intertwining with our fate. The battle would continue, the echoes of our struggle reverberating through time. We were not just soldiers, we were the keepers of dreams, the architects of a future yet unseen. And as the din of war thundered around, I felt the flicker of courage ignite within me once again, an ember that refused to be snuffed out. The day was dark, but dawn would come, if not for us, then for those who would follow. And though the scars would run deep, the spirit of hope could never be extinguished. In that moment of profound sorrow, I understood that the Battle of White Mountain was not just a turning point, it was a reminder that every end is merely a new beginning. As I took a deep breath, the dawn broke anew, casting shadows long as the cries of war filled the air, resonating with the promise of change. I stood, sword in hand, refusing to let the whispers of despair snuff out the flicker of hope. I was not just fighting for a brother, I was fighting for every heartbeat that dared to dream, for every soul that clung to the light in the darkest of nights. It's midnight when the shadows stretch, alive with whispers. The wind wails, rattling the shutters of a long-abandoned farmhouse, its wooden bones creaking under the weight of history. Anna crouches by the window, heart pounding, eyes darting to the tree line that sways like a funeral procession. The darkness feels thick, almost tangible. She remembers the last time she stood in this room, the scent of cinnamon and fresh-baked bread, the laughter of her childhood echoing like a sweet ghost. But tonight, there's no warmth, only dread crawling up her spine. She clutches a worn photograph of her brother, Eric, a boy with tousled hair and a smile that could slice through the bleakest winter. I remember, she whispers, voice trembling, the way you laughed, how you always dared me to climb higher, to reach further. The photograph is a relic, edges frayed, a ghost of a time that feels almost mythical now. But Eric is gone, swallowed by the chaos of the shifting tides between Denmark and Sweden, a pawn in a game played by powers far larger than either of them. Anna's breath quickens as she recalls the day the world shifted, the moment when the fragile piece shattered like glass underfoot. She can see Eric, his youthful face pale with fear as he stood between the soldiers, each one a shadow in a gathering storm. "You have to go," he said, voice cracking. "You have to live." She didn't understand then, could not grasp that he was offering her a chance at survival, a chance to escape the storm that loomed on the horizon. Meanwhile, across the border, in a cold, flickering light, Jesper stares into his glass, the amber liquid swirling like the tempest in his heart. He feels the weight of the world on his shoulders, as if the very ground beneath him is quaking under his sin. He remembers the night the Danish army marched in, drums beating like the war drums of old, a relentless rhythm that sent tremors through his bones. "I remember," he murmurs, "the fear in the eyes of my sister, the way she shrank back, as if the air itself had turned toxic." Jesper is a soldier now, though he never wanted to wear the uniform. Each day, he wakes with the taste of gunpowder on his tongue, haunted by the ghosts of decisions made in a haze of adrenaline and desperation. The weight of his sword hangs heavy at his side, it's a burden and a shield, a promise broken and a vow forged in fire. His heart beats in time with the soldier's chants, but his soul sings a different tune, a quiet, defiant ballad of love and loss, of loyalty and betrayal. Their worlds collide when Anna, desperate and fierce, crosses the border, her eyes blazing with a determination that threatens to ignite the night. She's a warrior in her own right, not with a sword but with hope and a heart heavy with love. "Eric," she screams into the darkness, and the word echoes back to her, a haunting reminder that he is gone, a phantom who lingers just out of reach. Jesper feels the tremor of her voice, a call to arms that stirs something deep within him, a longing, a need to connect. He steps into the shadows, the taste of conflict thick on his tongue, unsure whether to shield her or to run. He's torn, caught between duty and desire, between the whisper of his past and the clarity of his present. "Who are you?" he asks, voice low and raw, as if the world around him might shatter if he raises it higher. "I'm the sister of the boy you took," Anna says, her words sharp as a knife, cutting through the tension that clings like a fog. "The boy who believed in a better future." Her gaze pierces him, a wildfire igniting the darkness that swirls around them. And in that moment, he sees all that he has lost, the simple joys of laughter, the warmth of family, the softness of love untainted by war. The night stretches, heavy with unsaid words and a shared understanding, each heartbeat drumming a mournful rhythm. Jesper's hand twitches toward his sword, the metal cold against his skin. He should feel fear, he should feel anger. Instead, he feels a kinship, a connection forged in the flames of shared grief. "I remember," he starts, and the weight of his confession hangs in the air. "I remember standing there, watching the world burn, and I didn't know how to stop it." As tensions rise, the shadows around them grow longer, whispering secrets that only the night can hear. Anna and Jesper stand at the edge of a precipice, two souls intertwined by tragedy, fueled by pain, yet yearning for hope. They share a moment that feels eternal, the silence crackling with unvoiced thoughts and desires. They are trapped between the past and an uncertain future, a haunting melody playing in the background, echoing the tales of heroes and villains, of love and loss. The role of external powers looms large as the night deepens, their fates entwined in a dance of shadows and light, the flickering hope of dawn teasing at the edges of the horizon. But dawn is a long way off, and the battle they face is not just against an enemy, but against the ghosts that haunt them, the choices that haunt them, the lives they wish to reclaim. Anna grips the photograph tighter, the edges digging into her palm, a reminder of what she fights for. Jesper finds his resolve not in the sword at his side, but in the fire that ignites within him, a spark of rebellion, a flicker of humanity in a world gone dark. Together, they are a testament to the strength of the human spirit, a reminder that even in the face of ruin, hope can spark like a flame, fierce and unyielding. And as they stand united in their resolve, the night breathes around them, pregnant with possibilities. The silence holds its breath, waiting, watchful, as if the universe itself pauses to witness a moment that will echo through eternity. The battle is not yet fought, and the ghosts of the past whisper still, but together, Anna and Jesper step forward, ready to confront the shadows that threaten to consume them, their hearts beating in time with the pulse of a restless world. The clock struck 12, its echo ringing through the shadowed halls of Rosenborg Castle, where whispers of ambition coiled tightly around the stale air. I could feel it, the weight of dreams and failures pressing against my chest like an iron corset, squeezing the breath from my lungs. There he stood, King Christian IV, eyes aflame with visions of grandeur, yet tainted by the ghosts of his past. The man wore his crown, but it was no gem-studded diadem, merely a heavy iron chain that constricted, suffocating all that might have bloomed. I remember the night vividly, the way candles flickered and cast grotesque shadows, transforming the noble decor into a gallery of nightmares. Each flame flickered like a distant star, a reminder of the dreams that roared inside Christian's heart, dreams that echoed through the silence of his kingdom. He was a man of paradox, a king who craved glory yet found himself ensnared in the thorns of his own making. And standing beside him, his loyal confidant, Ulrich, a shadow of a man, his face a palimpsest of loyalty and despair, watched as the king unspooled his ambitions like a tattered tapestry. "I want more," Christian declared, his voice a tempest, crashing against the walls. "More than this cursed Denmark. I want a legacy that echoes through the ages." His fingers trembled, dancing over the map of Europe laid out before him like a feast of conquest. But with every proclamation, I could feel the weight of his desire pulling him deeper into darkness, each aspiration a new stone around his neck. Ulrich's eyes darted, searching for the words that might anchor his king back to reality. "Your Majesty, the wars, the costs, they bleed us dry." The tremor in his voice betrayed his loyalty, a heart tethered to a sinking ship. Christian turned, eyes blazing with the fire of 1,000 suns, and in that moment, I glimpsed the storm raging within him, a wild beast clawing at the confines of his soul. Costs? What cost is too high for greatness? The king spat, his breath hot and almost intoxicating. I will not be remembered as a shadow, a fleeting memory. I will be a titan, a conqueror. Each syllable was a hammer striking an anvil, forging the iron will that would lead him into a tempest he could not contain. And then, without warning, the room felt alive, alive with the whispers of history. The walls trembled as if responding to the king's fervor, the ghosts of warriors passed watching with bated breath. I felt the air thicken, charged with a raw energy that was both intoxicating and terrifying. The walls seemed to bend, curling around the ambitions like a serpent ready to strike. But what Christian did not see, what he could not see, was how ambition oftentimes became a double-edged sword, a cruel mistress that promised glory while slipping the noose tighter around one's neck. The echoes of his dreams reverberated through the corridors, but what lay beneath was the bitter taste of betrayal. A darkness gathered, thick and cloying, as if the very shadows conspired to snuff out his light. "Will you stand with me, Ulrich?" Christian asked, his voice suddenly soft, raw with vulnerability. "Will you follow me into the storm?" In that moment, I saw a flicker of the boy he once was, a boy who had dreamed of adventure, a boy who had not yet tasted the bitterness of failure. "I will follow you, my king. But I fear the storm may swallow us whole." Ulrich's voice trembled, a fragile thread woven with the weight of fear and loyalty. "Swallow us whole?" Christian laughed, but it was a hollow sound that echoed unnervingly against the stone walls. "Or make us legends." Night crept through the castle like a thief, stealing warmth and hope. Outside, the fog rolled in, a harbinger of the chaos to come. As Christian began to sketch out his plans for expansion, visions of conquests danced in his eyes: Norway, Sweden, the Baltic. Each word was a spell, weaving a tapestry of ambition, but I felt the threads fray, unraveling into shadows of despair. I remember the way Ulrich's hands trembled, the faint glimmer of tears brimming in his eyes as he whispered, "Your Majesty, consider the cost. The people, they are not mere pawns in your game." His plea hung in the air, heavy and electric, crackling with unspoken truths. Yet Christian, blinded by his vision, leaned in closer, the glow of his dreams fogging the reality that loomed just beyond the horizon. The clock chimed ominously, each toll like a gavel striking down, marking the passage of time, the time that would ultimately seal Christian's fate. The shadows on the walls grew long and grotesque, grotesque like the monsters he was about to unleash. I could almost hear them whisper, echoes of past failures, the cries of his people, and the specters of his own making. Ambition, I learned that night, could fill the air with the scent of roses, yet it was a rose with thorns that pricked at the heart. And in that moment, as the fog wrapped around the castle, I knew, this night would mark the beginning of the end, a descent into chaos that no amount of royal decree could prevent. As he cast his gaze out the window, the haunting glow of distant fires burned in the night, and I could feel the tension throttle my breath. Christian was a king on the precipice, his dreams hanging by a thread, ready to snap. The universe conspired against him, and I found myself whispering into the void, "Do you not see the storm, Christian? Do you not feel it?" But he was lost, lost in the fever of his desires, as the shadows danced around him, taunting and teasing. In that flickering candlelight, the line between ambition and madness blurred, and I felt a chill seep deep into my bones. He was a king, yes, but he was also a man teetering on the brink of his own destruction, yearning for a legacy even as it slipped through his fingers like sand. And so the night deepened, heavy with portent, the air thick with the tension of dreams unfulfilled. I watched as the king plotted his course, unaware of the storm brewing just over the horizon, a storm that would shake the very foundations of his kingdom and plunge him into a darkness from which he might never return. As the candles burned lower, shadows grew longer, a foreboding reminder that ambition, unchecked, could very well become a funeral pyre, consuming all in its wake. The echoes of that night lingered long after the candles flickered out, a haunting refrain that whispered of the fragility of dreams. Time passed, yet the ghosts of ambition and failure danced on the periphery, waiting for their moment to strike. The weight of Christian's desires hung in the air, a tension so thick you could slice it with a knife, as the world prepared to hold its breath, waiting for the inevitable confrontation to come. The air crackled with tension, thick enough to choke the faintest whisper. I stood in the shadow of the towering cathedral, its stone facade looming like a spectre over the city of Magdeburg. It was a cold night, but a different kind of chill seeped into my bones, a dread that pulsed with every heartbeat. The edict of restitution hung like a guillotine over us, sharp and unforgiving. Where were the joys of simple living when the weight of faith and power collided like storm clouds? I remember the night vividly, the way the lanterns flickered as if they too sensed the impending doom. My eyes darted to the crowd gathering, faces pale and drawn, each person a canvas painted with fear and uncertainty. Among them, I spotted Clara, her eyes brimming with defiance, the kind that ignites revolutions. She was a woman of conviction, yet the fire within her was tempered by an undercurrent of anxiety. What if the very beliefs that fueled her passion became the instruments of her undoing? Next to her stood Elias, a man caught between loyalty and love, wrestling with the storm raging in his heart. He was the kind of man who could charm even the hardest of souls with a grin, but right now his smile was a ghost, haunting the corners of his lips. He had once confessed to me, in that quiet way men often do when the world feels unbearably heavy, that he was terrified of losing Clara, terrified that the edict's shadows would tear them apart. I remember how he had laughed, a hollow sound, as he spoke of his dreams of a world where faith was a bridge, not a chasm. But here, in the throes of conflict, the bridge was crumbling beneath us. "Mark my words," Clara said, her voice barely a whisper, yet it thundered within me. "This isn't just about land or power. It's our souls they want." I felt a chill run through me. The edict wasn't merely a document, it was a blade aimed at the very essence of who we were. She was right. The Holy Roman Empire had decreed that all land seized by Protestants be returned to the Catholic Church. A legal document, yet it bled into our lives like ink spilled on parchment, every drop a reminder of the battles fought, the sacrifices made. I could see Clara's jaw tighten, a steel resolve lining her features. Her faith was a double-edged sword, cutting deep into the flesh of her convictions. The burdens of her ancestors weighed heavily on her shoulders. She had inherited their struggles, their hopes, and the echoes of their martyrdom. As the clock tower tolled ominously, it felt like the universe was counting down to our collective fate. Elias stepped closer, his breath warm against the chill of the night. "We can't let them take everything from us," he said, his voice trembling with a mix of passion and fear. "If we don't stand up now, our children will only know shadows." His eyes held a fierce light, yet I saw the flicker of doubt, a hesitation that gnawed at his resolve. He was a man of the people, yet tonight he felt small beneath the weight of history and expectation. The crowd roared with a mix of anger and despair. They were families torn apart, dreams dashed against the rocks of tyranny. I felt my heart race as I watched them. The edict was more than a decree, it was a crucible for our identities, igniting old wounds, thrusting us into a cauldron of conflict. The flames of religious fervor licked at the edges of our sanity, each shout for justice crackling in the night like a gunshot. And then there was me, the quiet observer, a chronicler of this chaotic symphony. I remember staring into the darkness, searching for clarity among the chaos. The echoes of history reverberated through my mind, a cacophony of voices pleading for understanding. I was obsessed with the past, perhaps more than was healthy. I had memorized the names of the martyrs, the dates of betrayals, the terrible beauty of their sacrifice. But standing on the precipice of this moment, I felt like a spectator in a grand tragedy, powerless and afraid. "Together, we can defy them." Clara's voice rang out, piercing the night like an arrow aimed at the heart of despair. The crowd surged, a wave of humanity propelled by her fierce spirit. "We owe it to our ancestors, to those who fought for this faith, for this land." And oh, how her words wrapped around me, a blanket of warmth in a world turned cold. But beneath that warmth was a bitter truth. For every voice raised, for every act of defiance, we stood on the brink of madness. The specter of conflict loomed, and with it came a realization that struck like lightning. This was not merely a fight for land, but a war for the very soul of our existence. In that moment, I saw the faces of our forebears, their eyes filled with hope that had turned to ash over the centuries. They were ghosts in the night, whispering tales of sacrifice and survival, urging us to remember what had come before. Clara's determination ignited a spark in Elias, yet doubt flickered like a candle in the wind. "What if we fail?" he asked, barely above a whisper. But Clara, oh Clara, was a tempest, fierce and unrelenting. What if we don't? And just like that, as the lanterns flickered and the shadows danced, I felt the weight of our collective resolve coalesce. For this was more than a moment, it was a turning point, a threshold between despair and hope. The edict of restitution was upon us, a storm brewing, ready to unleash its fury. As the crowd swelled, voices melding into a symphony of anguish and determination, I felt the world twist around me. The clock struck again, its echo reverberating into the night. Time was slipping away, and with it, our chance for a future unshackled by chains of the past. The ghosts lingered, the weight of history pressing down. And just as the tempest reached its crescendo, I could feel a fierce hope igniting in my chest, mingling with the fear. Here we were, a tapestry of souls woven together by the threads of faith and struggle, on the edge of a confrontation that would define us all. The night was dark, but it was alive with possibility. In the eye of the storm, we stood ready, hearts racing, breaths heavy with anticipation, as the first echoes of a new dawn began to break through the horizon, forever altering the course of our lives. The edict of restitution had arrived, and we had no choice but to meet it head-on, together. The sun dipped low on the battlefield, casting long shadows that danced like the specters of the fallen. A symphony of chaos erupted around me, war cries mingled with the sharp clang of steel. I could taste the metallic tang of blood on my lips, an unholy communion that marked the air with a sense of foreboding. I stumbled forward, heart pounding like a war drum, eyes wide as I sought the familiar figure of Gustavus Adolphus, the Lion of the North, whose golden hair caught the dying light like a beacon amid the storm of fear and fury. I remember his gaze, fierce and unyielding, as he stood at the forefront of the Swedish line, the very embodiment of resolve. He rallied his men with words that slashed through the din, igniting a fire within their chests. Victory or death, he roared, a promise that echoed in my bones, urging me to believe in the impossible. But what did it mean, this victory? Was it worth the lives scattered like autumn leaves beneath our feet? I remembered the faces of those who had fallen, their eyes wide with dread, their final breaths a haunting reminder of mortality's cruel grip. Next to me was Eric, a soldier with a heart as large as his burdens. He had left behind a family, a little girl with laughter that rang like crystal chimes. I could see him struggling, the weight of his sword feeling heavier than the world around him. "What if I don't return?" he whispered, fear lacing his voice, and in that moment, a knot formed in my throat. I wanted to tell him that honor was worth the risk, that glory lay just beyond the horizon. But as I looked into his haunted eyes, I felt the truth slip like sand from my fingers. What was glory to a child without a father? The roar of cannon fire split the air, the ground trembled underfoot as new inventions, Gustavus innovations, shattered the old ways. I watched in awe as the Swedish army advanced, maneuvering with precision and audacity that defied everything I thought I knew about war. Gustavus had transformed our ranks into something more, melding speed with firepower, turning the chaos of battle into a grand chess match. Yet it was also a dance on the precipice of oblivion, a gamble where every move could mean life or death. I remember the first time I saw the new formations, the pike and shot working in tandem, firing in synchronized bursts like a heartbeat. It was beautiful and terrifying, and I felt alive in a way that was both intoxicating and cruel. The lines between honor and madness began to blur as the battle intensified. We were the puppets, and the strings were pulled by fate. My fingers trembled around the hilt of my sword, blood already staining the leather, and yet I felt the thrill of the fight surging through me. "Push forward!" Gustavus shouted, his voice a clarion call that cut through the chaos. I could see the resolve in his eyes, a man possessed by visions of a united Protestant Europe, of a world reborn in the fires of conflict. But beneath his fierce exterior was a flicker of doubt, an ember of fear that he dared not show. I wondered if he, too, felt the weight of every life lost, every soul claimed by the ravages of war. The burden of kingship rested heavily on his shoulders, and sometimes, in the quiet of the night, I could see him wrestling with his own demons, haunted by the specters of his decisions. Eric stumbled, falling to the ground, his eyes wide with shock. "Help me," he gasped, the words clawing at my heart. I reached for him, but the rush of men surged past, like a tide pulling me away. I felt the world slow, the cacophony fading into a haunting silence, each heartbeat a reminder of my powerlessness. Around us, shadows danced, ghosts of the fallen, their whispers mingling with the wind, asking unanswerable questions. I was torn, caught between duty and friendship, the instinct to fight and the desire to save. "Go," he cried, desperation clawing at his throat. "You must fight. For Sweden." In that moment, I saw not just a man but a father, a husband, a friend, a soul worth saving. But the battle surged around me. I was swept into the fray, the cries of the wounded and dying merging into an unbearable harmony of despair. I fought, wild and reckless, each thrust of my sword carving a path through the chaos, but with every enemy slain, Eric's voice echoed louder in my mind. How could I claim victory if my heart remained shackled to the loss? The sun dipped lower, the sky exploding into hues of crimson and gold, an ominous omen that seemed to mock the madness unfolding below. I felt the grip of fate tighten, drawing us toward an inevitable confrontation, the clash of steel, the shattering of dreams. I caught glimpses of Gustavus, a lion in the fray, a man undeterred by the weight of the blood on his hands, and yet, I sensed a fracture in his resolve, a crack in the armor of his spirit. "Stand firm," he bellowed, his voice woven with the fibers of both hope and despair. I fought to hold on to that hope, even as the darkness loomed, even as the cries of the dying filled the air with a chilling symphony. But I knew, as surely as the night would fall, that the dawn could bring only shadows. As the battle raged, time itself twisted, bending into a nightmarish cycle of pain and glory, life and death. I felt it in my bones. The moment was at hand, the climax of our struggle against not just the enemy before us, but the very essence of ourselves. I could sense it, a storm brewing, a clash not just with swords, but with fate itself. And yet, deep within my chest, a flicker of hope fought fiercely against despair, igniting my heart with the fire of purpose. In the midst of chaos, we remembered what we fought for. A new world, a new dawn, and I would not let it slip away without a fight. But as shadows thickened and the cries of war echoed around me, I couldn't shake the feeling that this was only the beginning. A prelude to something darker, something that would leave its mark on the very soul of Europe. As I stood, sword raised to the heavens, the weight of history hung heavy in the air, waiting, watching, ready to consume us all. The air crackled like a live wire, the stench of sweat and fear hanging thick as the sun climbed its throne in the morning sky. I remember a boy, no more than 16, his face smeared with dirt and blood, eyes wide as saucers. He stood at the edge of the line, clutching a makeshift spear, trembling like a leaf in an autumn gale. I'd seen that look before, hope and despair entangled in a deadly embrace, and it gnawed at my heart like a ravenous beast. A single breath, a moment suspended in time, and then the roar of the cannon shattered the fragile silence. I remember the sound, the deafening boom that rattled the bones and sent the birds spiraling skyward in a panicked flurry. It marked a moment, a shift in the winds of fate, a promise of carnage. Johann, our brave-hearted leader, stood resolute amidst the chaos. He had the kind of spirit that lit fires in men's hearts, a flame flickering defiantly against the suffocating darkness. But even that fire wavered now, clouds of uncertainty swirling around him. He could taste the acrid bitterness of fear on his tongue, and each second stretched into eternity. "Hold fast," he bellowed, his voice laced with urgency, yet I could see the tremor in his hands, the stark reality of his soul laid bare. I remember the way he looked at each of us, eyes burning with an intensity that dared us to hope, even as his own heart quaked. And there was Klaus, his brother in arms, a man forged in the crucible of this relentless war, yet haunted by the ghosts of the fallen. I could see the weight of his decisions etched into the lines of his face, a map of battles fought and lost, a tapestry of sacrifice woven with threads of regret. The enemy loomed before us, a dark tide of menacing figures, their banners snapping in the wind like the wings of crows descending upon carrion. The sense of dread was palpable, an invisible force pressing down on my chest, making it hard to breathe. I remembered the stories whispered in the night, the tales of heroes and monsters, yet here I was, standing on the precipice of something vastly more terrifying than mere legend. "Are we not men?" Klaus shouted, a challenge thrown to the heavens as if to defy the very essence of mortality with his unwavering spirit. "Are we not worthy of this fight?" The question hung heavy in the air, a spectral echo reverberating through the gathered throngs. His voice, fierce and laden with desperation, pulled me in, wrapped around my heart like a vine searching for light. A gasp escaped my lips as a cannonball screamed through the air, obliterating one of our own with a sickening thud. I remember the moment suspended, the split second where time fractured, where I could see everything and nothing all at once. The blood splattered like a gruesome canvas, painting the ground beneath our feet in shades of horror. And yet, in that moment, amidst the chaos and the cacophony, there was clarity and understanding that wrapped around my soul like a shroud. "Charge!" Johann's voice broke through the fog, a beacon cutting across the churning sea of despair. The command ignited a fire under our feet, and we surged forward, hearts pounding in a wild symphony of adrenaline and fear. The clash of metal rang out, a maddened orchestra heralding the arrival of our fate. I remember the taste of iron in the air, the sharp tang of impending doom mixed with an exhilarating thrill. But there, in the fray, Klaus faltered. I grabbed his arm, our eyes locking for a heartbeat, a moment where the world fell away. His breath came in ragged gasps, and I could see the struggle, the flicker of doubt mingling with the fierce love for his family, for his cause. "Klaus, don't you dare back down now," I implored, my voice a thread of desperation woven through the chaos around us. He nodded, though the shadows clung to him like a second skin, his resolve warring with the memories of those he had lost. I could see it in the way he fought. Each swing of his sword was both an act of defiance and a lamentation for the lives that had been snuffed out. It broke my heart, the duality of his spirit, as he became both warrior and ghost, battling not just the enemy before him but the demons within. Yet, the tide was turning. I could feel it, like the impending storm, an electric pulse vibrating through the air. The enemy's ranks began to waver, their faces a tapestry of confusion as our line surged forward, a wave of desperate determination crashing against their will. I remember the sound of victory rippling through us, a chorus of shouts, a primal roar that echoed through the fields of Breitenfeld. But amidst the frenetic energy, I felt a chill skitter down my spine, a sense of foreboding, as if the very earth beneath us were whispering secrets of loss and gain, of life and death, and of bitter ironies yet to unfold. I caught sight of Johann, rallying the men with words that danced like fire. He was a warrior, yet I could see the flicker of sadness in his eyes, the weight of every life that had led us here pressing against his chest. "Today, we fight for every soul that cannot," he proclaimed, voice soaring above the din. And for a moment, I believed, I felt the power of his words seep into my bones, filling me with a fierce longing to fight, to love, to remember. But then the rumbling of cannons once more shattered our fervor, and a shadow swept over the battlefield. The sky darkened as if the heavens themselves were mourning the bloodshed, and I felt a shudder ripple through the ground beneath my feet. Time stretched, splintering into fragments, each clang of metal, each cry of anguish, each gasp of breath reverberating through the very fabric of my being. I could feel the weight of history pressing down, the scars of humanity laid bare in this moment. It was a battle, yes, but it was also a reckoning, a confrontation not only with the enemy but with ourselves, our beliefs, our fears. As the clash of swords continued, Klaus surged forward once more, a vengeful spirit unleashed, and I could see the transformation in him, the loss melting away, replaced by a fierce clarity. I followed, adrenaline pumping through my veins, a wild dance with destiny, knowing that with every step we took, we carved our names into the annals of history, into the hearts of those who had gone before. In the chaos of war, we found ourselves, fractures glowing with a desperate kind of light. The moment stretched, suspended between the echoes of swords and the whispers of lost souls, and I realized victory and defeat were just two sides of the same coin, spinning endlessly in the vast expanse of time. And as the battle raged on, I could feel it, the heartbeat of something greater than ourselves, a pulse that thrummed with the promise of life and loss, weaving together a tapestry of humanity that would echo through the ages, a haunting melody in the remnants of the battlefield. The fight was not over, it was only beginning. The city lay in a shroud of smoke and despair, a ghost of its former self, as the distant echo of gunfire punctuated the air, sharp and unforgiving. I stood on a crumbling rooftop, the wind biting at my skin, a bitter reminder of the world we had lost. Before me, a mercenary moved like a shadow, his form silhouetted against the dying light. I didn't know his name, but I could feel his heartbeat from where I stood, steady, relentless, like the ticking clock that hung in the silent room of my memories. "Sam!" The shout sliced through the tension, pulling me back to the chaos below. There he was, Sam, my brother, my only tether to sanity in this madness. Blood streaked his face, glistening like a twisted badge of honor. He was fighting for a cause I no longer understood, a cause that felt tainted now, like everything else. They're coming. We have to move. But I hesitated, my heart pounding a drumbeat of dread. What did it mean to be a mercenary in this war? To sell one's soul for gold, for survival? Sam was a soldier now, but once, he was just a boy with dreams that danced like fireflies on warm summer nights. How had we ended up here, in this wasteland of flesh and bone? Wrenched from my thoughts, I turned to the mercenary, a man of few words but many scars. His eyes were empty, hollowed out by the horrors he had witnessed. I could see the ghosts of his past swirling around him, whispering secrets he wouldn't share. Was he a hero? A villain? Or just a man trying to survive in a world that had long forgotten the meaning of compassion? Stay close, he murmured, his voice gravelly, each syllable laced with a weariness that belied his age. I wanted to reach out, to grasp his arm and pull him back from the brink, but fear held me captive. Why did I feel more for this stranger than for the brother I had grown up with? The city shuddered as a blast shattered the fragile silence. The ground quaked beneath my feet, and I stumbled, heart racing, the scent of burnt flesh wrapping around me like a noose. There was no time for reflection now, the war had come calling, and it demanded payment in blood. Run! Sam yelled, his voice pulling me back to reality, each word a lifeline in the maelstrom. We dashed down the stairs, the concrete steps slick with remnants of yesterday's battles. I could hear the whispers of those who had fallen as we raced past, their stories caught in the air like smoke. I remembered their faces, haunting, beautiful, courageous, and I felt the weight of their loss pressing on my chest. The street was alive with chaos, men and women fighting, screaming, dying. I could taste the iron tang of blood in the air, feel the weight of despair in my bones. The mercenary moved with a precision I could only envy. He was a predator in this urban jungle, and I was just a frightened rabbit, caught in the crosshairs of fate. We need to get to the safe house, he shouted, but his voice was swallowed by the cacophony of war. I glanced at Sam, his face pale and drawn, determination etched deep in his features. What happened to the boy who used to laugh in the fields, who dreamed of a brighter world? As we pushed through the throng, I caught glimpses of desperation, children hiding, mothers weeping, men consumed by rage. Each face a reminder of what was at stake. Each heartbeat a question I couldn't answer. I remembered the night before the war, a time when laughter flowed like wine, and hope danced in the air. I remember the dreams we all shared, fragile as the petals of spring flowers. I remember how we thought we could change the world, but the world laughed back, bitter and cruel, twisting our visions into nightmares. The mercenary turned, catching my eye, a flicker of understanding passing between us. He, too, had once known a different life. This isn't who we are, he said, and though I yearned to believe him, the shadows whispered otherwise. Was it too late for redemption? Then, a scream shattered the smoky haze, piercing through my thoughts, and I turned just in time to see a figure fall, a child, no more than 10, crumpling to the ground like a discarded doll. My heart twisted, pain blooming in my chest. Sam! I screamed, but my voice felt foreign, lost in the chaos of the moment. The mercenary moved with lightning speed, shielding me from the horror. But it was too late. The child's eyes stared vacantly at the sky, a question lingering in their depths. Why? Why was this happening? Keep moving, Sam urged, his voice cracking as he pulled me away. I could feel the tremor in his hands, the anger bubbling just beneath the surface. He was fighting for a world that was slipping through his fingers, and I couldn't help but wonder how many lives had been torn apart by mercenaries like the one beside me. As we ran, the mercenary looked back, his expression a mask of conflict. I wanted to ask him, how do you live with the choices you make? How do you sleep at night, knowing you've traded your humanity for gold? But the words wouldn't come. The air felt thick, a tangible reminder of our shared suffering, and I could see the ghosts of his past flitting around him, beckoning for release. The safe house loomed ahead, a sanctuary amidst the chaos. But what refuge could there be when the war had woven itself into our very souls, entangling us in its merciless grip? We burst through the door, slamming it shut behind us, but the echoes of violence clung to us like a second skin. "Are we safe?" I gasped, panting, my heart a relentless drum. The mercenary's eyes flickered with the weight of unspoken truths. "No one is safe," he replied, and the finality of his words hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. And in that moment, I understood, we were all mercenaries now, selling pieces of ourselves to survive in a world that thrived on destruction. I felt the tremor of fear, the weight of sorrow, and the flicker of hope all crashing together, a storm of emotion that threatened to engulf me. I wanted to scream, to rage against the injustice, but instead, I stood frozen, a witness to the cruelty of our reality. Time ticked on, but in this moment, it felt suspended, as if the universe was holding its breath, waiting for what would come next. There would be no easy answers, no tidy resolutions. Just the relentless march of war, the shadows closing in, and the haunting question that remained, what does it mean to survive when the cost is so high? Smoke billowed like dark, ghostly fingers reaching for a sky bruised by the weight of tragedy. The air was thick, almost choking, with the acrid stench of burnt timber and blood. I remember the moment when the world tipped, when the fragile line between life and death fractured like glass under the weight of a hammer. The echoes of war drums thudded in my chest, a reminder that even the strongest walls could not shield us from the storm. Anna stood at the window, her hands trembling against the cold stone, eyes wide as if trying to capture the unfolding nightmare beyond the glass. Her heart raced with every distant cry, every thunderous roar of cannon fire. She remembered the laughter that once filled the streets of Magdeburg, the joyous shouts of children playing, the carefree chatter of neighbors. Now, silence loomed like a specter, heavy and suffocating, broken only by the savage symphony of chaos. Her brother, Lucas, was out there somewhere, lost in the madness of it all, a soldier, a protector, yet still so young. "Stay back, Anna," he had yelled before the siege began, his voice a mixture of bravado and fear. "I'll keep you safe." The memory clung to her, sharp and unbearable, a knife twisting in her gut. She wanted to believe him, wanted to hold on to that fleeting glimmer of hope. But hope, she learned, was a fragile thing, easily crushed under the weight of despair. Lucas had always been her light, a stubborn flame in the darkest night. A man with dreams as grand as the heavens, yet here he was, fighting to protect what little they had left. She could picture him, his blonde hair tousled, face smeared with dirt, eyes alight with an unyielding resolve. But that image was fading, slipping away like sand through her fingers. The city trembled beneath the onslaught. Each explosion felt like a punch to her heart. She pressed her forehead against the cold glass, willing herself to breathe, to think. But the world outside had become a hellscape. Shadows darted through the streets, silhouettes of men driven by desperation, rage, and the madness that came with war. "Anna," a voice called from the shadows. It was Johann, the baker from down the street, his face drawn and haunted. "We need to get to the cellar, now." He grabbed her wrist, urgency in his eyes. She wanted to resist, to stay and wait for Lucas, but the terror in Johann's expression was a heavy weight, a truth she could not ignore. As they stumbled through the chaos, she felt the ground quake under her feet, a reminder that history had a cruel way of repeating itself. She remembered the tales of sieges, the stories her mother told in hushed tones, stories of cities forced to surrender, of lives reduced to nothing more than fleeting memories. Yet, here she was, living it. The cellar was damp and dark, a pit of despair where hopes went to die. They crowded together with a handful of other survivors, the air thick with the smell of sweat and fear. In that cramped space, it felt as if the walls could close in on them, swallowing their cries. They whispered prayers into the void, each syllable a plea for salvation that felt increasingly futile as the hours dragged on. Meanwhile, Lucas was fighting, a whirlwind of rage and fear. He had always been the brave one, the protector, but this was different. The weight of his sword felt heavier, each swing a desperate attempt to stave off the inevitable. The enemy surged, relentless like a rising tide, and he could feel despair creeping in, gnawing at his resolve. "I must go back," he thought, the whisper in his mind like a siren's call. I must find her. But the battle raged on, each clash of steel a reminder of the stakes. A flash of movement caught his eye, a figure, cloaked in shadows, charging at him. He barely had time to react, adrenaline surging through his veins. With a swift motion, he parried, but the weight of it all was crushing. Anna, he shouted into the fray, a desperate prayer mingled with the roar of cannon fire. Hold on! Back in the cellar, Anna could hear the crescendo of chaos above, the cries of men and the wails of the dying. With each heartbeat, her hope dwindled. She could no longer tell if it was day or night. Time had lost its meaning in this purgatory. All that remained was fear, raw, unfiltered, and all-consuming. Then, the sound of a single, piercing scream sliced through the darkness, and Anna's heart stopped. It was a sound that cut deeper than any blade. It was a sound that promised loss, a void where laughter once lived. Lucas, she cried, her voice cracking, tearing at the fabric of despair. The darkness pressed in, and in that moment, she felt like a ghost, drifting in and out of the reality that surrounded her. Memories flashed, of her brother teaching her how to ride a horse, of their mother stitching together frayed dreams. The laughter they shared became a haunting melody, echoing through the void, each note a reminder of what was at stake. Outside, the flames licked at the sky, a grotesque dance of destruction that illuminated the horrors of humanity. Buildings crumbled like paper, ash swirling in a tempest of fury. It felt as if the heavens themselves were weeping, mourning the loss of innocence, the tragedy of a city caught in the crossfire. As the siege tightened its grip on Magdeburg, Anna understood, this was more than a battle for land, it was a battle for souls. Each life lost was a story extinguished, a flicker of light snuffed out in the dark. In the chaos, Anna felt something shift within her, a determination rising from the ashes of despair. She grasped Johann's hand, their fingers intertwining as the world outside continued to collapse. We will survive this, she whispered fiercely, though her own heart trembled with doubt. Above them, the city raged, a living entity caught in a violent struggle between destruction and survival. Time slipped away, but the fight was far from over. In that darkness, surrounded by ghosts of the past, they clung to the flickering hope of a future that still might be. And somewhere, lost in the storm, Lucas fought on, each breath a prayer, every swing of his sword a testament to the love he bore for his sister, for the city, for life itself. As the night grew heavier, the shadows deepened, and the siege tightened, the story of Magdeburg hung in the balance, a heart suspended in time, waiting for the dawn. The ground shook beneath him, a low rumble that mirrored the chaos brewing in his chest. Samuel pressed his back against the cold stone wall, his breath shallow and rapid. The clash of metal, the cries of anguish, the acrid scent of gunpowder, it all wrapped around him like a suffocating shroud. He was a soldier, but in this moment, he felt like a ghost. He remembered a time when battles were fought with honor, when cavalry thundered across the fields, a spectacle of strength and valor. Now, all that remained was the bitter taste of despair. Keep moving, a voice barked, slicing through the cacophony. It was Sergeant Callahan, a man forged from the iron of countless conflicts, his eyes a storm of anger and resolve. Samuel caught a glimpse of him, standing tall amid the chaos, rallying the men like a shepherd leading lost sheep. But there was a darkness in Callahan, a fragility that screamed through the bravado. Samuel had seen it before, a flicker of doubt, a crack in the armor of a man who had fought too long and lost too much. I remember the first time I held a sword, Samuel whispered to himself, the memory flooding over him like a deluge. The weight had felt so reassuring back then, a promise of glory and adventure. He had dreamed of honor, of chivalry, of the tales that echoed in taverns. But here he was, clad in grimy uniforms, wielding a rifle instead of a sword, surrounded by the stench of death and despair. Samuel! A voice pulled him back, sharp and urgent. It was Anna, her figure darting through the haze, eyes wide with fear. She was an unlikely warrior, a nurse-turned-fighter, determined to save lives even as the world crumbled around her. We need to get them to safety. Her hands trembled, the flesh of her palms stained with the blood of the fallen. I can't leave, Samuel stammered, each word a battle against the weight of his own doubt, the ghosts of those he had failed clawing at his conscience. What if, no? You're not a ghost. You're alive, damn it. Her voice pierced through the fog of despair, igniting something deep within him. He saw the flicker of hope in her eyes, a fierce refusal to let the darkness consume them. And yet, as the sounds of warfare crescendoed, Samuel found himself torn. He remembered the stories of knights galloping into battle, banners unfurling against the sky, their hearts beating as one with the rhythm of the hooves. But this was different. This was a clash of humanity against itself, a wretched spiral into chaos that annihilated everything he once believed in. Move! Callahan's voice shattered his reverie, and the urgency of the moment crashed over him like a tidal wave. Samuel gripped his rifle, the cold metal biting into his palm. The battlefield unfolded before him, the hellscape of smoke and fire, where shadows twisted and morphed, where the air was thick with sorrow. He could see men falling, bodies crumpled against the ground, each one a testament to the shifting nature of warfare. No longer romanticized, no longer noble, this was the raw, unfiltered reality of combat. I remember the letters, Anna's voice broke through, frantic and pained. I remember the dreams we shared, the future we believed in. She grasped his arm, her fingers a lifeline in this suffocating storm. Do you remember? I remember, he replied, his voice a whisper, as if afraid to summon the ghosts of their past. A future painted in hues of hope, laughter shared over campfires, promises exchanged under a starry sky. But now, all of that felt like a cruel joke, a beautiful illusion shattered by the brutal truth of war. The clash of metal rang out, a sound so sharp it felt like a knife cutting through the veil of dreams. Samuel turned, heart racing, as he saw a figure emerge from the smoke, a soldier charging forward, fearless, resolute. But then, an explosion erupted, sending debris flying in every direction, and Samuel felt the world tilt beneath his feet. Anna, he screamed, the sound clawing its way from his throat, filled with a raw desperation. He lunged forward, weaving through the chaos, thoughts spiraling into a singular focus: protect her, keep her safe. He reached her just as the dust began to settle, a haze of confusion and terror swirling around them. She was on her knees, hands pressed to the ground, eyes closed, as if she were summoning the courage to rise. And in that moment, the weight of everything crashed over him, the realization that they were nothing but pawns in a game far larger than themselves, mere players on a chessboard of blood and sacrifice. I won't let you die, he vowed, gripping her shoulders, feeling the tremors beneath his fingers. We'll get out of here. Together. And as he looked into her eyes, he saw not just fear, but the flickering flame of resolve. They were battered, scarred, but they were alive, still fighting against the tide. But the battlefield was relentless, a cruel mistress that demanded sacrifice, and each heartbeat echoed the mantra of survival. Yet, amidst the chaos, Samuel felt the pull of something deeper, darker, a realization that this transformation of warfare was a mirror of their struggle, a relentless cycle of loss and rebirth. The cavalry was gone, replaced by an infantry that bled into the shadows, a new era where the line between hero and coward blurred. The ground shook again, and Samuel felt the weight of time pressing down upon him. They were trapped, time slipping like sand through their fingers, the clock ticking ominously in the background of their lives. What would be left when the dust finally settled? Samuel, Anna breathed, her voice a fragile thread, I don't want to be a ghost in this world. I remember, he murmured, the words hanging heavy in the air, a promise and a prayer. I remember how we dreamed. And as the darkness swelled around them, swallowing the battlefield whole, the echoes of dreams transformed into a haunting melody, one that would follow them long after the final shot rang out. The changing nature of warfare was not just a shift in tactics, it was a relentless struggle for the very essence of humanity, a battle that left scars on the soul, whispering of hope, of loss, of the ghosts that lingered in the silence. In that moment, Samuel understood, this was not the end. This was merely the beginning of a fight that would stretch beyond the horizon, where the true battle raged not only against the enemy outside but within their own hearts. The cycle of conflict was eternal, and they would continue to dance on the edge of war, forever entangled in its dark embrace. The sound of gunfire echoed through the crumbling streets, a relentless symphony of chaos that sliced through the evening air. I stood frozen, my heart racing, beads of sweat tracing down my back as the world around me trembled with fear. A child's cry pierced the cacophony, sharp and desperate, pulling me back to the moment. I remember the promise I made to my daughter: I will always protect you. But promises crumble like the buildings around us, splintering under the weight of war. Amora, my neighbor, clutched her son close, the boy's tiny frame shaking against her chest, a fragile bird trapped in the storm. Her eyes, once filled with laughter, now glistened with a terror that seeped into every crevice of her soul. I remember the first time I saw that fear, when the first bomb fell, and how it transformed her. She used to tease me about my obsession with the past, how I get lost in stories of knights and castles. What good are tales when we live our own nightmare, she had said, her voice trembling, echoing in my mind like a ghost. The shadows lengthened as twilight wrapped its cold fingers around the city, and the sirens wailed, a haunting lullaby that promised neither safety nor solace. I could see the flicker of flames in the distance, the remnants of homes reduced to ashes, and I felt the weight of every lost life pressing down on me. Each name, each face flickered before my eyes, haunting me. I remember Thomas, the baker, who once shared his last loaf with my family. Now he was just another ghost, another reminder of the life we lost. Is this the world we're leaving for them? I whispered to Amora, my voice barely rising above the chaos. She looked at me, her eyes a storm, and I saw the unshed tears brimming there, a reflection of my own despair. What choice do we have, Elena? She replied, her voice raw, a blade cutting through the night. We fight. But what does it mean to fight when your heart is shattered? I remember the first time I held a weapon. It felt foreign and heavy in my hands, like holding a piece of the night sky that had fallen to earth, dark and full of despair. I wasn't born to wield such power. I was a mother, a sister, a friend. Yet here I was, standing shoulder to shoulder with women like Amora, armed with determination and fury. We were warriors, though the world saw us as fragile. Each day, we scavenged for food, dodged the remnants of a collapsing society, and nurtured our children amid the chaos. I remember the smell of the rotten fruit we found, the way it clung to our skin, a reminder of our desperation. We gathered in the shadows of bombed-out buildings, sharing whispered hopes, plotting a future that felt as far away as the stars above, like distant dreams tainted with ash. Tension crackled in the air, a silent promise of confrontation. I could feel it building, like the heavy clouds that threatened to unleash a storm. The men in the streets, tense and twitching, looked at us with a mixture of admiration and disdain. They fought the war, but we bore its scars. We were the mothers of the next generation, but we were also becoming something else, something fierce. I remember the moment when I took a step forward, heart pounding like a war drum. We are not victims, I shouted, my voice rising above the din. We are alive. In that moment, time fractured. I saw faces turning toward me, eyes wide with disbelief and fear, but also something else, hope. Amora was beside me, her grip tightening around her son as she stepped forward, too. Together, we stood against the tide, two women defying an army of ghosts. The shadows stretched, and for a brief moment, the air shimmered with possibility. But war has a way of twisting the most beautiful moments, turning them into memories laced with regret. The sound of a distant explosion shattered the fragile silence, and we were thrown back into the grip of reality. I remember the moment the ground shook, how the world tilted off its axis, and how I instinctively reached for Amora, our fingers entwining like lifelines. Stay close, I breathed, my heart racing as adrenaline surged. I could feel the impending storm looming, an emotional tempest ready to break. Days blurred into nights, a cycle of survival and sorrow, and yet, amid the despair, we forged connections deeper than the roots of the trees that had long since withered. I remember the laughter that broke through the darkness, a fragile but defiant sound that echoed off the walls of our ruined lives. We found joy in the little things, a shared meal, a story told by candlelight, the warmth of a shoulder to cry on. We were warriors, yes, but we were also women, and our hearts beat with a rhythm of resilience. Yet there was a heaviness, an unspoken fear that lingered in the corners of our minds. The question was always there, would we survive this? I remember staring at the stars, trying to find solace in their light, only to feel the vastness of the cosmos closing in around me. Each twinkle felt like a reminder of lost dreams, of futures stolen away by the cruel hand of fate. As the conflict escalated, the tension reached a breaking point. The whispers of revolution began to ripple through the air, a possibility for change that felt both exhilarating and terrifying. I watched as Amora transformed, her resolve hardening like steel. "We cannot let this be our end," she declared, her voice fierce and unwavering. "We fight not just for ourselves, but for our children, for the world they deserve." And I felt it too, the surge of hope, the fierce determination that ignited my spirit. I remember the unity we formed, gathering under the cloak of night, plotting and dreaming of a future where our children could grow without fear. Every heartbeat echoed with promise, every breath a reminder of our purpose. But that warmth was fleeting. The night grew darker still, shadows creeping closer, and as we prepared for the confrontation we knew was coming, I felt an icy grip around my heart. I remember Amora's face, illuminated by the flickering light of our makeshift campfire, determination etched into her features. "No matter what happens, we stand together," she said, and I could only nod, my throat tight with unspoken fear. The air crackled with tension, a storm ready to break, and as we prepared to step into the abyss, I couldn't shake the feeling that the world was holding its breath. We were women in a war-torn society, warriors forged by loss, molded by love, and in that moment, our fates intertwined like the threads of a tapestry woven with both darkness and light. And as the first shot rang out, slicing through the night like a knife, I knew this was only the beginning. The air hung thick, crackling with tension, as flames licked the thatched roofs of the village, casting grotesque shadows against the cold stone walls. The acrid smell of smoke mingled with the sharp tang of blood, the cries of the dying were a symphony of despair. In the heart of this chaos, Lena clutched the small wooden cross around her neck, its weight grounding her in a world unraveling at the seams. She remembered her mother's hands, gentle yet resolute, clasping that very cross, whispering blessings under the watchful gaze of the stars, a stark contrast to the horror surrounding her now. Across the way, Thomas, a soldier clad in tarnished armor, felt the tremors of guilt shaking his core. He had once been a devout man, led by faith to defend what he believed was righteous. But now, as he raised his sword against innocent lives, the echoes of scripture, "Thou shalt not kill," haunted him with every swing. Each face he struck down shimmered in the corners of his memory, flickering like candles in a darkened chapel, illuminating the frailty of his conviction. The war had twisted faith into a weapon, and he was a mere pawn under the banner of sanctified violence. And then there was Father Elias, the village priest, who stood on the verge of insanity, his faith fraying like the edges of an old tapestry. He had preached love, humility, and the divine's grace, yet here he was, caught between the fervor of righteous fury and the cries for mercy that clawed at his heart. Blood stained his hands, a grotesque reminder that sometimes the path to God was paved with suffering. He could almost hear the whispers of the saints, their disappointment thick in the air, wrapping around him like a shroud. "I remember the day I first held this cross," Lena whispered through clenched teeth, her voice trembling as she turned to Father Elias, her eyes widened with desperation. "It felt like hope. Now it feels like a curse." Her voice was a shivering thread, pulling at the fabric of their shared reality, weaving them together through the threads of despair and longing. Elias looked at her, his heart thudding like a war drum. Faith was never meant to be a sword, child. It was a shield. His voice cracked, laden with the weight of his own betrayal. Yet here we are, wielding it against one another. The shadows danced, their movements frantic, echoing the chaos in their hearts. In this moment, the city felt alive, throbbing with the pulse of the past, present, and a future that loomed like an ominous storm cloud. Lena felt the ground beneath her shake, not from the battle but from the shattering of dreams. The flickering flames consumed not only the structures but the very essence of their lives, erasing the hopes that once filled those walls. And yet, hope flickered still. Thomas, sword raised, hesitated, the gleam of metal catching the firelight. He could feel the pull of something greater, a force that transcended this madness. "What have we become?" he shouted, voice breaking, the weight of the world heavy on his shoulders. "We are meant to be the hands of God, not the agents of destruction." His heart clawed at him, a wild animal desperate for escape. But his comrades surged forward, rallied by fervor and the dizzying promise of glory. They chanted hymns of vengeance, twisting sacred words into battle cries, and Thomas felt the tug of the abyss within him. Was it too late? Had he already crossed a line from which no return was possible? The sun dipped low, a dying ember in the sky, and as shadows lengthened, Lena felt herself drawn to Thomas, an unspoken bond forming in the ashes of their shared sorrow. "We can stop this," she urged, urgency flooding her veins. "Together, we can find a way." Her gaze locked with his, a fire igniting within her, fueled by the desperation of the moment. But the sounds of war were relentless, and Father Elias, trembling, looked to the heavens, seeking answers from a God who seemed silent in the chaos. "What are you waiting for?" he cried, voice choking on anguish. "If faith is true, then let it guide us to peace. Let it cleanse our hands of blood." Yet, as he prayed, a figure emerged from the flames, a silhouette cloaked in the ash of faith's betrayal. It was a boy, no older than 12, clutching a tattered prayer book, eyes wide with innocence, untouched by the horror. He stood alone, a ghost amidst the carnage, a haunting reminder of all that was lost. Lena's heart shattered at the sight. "This is what we fight for," she screamed, rage twisting her features into a mask of pain. "What kind of God would allow this?" The boy's gaze met hers, and in that fleeting moment, she saw the weight of generations, burdens that transcended time, echoing through the ages. He was the embodiment of hope, of the future they could shape if only they could break the cycle. Thomas lowered his sword, the metal clattering to the ground, reverberating like a heartbeat. "What have we become?" he asked, voice raw and trembling. "What have we allowed ourselves to do?" And as the sun descended, casting hues of orange and red across the sky, the three of them stood at a precipice, a moment suspended in time, where the past and future collided with a deafening silence. The world hung in the balance, and they felt the weight of every choice pressing down upon them, a reminder that faith could either bind or shatter. In that instant, the true battle emerged, not one of swords or shields, but a battle of souls. The war was not outside, it was within, and they stood on the brink of a revelation that could change everything. Would they dare to choose love over hate, unity over division? Would they step into the fire or turn away, forever haunted by the echoes of their choices? As darkness fell, one thing remained certain: the impact of faith on the hearts of men was a force as volatile as it was beautiful, a tapestry woven from the threads of love, loss, and the infinite struggle for redemption. In this moment, they were not just warriors, but also vessels of something greater, standing at the crossroads of humanity's darkest and most luminous truths. And as the night enveloped them, a deeper understanding began to stir, a promise lingering in the air: change was possible, if only they could summon the courage to rewrite their own stories. A shadow loomed in the candlelit chamber, flickering with every breath drawn in the sultry air of Paris. The silence was maddening, thick enough to choke on, punctuated only by the distant cries of the city. A world hung in the balance, and inside this room, Cardinal Richelieu's heart thundered like a war drum. Outside, the cacophony of conflict rang loud, the 30 years' war raged on, a monstrous beast devouring everything in its path. I remember the sight of Richelieu, hunched over a sprawling map, the parchment a tapestry of battles fought and lost, my pulse quickening with every flick of his quill. He was a man born of shadows, eyes glinting with a fervor that danced on the edge of madness. The ink-black robes he donned seemed to absorb the very light, a cloak of authority cloistered in whispered intrigues. Glancing at him, I felt the weight of history pressing down, each moment a prelude to chaos. Then there was Lucy, a soldier with a heart as fierce as her blade. I remember the way she gripped her sword, knuckles white, lips pressed into a grim line. Her dreams of glory had been replaced by the dread of survival. She stood at the door, resolute yet restless, every fiber of her being aflame with a yearning for something more, something beyond the battlefields of men. The scent of gunpowder clung to her skin like a lover's embrace, a constant reminder of the fragility of life. "I should have been a painter," she muttered, sarcasm spilling from her lips like blood from a fresh wound. "Instead, I'm here, painting my own death on the canvas of war." There was a grim humor in her voice, a sharp wit that cut through the tension, and I couldn't help but smile, even as my heart ached for her. And then there was Pierre, the idealist, whose dreams were as bright as his soul was tortured. He believed in the glory of France, the beauty of a united kingdom, but with every battle cry, each life lost, that belief splintered further. He stood by Lucy, a tempest of thoughts churning behind his eyes like a storm on the horizon. "What is it we fight for?" he asked, desperation etching lines across his youthful face. "What glory is there in this endless slaughter?" I remember feeling the palpable tension crackle in the air, the conflict between duty and humanity palpable. Richelieu's strategy was a masterstroke, a game of chess played with the lives of countless souls. Each pawn moved with ruthless precision, and yet, it was the hearts of men and women that bore the brunt of his ambition. They were pieces on a board he controlled, his mind calculating, cold. "Do you think they care?" Lucy snapped, her voice a whip of frustration. "Those on the other side, the ones who see us only as targets. We are ghosts, Pierre. We are shadows in the night." Her fury ignited something in Pierre, a flicker of rebellion that threatened to consume him whole. "Then let us be the ghosts that haunt them," he replied, eyes aflame with fervor. "Let us fight for a future where our children do not know the taste of iron or the smell of burnt flesh." His voice, though fierce, trembled with fear, and so did my heart, for I knew that in war, dreams and reality were frail threads, easily tangled in the grasp of fate. As the night wore on, the tension inside the dimly lit room mirrored the chaos outside. The clash of steel and the cries of the dying were an orchestra that played in the background, a haunting symphony of despair. I could feel the pulse of the city, a throbbing heart, alive, raw, and terrified. In that moment, Richelieu raised his head, his hawkish gaze piercing through the darkness. "We must act, and we must act tonight," he declared, voice echoing as if the walls themselves were listening. "The Habsburgs think us weak, distracted by our internal strife. But we are lions, cloaked in the guise of sheep. Let them come. We will strike like lightning from the heavens." I remember the way Lucy's breath caught in her throat, the way her heart raced at his words. But for Pierre, it was as if a spell had been broken. He could see the abyss yawning before them, and it terrified him. "And what will that make us, Cardinal?" "Monsters in the name of glory." Richelieu's laughter was a dark melody, a chilling sound that sent shivers down my spine. "Monsters can be legends, my boy. History remembers the powerful, not the innocent." The room thickened with the weight of his words, that terrible truth hanging in the air like a guillotine's blade. We were drifting toward some dark precipice, and yet, my heart raced at the thought of it, the thrill of confronting destiny. I watched as Lucy's resolve began to fracture, the warrior spirit that had once burned brightly now flickering like a dying flame. "I remember dreams of a better world," she whispered, voice cracking, "but each day, it feels further away." Her vulnerability was raw, an open wound on her soul, and in that moment, she was not just a soldier, she was a woman caught in the web of fate, longing for a glimpse of hope amidst the encroaching darkness. Time slowed, and I sensed the world outside. The clash of swords grew louder, a reminder of the chaos that awaited them. The city of Paris, with its cobblestone streets and flickering lights, felt alive, throbbing like a heart in the dark. I could almost hear the whispers of the ghosts that lingered, souls lost to the ravenous hunger of war. Richelieu's eyes gleamed with a terrifying conviction, a man possessed by the very essence of power. "Tonight, we become the architects of our fate," he declared, a thin smile etched across his lips. "But be warned, my dear Lucy, Pierre, there will be a cost." With those words, the room trembled, and I felt the chilly fingers of fate curling around each of us, drawing us toward an inevitable confrontation. The air pulsed with energy, a symphony of fear, hope, and unyielding ambition. I knew in my bones that something would break tonight, an unholy alliance of hearts and ambitions, a collision of dreams and despair. And as the distant echoes of war drew closer, the finality of their choices loomed in the shadows, waiting to be unveiled. Time hung suspended, a breath held in the air, teetering on the brink of chaos. The heart of France beat in the darkness, and in that moment, I felt its pulse within me, echoing the lives entwined in the relentless dance of power and sacrifice. The air was thick with the stench of sweat and fear, an oppressive blanket that smothered the battlefield. I stood there, my heart pounding in my chest like a war drum, each beat a countdown to my reckoning. Men around me screamed, shouted prayers, curses, and desperate pleas. I could see the desperation in their eyes, the flicker of hope snuffed out by the savage clashing of swords, the metallic tang of blood mingling with the dust, the cries of the wounded echoing like forgotten ghosts. This was no ordinary battle, it was a reckoning, a gritty ballet of mortality played against the backdrop of a dying sun, sky bleeding crimson. Then there was Hans, a man of modest dreams, his spirit forged in the fires of poverty. He fought not for glory but for a slice of bread, for the warmth of a fire shared with his family. As he swung his sword, I could see the moment his resolve wavered, his breath hitching as he faced a massive opponent. The world slowed for him, the clamor faded to a dull roar, his heart racing, wild and untrained. "Hans!" I yelled, desperation clawing at my throat. "Focus! Remember why you fight." But what did I know of his reasons? I was simply a chronicler of this madness, my own purpose lost in the chaos. I watched as his eyes darted, wild and fearful. I remember the first time I saw him, a softer man with laughter etched into the creases of his face. Now, the shadows darkened those lines, the laughter replaced by grim determination. Across the field stood Elizabeth, her presence a paradox amid the carnage. A noblewoman dressed not in silk, but in the armor of a soldier, her fiery hair cascading like a banner in the wind. She had traded courtly whispers for the clash of steel, and now she wielded her sword like a tempest, each swing a rebellion against fate. But in her heart, a tempest brewed, she sought revenge for her brother lost in this very war, his ghost haunting her every step. The weight of her grief was palpable, a shroud that enveloped her even as she fought. "Elizabeth!" I cried, but the sound was swallowed by the chaos. She cut through the throng, her blade a flurry of silver, yet I noticed the tremor in her hands. It was not fear that shook her, it was sorrow. With each enemy felled, she whispered his name, a silent incantation that mingled with the cries of the dying. Their fates intertwined as if drawn by an invisible thread, two souls caught in the maelstrom of war. And I, the observer, felt the pulse of their struggles deep within my veins. The battle raged on, a grotesque dance of death. I could see the horizon shivering, the line between heaven and earth blurring, the clouds darkening as if nature itself mourned the bloodshed. I felt the weight of the sky pressing down upon us, the sun retreating, and with it, a glimmer of hope. Time became a cruel mistress, stretching and contracting with each moment. I remember the faces, broad ones, thin ones, young and old, each etched in a desperate fight for survival. The clanking of metal, the cries of agony, and laughter, yes, laughter, mingled in a cacophony that made my head spin. It was absurd. Why do we laugh? I thought. Why do we jest in the face of death? But laughter, I realized, was a fragile shield against despair. Then came the moment, the terrible, heart-stopping moment when the enemy surged forward, a relentless tide of steel and fury. The ground shook beneath our feet, and I felt as if I were standing at the edge of an abyss, teetering on the brink of eternity. Hans was knocked to the ground, his sword slipping from his fingers, the breath of life escaping his lungs in a ragged gasp. I stumbled toward him, my own sword forgotten, the world narrowing to his ashen face. I knelt beside him, the chaos swirling, blurring into an indistinct haze. "Help me, please," he croaked, and in that moment, his vulnerability struck me like a dagger. I was a coward, cowering behind the safety of words, while he faced the storm with his bare heart. I remember home," he whispered, his voice cracking like old wood. The smell of bread in the oven, my son's laughter, his words hung in the air, fragile and haunting. Memories of warmth in a world turned cold. I felt tears pricking at the corners of my eyes, but I was helpless, a mere spectator. And there was Elizabeth, her eyes blazing with fury, cutting her way through the crowd, a comet hurtling toward its fate. I wanted to scream for her to stop, to save herself, but the churning mass of bodies drew her closer to the maw of destruction. I watched as she neared, every step deliberate, every swing of her sword a tribute to the brother she had lost. But the moment shattered. A flash of steel caught her off guard. Time moved slowly, like molasses. I could see the glint of the enemy's blade, the realization dawning in her eyes. "No!" I screamed, but my voice drowned in the chaos. A heart-stopping clang, a body crumpled, and a scream, her scream, echoed through the battlefield, slicing through the din. I watched as she fell, the world collapsing around her in a twisted dance of shadows. Pain washed over me like a tidal wave, an ache so profound it felt as if the earth had cracked open beneath us. I remember the sky darkening, the sun swallowed by clouds, as if the heavens too mourned this brutal display of humanity's folly. And amidst the clashing of swords, the cries of the dying, I understood, we were all caught in this unending cycle, shadows in a world that spun relentlessly forward, even as we stood still, paralyzed by grief, love, and the looming specter of death. I staggered toward the battlefield, every heartbeat echoing my resolve. I would not let their sacrifices be in vain. The ground trembled beneath me, whispers of ghosts and memories intertwining, pulling me deeper into this maelstrom, into this moment of shifting fortunes, where hope and despair danced a perilous waltz. The battle was far from over. In that very instant, all that mattered was the fight, the blood, the rage, and the desperate, aching love that tethered us to this earth. I gripped my sword tighter, ready to plunge into the depths of chaos, the line between life and death blurring with every frantic breath. The night was dark, but the fire within burned brighter than ever. The clock struck midnight in Prague, its chimes echoing like the hollow clanging of a battle-worn bell. The city was cloaked in a shroud of uneasy silence, a tense lull that sat heavily on the shoulders of its inhabitants. Beneath the shadows of the ancient spires, whispers of the treaty fluttered like restless spirits, promises of peace dancing on the tongues of weary diplomats while the air crackled with distrust. It was a moment suspended in time, where hope teetered on the knife's edge of despair, and I could feel every heartbeat drumming against the walls of my chest, a warning, a prayer, a gut-wrenching plea for a future that felt impossibly fragile. I remember standing there, the chill of the cobblestone seeping through my boots, grounding me in this moment of unsteady anticipation. My eyes darted toward the flickering torches casting long shadows along the narrow alleyways, each flame a flicker of life amidst the encroaching darkness. And then I saw him, Jan, a man torn between duty and desire, his face etched with the weight of choices that felt insurmountable. Every line on his forehead seemed to tell a story of loves lost and battles fought, his heart a battleground of its own. He was the embodiment of the city's turmoil, passionate, flawed, unyielding. "Is it true?" he asked, his voice low and gravelly, laced with a tremor that betrayed the bravado he wore like armor. "Will they sign it? Will we finally have peace?" His eyes searched mine, a tempest of fear and longing swirling within their depths, and I had to look away, unable to hold the weight of his gaze. I remember the taste of ash on my tongue, the bitter reminder of what had come before, men broken and battered, innocents caught in the crossfire of greed and ambition. The treaty, they said, could be the light at the end of this bleak tunnel, but it felt more like a mirage, a cruel trick of the mind promising salvation, yet leaving us stranded in an endless desert of doubt. Across the square, I spotted Eliska, a woman whose spirit was as fierce as the flames licking at her hearth. She moved through the shadows with a grace that belied the chaos around her, her heart a fierce drum echoing the cries of those who had suffered. I could see the steel in her gaze, even from a distance. She was not one to bow to false hopes. "They will betray us," she whispered to the night air, her voice barely audible yet heavy with conviction. "History is littered with the bones of broken promises, January." But Jan shook his head, the flicker of hope still dancing in his chest. "What else can we do? What other choice do we have?" His words hung between us, a fragile bridge over a bottomless chasm of despair. In that moment, I felt the cosmic weight of their entangled fates, a thread weaving through the loom of war and peace, binding them together in ways that were both beautiful and terrifying. Jan's desperation clung to me like the fog rolling in from the river, and I could almost hear time ticking away, each second stretching into eternity, daring us to imagine a world unmarked by bloodshed. The night wore on, and the shadows thickened as if feeding off our uncertainty. I caught glimpses of the old clock tower, its face cracked, a symbol of resilience amidst the ruins, yet I couldn't shake the feeling that it was a mockery of our aspirations. Every tick echoed a haunting reminder of moments lost, of lives extinguished too soon. Suddenly, a shout pierced the air, sharp as a dagger. The tension snapped like a bowstring, and time folded in on itself, rushing forward as we turned toward the source of the commotion. A group of men, faces grim and eyes hollow, stumbled into view, breathless and wild. "They've turned," one gasped, his voice raw with fear. "The delegates, they've been ambushed." Panic seized my heart, a wild beast clawing its way up my throat. Jan and Eliskar exchanged a look, a silent understanding flickering in the charged air, and in that moment I knew the fragile threads of our hopes were unraveling, leaving us exposed to the merciless winds of fate. I remember the night collapsing around us, and the city became a cacophony of chaos, the shadows morphing into something monstrous and alive. I could feel the ground trembling beneath our feet, echoing the tremors of our own fear. This was not merely a crisis of politics, it was a crisis of the soul, a reckoning that demanded answers we were not ready to face. "Run!" Eliskar shouted, her voice cutting through the noise like a beacon. But a part of me wanted to stay, tethered to this moment, to the fragile hope we had kindled. I remember the taste of adrenaline coursing through my veins, the urgent need to survive colliding with the desire to fight for something greater than ourselves. There was no certainty in our choices, only the madness of the night pushing us to the brink. I could feel the shadows closing in, each heartbeat a reminder of the lives that had come before us, lives that had dared to dream of something beyond the horrors of war. As we surged forward, fists clenched and breaths coming in ragged gasps, I could feel the echoes of history swirling around us, whispering secrets of betrayal and redemption. The treaty was supposed to be our salvation, but beneath the surface, I sensed the stirrings of something darker, a tempest waiting to consume us whole. And then, as if summoned by the very chaos we unleashed, the night erupted into a symphony of shouts, the ancient stones of Prague bearing witness to our struggle. I knew, deep in my bones, that this was only the beginning. The clock continued to tick, each second a haunting reminder that peace, like a ghost, was ever elusive. In that heart-stopping moment, the fragile threads of hope and despair tangled together, and I couldn't help but wonder, was the Treaty of Prague a fleeting glimpse of light or merely a mirage, forever out of reach? I took a deep breath, filled with a wild mix of fear and exhilaration, ready to plunge headfirst into the storm, knowing that whatever came next would forever change us. The air is heavy with the scent of burnt metal and something far more sinister, an odor that clings to the throat like the unspoken words of a broken promise. I stand in the midst of a shattered city, where the echoes of laughter have been replaced by silence, a silence so thick it feels like a shroud suffocating the last remnants of hope. It is 1945, and Berlin is a ghost of its former self, a carcass picked apart by the relentless jaws of war. A heart beats, no, it races, beneath my ribs, thrumming a desperate rhythm of survival in a city that feels as if it might crumble to dust at any moment. I remember my brother, Hans. Oh, how he used to sing. His voice would pierce through the gloom like a shard of sunlight, brightening the darkest corners of our tiny apartment. But that was before the war turned our lives upside down and twisted us into something barely recognizable. I glance at him now, standing with his back against a crumbling wall, eyes hollow like the remnants of our economy. The weight of despair hangs heavily around him, a shroud of grief and hopelessness. Once a factory worker, his hands now tremble as they grip the empty tin can that was once our dinner. He stares into the distance, lost in thoughts that swim like shadows in the corners of his mind, haunting him with every tick of the clock. Time feels like a cruel friend, mocking us with its insistence on moving forward while we are locked in this bloody, unending present. Then there's Greta. She is a firefly in this darkness, her spirit frail yet flickering, fighting against the oppressive night. I can see her standing at the edge of the rubble, her eyes darting, searching for something, anything, that might resemble normalcy. She used to be a teacher, instilling knowledge in young minds, but now her classroom is an open square, surrounded by ruins, where children with dirt-smudged faces wander aimlessly, their laughter reduced to whispers. Greta pulls me aside, her voice a fragile thread woven with urgency. We must find food. The ration cards won't last. Each word is a dagger, reminding me of our scarcity, piercing through the numbness that has settled in my chest. I want to scream at the injustice, the absurdity of it all, our dreams scattered like ashes on the wind, swept away by the storm of war. I remember the day the bombs fell, the sky tore open, and the world tilted on its axis. The ground shook beneath our feet, a monstrous heartbeat drumming the rhythm of destruction. Buildings crumbled, and with them, our livelihoods. Each explosion resonated in the depths of my soul, a reminder that our economic stability, once sturdy as a fortress, now lay in ruins. It felt as if we were playing a macabre game of chance, and the odds were never in our favor. The city is alive with the tension of survival, where every corner hides a ghost, every shadow whispers of despair. I see women scouring through the rubble, searching for anything that might fill their children's bellies. I can hear their hushed cries, each one echoing off the walls of abandoned storefronts, where once the vibrant colors of life beckon passers-by. Now, it is a graveyard of memories, a graveyard of dreams. Look! Hans points, his voice trembling with a mix of fear and hope. I follow his gaze, and my heart sinks like a stone. A line of desperate faces stretches into the distance, hungry eyes fixed on the last remnants of aid, our last chance at survival. I want to take his hand, to tell him that we will stand together, that we will weather this storm, but the words stick in my throat like a bitter pill. Can we truly survive this? Can we find the strength to rise from these ashes? As the sun sets, the shadows lengthen, creeping into our hearts like a slow poison. We huddle together, a small family amidst the chaos, sharing a single slice of bread, stale and hard, yet it tastes like love, like resilience. I watch as Greta breaks her piece in half, offering it to Hans with a smile that barely touches her eyes. When this is over, we'll rebuild, she says, but I hear the tremor in her voice, the fragility of her hope. I want to believe her, but the weight of reality presses down like a leaden cloak. Night falls, and the city transforms. The ruins glisten under the pale moonlight, reflecting a beauty that is both haunting and tragic. I sit on the edge of what was once a bustling marketplace, its life sucked away like the blood from a wound. I close my eyes, and for a moment, I can almost hear the laughter again, the vibrant chatter of merchants calling out their wares. But then it fades, and all that remains is the echo of our sorrow, a reminder that the war has left us barren, stripped of our dignity, our dreams. I remember the politicians making promises, their voices rising above the clamor of war, but their words are empty now, echoing hollow in the chasms of our despair. The economy lies in tatters, a battered bird with broken wings, and we are left to pick up the pieces. I wonder if they even see us, the ghosts of a once thriving society, wandering the ruins of a city that no longer remembers what it was like to flourish. Greta's laughter rises in the night, a fleeting sound that sends chills down my spine. It is a sound that dances on the edge of despair, both beautiful and tragic. I want to hold on to it, to let it fill the hollow caverns of my heart, but I know it is merely a fragile flicker in an encroaching darkness. And as the clock ticks on, I realize that we are all caught in this relentless cycle, spinning like a top that threatens to tip over. The war has seeped into our bones, into the very fabric of our existence. With every breath, I feel the weight of our collective suffering, the burden of shattered dreams, and the relentless fight for survival coursing through our veins. I stand on the precipice of despair, my heart pounding, my dreams flickering like the last embers of a dying flame. I look at Hans and Greta, and I see the ghosts of our former selves, clinging to the remnants of hope in a world that feels increasingly unreal. The war is an unyielding beast, and we are its unwilling prey. But even in this darkness, I cling to the hope that perhaps, one day, we will rise again, that the ghosts of our past will guide us as we step into the unknown. The clock ticks on, reminding us that time waits for no one, and with each heartbeat, we are ever closer to a confrontation with our destiny. The chamber holds its breath, a silence so thick it could strangle a whisper. Outside, the world rages, a tempest of anger and hope, but here, in this dimly lit room, time clings to the air like a ghost. Shadows dance against the stone walls, flickering candlelight illuminating faces etched with tension, each one a canvas of despair and longing. I remember the first time I walked into this place. The smell of old books, damp stone, the weight of history pressing down on me, and not just the history of treaties and alliances, but the lives lost, the families fractured. It was here that I felt the gravity of diplomacy, the burden of humanity's desire for peace. Evelyn stands across from me, her eyes fierce yet haunted, a mixture of steel and vulnerability, a woman forged in the fires of conflict, and yet, all her power rests on the precipice of these negotiations. I see the tremor in her hands, the way she clutches the edge of the table, knuckles pale, as if the very wood could offer solace. She is an ambassador, a bridge between nations, but tonight, she is a woman, raw and exposed, a heart beating fiercely against the cold, indifferent clock ticking above us. Every tick seems to mock our efforts, counting down the fleeting moments we have left to save a world spiraling towards destruction. "Do you think they'll come?" she asks, her voice a whisper edged with fear, the kind that coils around the throat and tightens with every breath. I want to tell her it will be all right. That peace is always within reach if you extend your hand, but the truth weighs heavier than the silence. "They have to come," I reply, my voice more of a plea than a promise. I glance at the door, expecting to see it burst open, to feel the surge of hope or the crush of despair. But it remains shut, a portal to uncertainty. Then there's Marcus, the seasoned diplomat, who wields his experience like a weapon, but even he is trembling. I catch a glimpse of the turmoil beneath his calm exterior. He's seen too much. I remember when he told me about the night he sat across a table from a warlord, their eyes locked in a battle of wills. "You can't negotiate with a monster," he said, "but here he is, trying to tame the beasts of our own making." His shoulders sag beneath the weight of countless failures, and I know he questions if this time will be different. "What if they refuse?" he murmurs, his voice cracking, a sound so fragile it could shatter the very air around us. A shiver runs down my spine. The room pulses with anxiety, shadows stretching and creeping as if they too are frightened of what's to come. Diplomacy feels like a twisted game of chess, every piece significant, every move a potential disaster. I remember the stories I've heard, the clashing of swords, the blood-soaked earth, the cries echoing through history. Those memories linger, ghostly reminders of what hangs in the balance. The clock ticks louder now, a relentless heartbeat, each second a reminder of the urgency that intertwines with our fear. I can feel it, the weight of every life that depends on our success. Mothers clutching their children, lovers separated by borders, dreams shattered by war. I want so desperately to bridge the gap, to be the voice of reason in this chaos. But in this darkness, I also feel the doubt gnawing at me, chipping away at my resolve. As the door creaks open, a breath catches in my throat. 3 figures enter, cloaked in mystery and tension. The air shifts, electric with the anticipation of confrontation. I can see the hard lines on their faces, the cold glances exchanged like daggers. They are the embodiment of the conflict, the enemies we are tasked to unite against a common goal. Their presence ignites a fire within me, a fierce determination that battles against the tide of despair. "Let's get this over with," one of them growls, a deep voice that echoes with the weight of history, of battles fought and lives lost. I feel the heat of their animosity wash over me, a wave of ice-cold fury, and instinctively, I step forward, wanting to break the tension, to offer a hand rather than a fist. We are here to find a way forward. For our people, for our future, I say, my voice steady, though my heart races, each word a fragile thread trying to weave a tapestry of hope. Evelyn's gaze meets mine, a spark of belief igniting in her eyes. She rises to address them, her voice unwavering. "We have bled enough. It's time to choose a different path." The room vibrates with her conviction, the ghosts of our past echoing her words. Can peace truly emerge from the ashes? Or are we merely spinning tales to mask the inevitable? Time dances mockingly around us, seconds stretching and folding into themselves, spiraling into an unknown. I glance at Marcus, who nods, his expression sharpening, the resolve forming like steel in his gaze. We stand at the brink of something monumental, the tension taut as a drawn bow, ready to unleash either destruction or salvation. The clock ticks again, louder now, a reminder of the stakes. Every heartbeat syncs with the urgency of our mission, every breath a testament to our resilience. Shadows flicker against the walls, as if the past itself is watching, waiting, holding its breath alongside us. And then, in that charged silence, a fragile voice breaks through, an unexpected plea, a call for understanding. What if we truly listened? It floats in the air, a question, a lifeline, a glimpse of the light we all seek. The atmosphere thickens, the air heavy with possibility, as we stand on the precipice of change. The storm outside rages on, but inside, we are faced with the most profound truth. The path to peace is fraught with pain, yet it is also illuminated by the flickering flame of hope. As the negotiations begin, I realize this moment, with its ache and intensity, will ripple through time, echoing long after we've left this chamber. It is a reminder that diplomacy is not merely a strategy, it is a dance of souls, a search for connection in a world desperate for understanding. And in this moment, as tensions rise and hearts lay bare, I feel the weight of history pressing down, unyielding, yet somehow, just maybe, malleable enough for a new beginning. The moon hung low, a ghastly slice of silver in a sky choked with smoke, the stench of gunpowder mingling with the earthy scent of churned soil. Jean, a weary soldier, could barely remember a time when laughter echoed through the narrow streets of his hometown. Now, the only sound was the crack of rifles and the hushed cries of the dying, memories alive only in the spaces between the gunfire. He stood there, heart pounding like the war drums that haunted his dreams. The last phase of the war was upon them, and the weight of his choices threatened to crush him. "I remember the smell of fresh bread," he whispered, a desperate smile breaking through the grime on his face. "I remember the warmth of my mother's hands as she kneaded dough, the way the sun danced on the wheat fields. The recollections were like ghosts, haunting him with their sweetness, their stark contrast to the blood that soaked the earth beneath his feet." Beside him stood Ingrid, a fierce, defiant warrior from the north, her raven hair whipping wildly in the wind as she peered into the night. She had watched too many friends fall, their dreams snuffed out as quietly as a candle in the wind. "They say the French are trouble," she said, voice low, a warning laced with a bitter laugh. "But I think the real trouble is what we carry inside." She clenched her fists, knuckles white against the chill. "You think we're fighting for glory? It's fear that drives us, Jean. Fear and a desperate hope." "Hope," he echoed, tasting the word like ash on his tongue. Hope was as fragile as the last leaf clinging to a winter branch, yet here they were, allied with the French, bitter allies, united by desperation. How had it come to this? The French soldiers marched beneath their banners, their faces a mix of determination and doubt, each man a tempest of emotion. Some had the haunted eyes of those who had seen too much, others, a youthful naivety that made Jean want to scream. He felt as if he were in a macabre play, everyone trapped in roles they never auditioned for, acting out a tragedy they could never escape. The night thickened, shadows draping over the soldiers like a funeral shroud. A distant explosion shattered the silence, tearing through the calm. Jean's heart skipped, and he turned to Ingrid, searching her face for some hint of reassurance. "What if this is our last night?" he asked, the question heavy, a rock in his throat. Ingrid's eyes softened, and for a moment, the battlefield faded. "Our last night?" "Or a new beginning," she replied, her voice almost tender. "Either way, it's ours to claim." She smiled, a fierce, beautiful thing that ignited a flicker of warmth in Jean's chest. But he felt the ache of uncertainty. What kind of beginning could arise from ashes, from loss? He wanted to share his fears, his dreams for a life beyond the battlefield, but the words tangled like barbed wire in his throat. Across the camp, Pierre, a young Frenchman with a heart too big for war, watched them, his own heart a battlefield of emotions. He had left behind a family, a life, a love that felt like a distant star, fading yet always there. Pierre wanted to fight, to prove himself, to forge a new destiny with this unlikely alliance, but the weight of expectation crushed him. What did bravery even mean in a world where the line between right and wrong blurred with every drop of blood spilled? He approached, sensing the gravity in the air, the tension palpable. "Do you think we'll live to see tomorrow?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper, but the question hung like a noose around their necks. "Will it matter?" Ingrid shot back, the heat of her anger illuminating the bleakness. "Tomorrow will be the same as today unless we change something now." "Change?" Jean scoffed, his laughter tinged with despair. "How do you change the world with mere wishes?" And yet, somewhere deep within him, a spark ignited, the flicker of a dream he had dared not acknowledge. What if they could? What if the French-Swedish alliance was more than just survival? What if they could write their own history, one where courage outshone fear, where bonds of friendship melted the icy grip of war? The night wore on, punctuated by the distant echo of artillery and the whispered promises of the stars. In the shadows, they began to form a pact, not just as soldiers, but as souls entwined by the rawness of their shared experience. Jean thought of his mother, of the warmth of her embrace, of the laughter that would echo in the halls of destruction, and he realized these moments, these fragile connections, were worth fighting for. "Let's make a plan," he said suddenly, the thought bursting forth, breaking the tension like dawn breaking over a long night. "Let's stand together. For tomorrow." Ingrid nodded, her fierce spirit reigniting. "Together, then. We fight not just for ourselves, but for something greater." The air was electric, charged with the promise of what might come. Pierre felt the weight lift, a lightness in his chest he hadn't known for months. "For something greater," he repeated, the words a balm to the wounds of his heart. They stood there, three souls against the vast unknown, a tiny flicker of hope against the relentless tide of despair. But the clock was ticking, and with each passing heartbeat, the shadows loomed larger, the night darker. The war raged on, but in that moment, they were alive, alive with dreams and fears, with laughter and sorrow, raw and unfiltered. As the sun began to rise, spilling gold across the horizon, the air crackled with the promise of confrontation. The drums of war would soon resume their relentless beat. But beneath the surface, amidst the chaos, something new was forging, a bond that could not be broken, a testament to the sheer force of human will. The future loomed ahead, vast and uncertain, but they would face it together. They would not be mere players in a tragic play, they would carve their own story, one heartbeat at a time. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and the metallic kiss of blood, mingling with the cries of men caught in the throes of chaos. I remember standing there, the earth trembling beneath my feet, each explosion a heartbeat in the pulse of war. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows that danced like ghosts, whispering warnings to all who dared to listen. The Battle of Rocroi was not just a clash of arms, it was a tempest of souls, a reckoning that would shift the tides of power across Europe. In the thick of it, I could see Henri, his face streaked with soot and sweat, a wildness in his eyes that spoke of desperation. He was not just fighting for his life, he was battling against the weight of his own failures, the shadow of his father's legacy looming over him like a spectre. I remember the way he gripped his sword, knuckles white, as if it were the only thing tethering him to hope. His breath came in ragged gasps, each one a prayer, a curse, an acknowledgement of his own fragility in a world so unforgiving. And then there was Isabelle, her heart a tempest of fear and determination. She stood amidst the carnage, a symbol of defiance, her auburn hair whipping in the wind like a banner. I could see her trembling despite her brave facade, the way her eyes darted around, searching for the familiar, the safe. She was not just a woman in a man's world, she was a warrior, fighting against the chains of expectations that sought to bind her. Each sword stroke she made was a rebellion against the roles forced upon her, and each time she ducked and weaved through the chaos, I could almost hear her thoughts screaming, "I am more than this." The clash of steel was an orchestra of death, and every echo of a sword meeting armor resonated with the weight of history. The ground was slick with mud and blood, and every step felt like a descent into a hell crafted by human hands, a mirror of our darkest selves. I remember the moment when the Spanish cavalry charged, a tide of men and horses, a wave crashing against the shoreline of despair. My heart raced as I watched Henri and Isabelle, their fates entwined in this brutal ballet, each move more desperate than the last, their lives hanging by the silken thread of chance. "Stay close!" Henri shouted, his voice barely piercing the symphony of chaos. But the roar of battle was a beast of its own, and it swallowed his words whole, leaving only the raw edges of urgency. I remember how their eyes met, a fleeting moment of connection amidst the madness, a promise forged in the fires of war. They were fighting not just for victory but for each other, for the very essence of what it meant to live in a world that seemed intent on snuffing out their light. As the battle raged on, I felt the pull of time, a relentless force dragging us into the abyss. The sky darkened, and with it came the weight of inevitability. I remember the distant memory of laughter, the warmth of home, now a cruel echo lost in the cacophony of war. I could see the faces of comrades, friends, those who would never return, each loss carved deeper into the fabric of my soul, each name a ghost haunting the edges of my mind. This was not just a battle for land, it was a battle for identity, for the very essence of humanity amidst the horror. Isabelle fought with a ferocity that stunned even the most hardened soldiers. Each swing of her sword was a declaration, a refusal to be silenced. I recall the moment she faced a Spanish officer, the glint of his blade promising death, yet she stood her ground, unyielding. Their eyes locked, and in that fleeting second, there was a recognition, two warriors caught in a dance of fate. She moved like a shadow, a whisper of vengeance, and I could feel the collective breath of those who knew her, willing her to triumph. My heart pounded as I watched, each beat a drum heralding her defiance. And in the midst of this tempest, Henri faltered, a moment of hesitation that could spell doom. I could see it in his eyes, a flicker of doubt threatening to engulf him. He had always been the golden boy, the one who held the weight of expectation as if it were a crown. But here, surrounded by the visceral reality of war, that crown turned to lead, pulling him deeper into despair. I remember the moment he turned to Isabel, the vulnerability in his gaze betraying the strength he wore like armor. "What if I fail?" he whispered, desperation lacing his voice. "You won't," she replied, fierce as a storm, a conviction cutting through the noise. "We fight together, or we die together." Her words hung between them, a lifeline thrown into the churning sea of chaos, and I could feel the tension, an electric charge that resonated in the air. It was a moment suspended in time, the weight of their shared courage illuminating the darkest corners of fear. The battle swelled and crashed like waves, each wave more ferocious than the last, and I could feel it, the inevitability of fate inching closer. A cannon fired, the sound deafening, tearing through the fabric of resolve. I remember the moment when the tide shifted, when the Spanish forces began to falter, the collective gasp of disbelief echoing across the battlefield. It was as if the universe held its breath, a cosmic pause where time ceased to matter. Victory was within reach, but it came at a cost, and I could feel the weight of sacrifice pressing down on our chests. In the heart of the storm, Henri found his courage, a flicker igniting into flame. He surged forward, his sword slicing through the air, and in that instant, he became more than just a soldier, he became a beacon of hope. Isabel mirrored his movements, a dance of death and defiance, and I could see the fear begin to fade, replaced by a ferocious will to live. Together, they carved a path through the chaos, their hearts beating as one, a rhythm that resonated across the battlefield. But the shadows lingered, whispers of fate lingering just beyond reach. I remember feeling the weight of history closing in, the echoes of countless battles past blending with the cries of the present. The ground beneath us trembled, the air thick with the scent of victory and loss, and I knew that this moment was only a prelude to greater storms ahead. The world was shifting, the scales of power tilting precariously, and within that shift lay the promise of both hope and destruction. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the sky ablaze with the fire of 100 dying stars, I could feel it, the end of a chapter, the beginning of something new. But within that new dawn lay the shadows of what had come before, a haunting reminder that the battle for the soul of Europe was far from over. The struggle was etched in our hearts, a tale of resilience and despair that would echo through time, forever binding Henri and Isabel to the turmoil of their world. I remember the silence that followed the chaos, a strange stillness where the cries faded into whispers, the ghosts of the fallen dancing in the twilight. The Battle of Rocroi had ended, but the fight for the soul of humanity continued, a relentless march through the annals of history. With every beat of my heart, I felt the weight of their legacy, an unbroken cycle of struggle and survival that would ripple through the ages, binding us all in a tapestry woven of dreams and despair. The air hung thick with the stench of smoke and desperation, each breath a chokehold on the soul. Darkness loomed over the cobbled streets of Nuremberg, where shadows danced like lost spirits. A scream echoed through the night, piercing the veil of silence, and I froze, heart pounding like a war drum. The fire reflected in the eyes of the townsfolk, faces twisted in terror, mouths silent, yet screaming. I remember the moment I saw Friedrich. A soldier turned rogue, his uniform torn, stained with mud and blood, like a tapestry woven from grief and despair. He stood at the edge of the square, his gaze lost somewhere far beyond the destruction. "We didn't ask for this," he muttered, more to himself than to anyone else, as though the weight of his own words was too heavy to carry. I felt that weight, too, it pressed against my chest like a boulder, pushing the breath from my lungs. Beside him stood Ingrid, a healer with hands that had stitched wounds and hearts alike. Her eyes, pools of sorrow, searched for something, hope? Redemption? She tore her gaze away from the flames, from the chaos, and fixed it on Friedrich. "You didn't ask for this," she whispered, "but they did." Her voice quivered, a fragile thread unraveling in the storm of war. They were caught in a web of their own making, and the threads were now stained red. I remember the market square where laughter once mingled with the aroma of fresh bread, where children chased shadows and dreams. Now, it was a graveyard of memories, echoes of joy replaced by the cries of the wounded. The air was electric with anger, the kind that brewed storms, and the ground trembled beneath our feet. The Holy Roman Empire was crumbling, each stone a testament to ambition and folly, each life extinguished a warning sign in the night. Do you remember the festival? Friedrich's voice broke through my thoughts, heavy with nostalgia, a dangerous mix of longing and regret. The dancing, the music. His fingers twitched, perhaps recalling the feeling of freedom, before the world had turned into a battlefield. We were so young, so foolish. Foolish or brave? Ingrid countered, taking a step closer, her hands trembling beside her. If we had known, her words trailed off into an unspeakable abyss, the unthinkable hovering in the air like a spectre. I felt the tension crackle between them, a heart-wrenching pull of attraction and despair. They were bound by their shared grief, but the war had carved distance in their hearts, a chasm too wide to bridge. Each explosion echoed through the night, a twisted drumbeat of destruction. I could hear the whispers of the fallen, their voices a haunting melody that wrapped around me like a shroud. They fought for power, for glory, I thought, as the flames illuminated the faces of the fallen, their expressions twisted in pain. Yet, at the core, there was always humanity, a raw, bleeding humanity that refused to be snuffed out, even under the weight of empire. Ingrid knelt, cradling the head of a wounded soldier, blood pooling around them like a morbid fountain. "Stay with me," she urged, her voice a desperate caress. "You will see your family again. You will dance again." But her voice was a fragile promise, and I could see the world of dreams slipping from her grasp. The soldier's eyes glazed over, and I saw her heart break, shatter like glass, each shard a reminder of the war's cruelty. And Friedrich looked on, helpless, his fists clenching, the anger boiling within him like a tempest. "What are we fighting for?" he shouted, his voice raw and desperate, echoing through the stone walls as if even the city itself was questioning its fate. "Is this glory? Is this honor?" The question hung in the air, a ghost waiting to be answered. I remember the stars above, scattered across the sky like scattered dreams. They felt so far away, so unreachable. Time itself seemed to slow, every moment stretched into eternity. I stood there, paralyzed, feeling small beneath the vastness of the universe, yet caught in the throes of human emotion. What are we, if not the sum of our choices, our passions, our failures? The distant sounds of a skirmish pierced the air, shattering my reverie. Friedrich's eyes hardened, his resolve crystallizing. "I can't stand by and watch this happen," he declared, the fire igniting in his heart, burning away the remnants of doubt. "They need us." Ingrid's hand found his, the warmth a fleeting comfort against the encroaching cold. She was the anchor, but the storm was gathering, I could feel it in the very marrow of my bones. "You cannot change the world, Friedrich. Only what is in front of you," she implored, her voice a haunting melody, both a plea and a warning. But Friedrich was already slipping into the fray, consumed by a need to act, to fight, to reclaim the empire that had turned its back on its own. "If not us, then who?" he called out as he stepped into the chaos, leaving Ingrid behind, standing there like a lone tree in a field of fire. And in that moment, the world collapsed. The sound of steel clashing, of bodies falling, of cries echoing, each one a thread in the tapestry of war, weaving stories of love, loss, and longing. I stood paralyzed, heart racing, torn between hope and despair, wishing desperately to reach out, to grasp the fleeting fragments of their lives. The heartache wrapped around me like a shroud, each heartbeat a reminder of what was at stake. There was no turning back now. The night was alive, alive with the ghosts of those who once danced, loved, and dreamed. The shadows whispered secrets, those who had come before, those who had survived, and those who would never return. And in the heart of the Holy Roman Empire, the struggle continued, the fight for the soul of humanity raging on. The clock ticked on, relentless, as time marched forward, each second a reminder that somewhere, hope flickered like a dying flame. And I, a witness to their plight, could do nothing but hold my breath and pray. The air was thick with the stench of blood and smoke, a miasma that clung to the walls of the crumbling fortress like shame. I could taste the iron on my lips, each heartbeat echoing in the silence that followed the screams, the cacophony of death condensed into a moment that felt like an eternity. In the dim light, flickering shadows danced across the stone, and I could see them, the faces of men, twisted in anguish, mouths agape in silent cries. I remember the weight of that moment, a knife driven into the very heart of faith itself. What would God, in his grand, celestial indifference, think of this chaos? Would he turn his back on us, or had he already done so long ago? Cardinal Angelo, a man of sharp wit and sharper ambition, stood rigidly before a stained glass window, a ghastly mosaic now dulled by soot and despair. His eyes were dark, storm clouds swirling within, reflecting the inner turmoil that roiled like the tumult outside the fortress walls. He clutched a letter, his knuckles white against the parchment, the papacy's call to arms, an appeal for unity cloaked in the garb of righteousness. But who were they fooling? I saw the tremor in his hands, the flicker of doubt that flitted across his face. Was he a shepherd leading the flock, or a wolf cloaked in holy vestments, driven by power and the promise of dominion? I remember the whispers of the people, the hushed tones that floated through the air like smoke from burning flesh. The papacy cares only for its own, they said, voices laced with bitterness. What is salvation to those who wield swords? I felt their pain, their anger, a fire catching the edges of my soul, and in that moment, I was no longer an observer, I was complicit in this war of ghosts and shadows. The lines between right and wrong blurred into an indistinct haze, a grotesque tapestry woven from the thread of tragedy. And then there was Lady Isabella, the noble woman whose heart beat in rhythm with the dying cries of the battlefield. She stood at the edge of despair, her spirit flickering like a candle about to be snuffed out. Once, her laugh had been a melody, a song that could heal the most wounded hearts. Now, it lay shattered in the ruins of her home, echoing only in memory. I saw her drop to her knees, hands clasped in futile prayer, her white gown stained with the dirt of destruction. God, where are you? She cried, a plea that tore through the air like a bolt of lightning. Do you hear us? Her faith was a fragile thing, fracturing under the weight of war. I felt her desperation, her longing for a world that had crumbled beneath her as easily as the walls of her castle. Each clash of steel, each cry for help rang in her ears like a symphony of sorrow, an endless loop of anguish that felt like a noose tightening around her throat. I wanted to reach out, to pull her from the abyss, but I was lost in my own darkness, drowning in the same tide of hopelessness. The papacy, I began to understand, was more than a seat of power. It was a paradox, a beacon of hope shrouded in shadow, a sanctuary corrupted by human frailty. The message from Rome arrived as a whisper, a promise of salvation that felt as hollow as the bones of the fallen. Cardinal Angelo clung to it, yet each word felt like a dagger lodged in his heart, twisting with every passing moment. I must unite them, he said, voice cracking under the strain. But how can I, when I cannot even unite my own soul? I remember that night, the moon a spectral witness to our suffering. The stars looked down with unblinking eyes, indifferent to the plight unfolding beneath them. Isabella and Angelo, two souls tethered by fate, drew closer, their pain intertwining like vines choking the life from a once vibrant garden. We are all caught in this web, she whispered, her voice trembling like the first hints of dawn breaking through the night. But can we break free? Can we find light in this darkness? In that moment, their eyes locked, and I felt the electricity crackle in the air, a connection forged in shared grief and the desperate need for understanding. I was an intruder in their sacred space, yet my heart raced as if I, too, was part of a grand design, a player on a stage that echoed with the cries of a world at war. The tension between them stretched like a taut string, ready to snap, to shatter the silence that held us all captive. And then came the thunder, the sound of hooves pounding against cobblestones, the clash of swords ringing out like a death knell. It was a reminder, relentless and cruel, that this war was not just a fable spun from the threads of history but an ongoing nightmare that enveloped us all. I felt the walls closing in, the shadows creeping closer, as if the very specters of the past had risen to claim their due. Help me, Isabella pleaded, her voice raw with emotion. Help us both. But what could be done? The papacy, while cloaked in divine authority, was also shackled by the sins of men, ambition, greed, betrayal. Each heartbeat echoed the sentiment of a world spiraling into chaos, and I stood there, paralyzed, torn between the longing for peace and the fear of the inevitable. I could see it now, the collision of faith and power, the clashing of ideals. In this crucible of conflict, each character was a reflection of the greater struggle, their flaws magnified against the backdrop of a war that threatened to consume them whole. The papacy's role was not merely to govern from afar but to grapple with its own demons, to confront the very essence of belief that had brought them to this precipice. I remember the darkness enveloping us, the weight of despair pressing down like a shroud. Would the dawn ever come? Would there be a time when the blood-soaked ground would yield to the gentle touch of grace? Or was this the end, an eternal night where only shadows danced, and the spirits of the fallen roamed free? As I stood there, caught in the swirling tempest of their emotions, I knew one thing: the war raged on, and the papacy's role, ensnared in the chaos, would be nothing short of a haunting echo, a reminder that in the clash of faith and power, it was the human heart that bore the scars. The air crackled with tension as the clock struck midnight, its chime echoing through the cold halls of the Westphalian palace. 1,000 voices lingered in the shadows, whispers of power, ghosts of ambition, the heavy scent of desperation hung thick like smoke. I stood there, caught in the maelstrom, heart racing, pulse a frantic drum echoing in my ears. Just outside, the world was burning. Men were dying, families were shattered, and all that stood between peace and chaos was a parchment waiting to be stained with ink, words that could weave a fragile tapestry of hope or shatter it into dust. In this very moment, I found myself staring into the eyes of two men who held the fate of Europe in their trembling hands. Their names were etched in the annals of history, yet here and now, they were flesh and blood, vulnerable, flawed, and so achingly human. Cardinal Richelieu, a cunning fox cloaked in velvet robes, exuded the scent of ambition melded with the musk of fear. His dark eyes flickered with unspoken thoughts, a chess player calculating his next move, knowing full well that sacrifice was the currency of power. And across from him, the stoic figure of Friedrich IV of the Palatinate, a man wrestling with the weight of his own ideals, a heart wrapped in chains forged by endless conflict and loss. Each of them a warrior forged in the furnace of war, yet here they stood, armed with nothing but words. I remember the moment Richelieu clenched his fists, knuckles white as a ghost, and a silence deeper than the night enveloped the room, a cavernous stillness that swallowed hope whole. Peace, he began, voice low and dripping with irony, is but a word, a dream we chase through the blood of our enemies. His words hung in the air like thick fog, wrapping around us, suffocating yet so intoxicating. I could almost taste the bitterness, the metallic tang of betrayal lingering on the tip of my tongue. Friedrich's response came like a whisper, a shattering echo in the silence. And yet, are we not all but spectres of our own making? Haunted by the ghosts of our past decisions? His voice quivered, revealing the cracks beneath the surface, the fear of a man who had lost everything, his home, his family, his very soul. The war had carved its mark upon him, left him as a shadow of the vibrant leader he once hoped to be. I could see it in his eyes, a flickering flame of defiance battling against the encroaching darkness, yearning for a future that felt impossibly distant. And just like that, the stage was set, a grotesque play of power, each character bearing their scars and secrets. The terms of the Peace of Westphalia lay sprawled before them, a promise of sovereignty and self-determination, a fragile peace yet to be realized. As they deliberated, every word became an arrow, each sentence a duel, an emotional rollercoaster caught in the grips of history. I felt my chest tighten, the air thick with despair and uncertain hope. Outside, the moon cast its ghostly light, illuminating the silhouettes of soldiers marching, their boots beating a tattoo against the cobblestones, reminders that the war was not yet over, that blood still stained the earth beneath their feet. I wanted to scream, to shout that peace was too far away, that dreams always cost too much. But instead, I stood there, paralyzed in this moment of collision, my heart racing as I absorbed every detail, the flickering candles, the tapestry of war hanging on the wall, the smell of sweat and ink mingling in a maddening dance of emotions. The discussions raged like a tempest. Richelieu, ever the strategist, leaned closer, his voice a seductive whisper, "Power is fleeting, my dear Friedrich. We hold the strings of nations in our hands. The question is, shall we weave them into a tapestry of unity or let them fray into chaos?" The air crackled with danger, a seductive promise that could lead to salvation or doom. I felt the weight of those words, the way they pressed against my chest, longing for release. Then came the gut-wrenching moment when Friedrich faltered, his voice trembling with raw emotion. But at what cost? Lives hang in the balance, our people fight for a future they cannot envision. Can we truly play games with their hopes? His vulnerability cut deeper than any sword, a pulse of human despair echoing through centuries. In that instant, I saw not just a prince, but a man trapped in a world he had not chosen, fighting for a legacy that felt like a distant mirage. Richelieu, relentless, pressed on. What is a life if not a pawn in a greater game? We are but echoes of those who came before, and the world will remember our choices. Fear and ambition danced in his eyes, a tempest brewing with every heartbeat. It was a haunting reminder of the paradox of power, the intoxicating allure of control, wrapped in the shroud of sacrifice. And just as I thought the storm would break, a sudden silence enveloped the room. The air felt electric, charged with unspoken words. Friedrich closed his eyes, a solitary tear escaping down his cheek, glimmering like a star lost in the night. I remember the faces of those I have lost, he confessed, a raw edge in his voice. How can I look them in the eye and barter for peace when we have already bled? When every pact we form is written in the ink of our pain. The weight of his sorrow settled over us like a heavy blanket, choking yet strangely comforting. I could almost see the phantoms of the fallen hovering around him, their voices whispering through the cracks of time. A reminder that every negotiation, every term agreed upon, was steeped in sacrifice, a dance of desperation amidst the ruins of dreams. As the night deepened, the shadows lengthened, weaving their own intricate tales of yearning and despair. The air felt thick with anticipation, an impending climax that thrummed beneath the surface, waiting to break free. I stood there, anchored in this moment, knowing that history was being shaped, that the echoes of their voices would ripple through time, marking the transition from chaos to something resembling peace, or the absence of it. The last words hung between them, a fragile connection forged in the furnace of struggle and hope. I felt my breath hitch, caught in the web of their conflict, a testament to the human spirit's relentless quest for understanding amidst the darkness. The clock ticked ominously, counting down the seconds to a future unwritten, a canvas waiting for the brushstrokes of fate. And just like that, the scene remained suspended in time, a breath held in anticipation, waiting for the pen to hit the parchment, a moment forever etched in the annals of history, the echoes of their struggle reverberating through the ages. I was lost in the tapestry of their emotions, captivated by the haunting beauty of their conflict, knowing it was only a matter of time before the ink dried on the page, sealing their fates and the destiny of countless others. The air hung thick, heavy with the acrid scent of burnt earth and shattered dreams. A lone figure stood in the midst of a ruined town square, a place once brimming with laughter and life, now transformed into a graveyard of memories. I remember the silence after the last gunshot, a suffocating stillness that wrapped around me like a shroud. I could feel it, every heartbeat echoed in that desolation, a painful reminder of what had been lost. Marie knelt beside a charred patch of ground, her hands trembling as she sifted through the ashes, searching for remnants of her child. I remember his laughter, she whispered, voice breaking, the way he chased the butterflies in the garden. Her fingers grazed over the soil, and for a fleeting moment, she envisioned him, a small shadow chasing the sun. But the silence returned, swallowing her memory whole, and she was left with nothing but the weight of despair. Nearby, Lucas, a soldier with haunted eyes, watched her with a mix of anger and guilt. His hands were stained not with blood but with the remnants of choices made in the chaos of war. "We didn't ask for this," he muttered to no one, his throat dry, as if the very words could summon back the innocence they had all sacrificed. The ghosts of the fallen danced around him, their whispers a constant reminder that he had been spared, an unworthy survivor in a world turned upside down. "Lucas," Marie's voice cut through the thick air, raw and ragged like a frayed wire. "They didn't ask for this either." She stood, eyes blazing with a ferocity that ignited the embers of his shame. "You think your pain is greater than mine? Look around. Look at what's left." She gestured wildly to the ruins, her breath quickening, each word a blade cutting deeper. He didn't respond. Instead, he turned toward the horizon, where the sun sank like a dying ember, blood-red and ominous. Time felt warped, each second stretching into eternity. Shadows danced across the remnants of their lives, merging with the night, and he could feel them, the faces of comrades, friends he had lost, men who had held him up even as the world crumbled around them. "I remember," Lucas began, but the words caught in his throat, a choking fog of regret. "I remember the first time I held a rifle, the thrill of it, the power. But I also remember the sound of the last breath escaping those I shot." His heart raced, the guilt crashing down like a tidal wave, overwhelming. "I remember the silence after. It's like a scream that never ends." He glanced back at Marie. Her eyes were hollow, reflecting the destruction around them. "What do we do now?" It was a question that hung heavy in the air, a weight they both felt but had no answer for. The war had stripped them of everything: love, hope, family, and left behind a void filled with the echoes of their pain. "Start over," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "But how do you start when everything is ashes?" A single tear slipped down her cheek, a fleeting symbol of the grief that consumed her. She wiped it away, defiant, but the act felt futile against the backdrop of a world that had turned so cruel. In that moment, Lucas saw her, truly saw her, not just as a mother searching for her child, but as a reflection of every person left behind, every soul fractured by loss and longing. He felt something shift within him, a spark igniting in the choking darkness. "We can't let this be the end," he said, voice strong and steady, breaking through the fog of despair. "We owe it to them to keep going. To remember." But Marie shook her head. "What if we forget? What if we lose even that?" The terror in her voice chilled him. They were walking on the edge of oblivion, where memories could slip away like sand through their fingers. "I remember," he began again, letting the words pour out. "I remember the dreams we had before the war, the plans we made, all the things we wanted to do." Each recollection was a thread, weaving them together in a tapestry of hope amid the ruin. "We can't let them die with us." The night deepened around them, swallowing their voices, but the stars above shimmered like distant promises, flickering hope in the void. The two of them stood at the edge of devastation, their silhouettes framed against the dying light, alive with a fragile kind of determination. As darkness enveloped the square, their shadows intertwined, two souls forged in pain, seeking to carve out a future from the remnants of the past. They didn't have all the answers, they barely knew where to begin. But in that moment, the flicker of resolve ignited a new path, one that surged beyond mere survival, a chance to reclaim what had been lost. "I'll remember," Lucas finally said, the weight of his promise heavy in the air. "For you, for them." It was a vow, a battle cry against the silence that threatened to consume them. And as they stood there, the ashes of their lives swirling around them like ghosts of lost dreams, a new dawn flickered on the horizon, a harbinger of change that shimmered with untold possibilities. The aftermath of war was a tapestry of broken lives, yes, but it was also a canvas, waiting for the brushstrokes of those who dared to hope. In that stillness, the echoes of their past intertwined with the pulse of the future, a continuous flow of emotion that refused to fade. The war had taken so much, but it couldn't take away their will to remember, to create, to rise from the ashes. And in that act of defiance, a new story began to unfold, a testament to the endurance of the human spirit, trembling but alive against the dark. The clock strikes midnight, but the world is anything but still. Shadows stretch long across cobblestones slick with rain, shimmering under the flickering lamplight. A woman stands in the dark, clutching a tattered volume of poetry to her chest, her breath hitching in her throat, an unbidden sob rising. The pages are yellowed, words stained with tears, the ink a testament to battles fought in the heart, far more than the blood-soaked fields that lay just beyond the city's edge. In this moment, the air is electric with possibility, yet it crackles with despair. The war has torn through the fabric of existence, and yet, somehow, art breathes, clinging desperately to life like a wounded bird. "I remember the night the first bomb fell," she whispers to herself, her voice barely a tremor against the chaos. "I was reading Keats, his words wrapping around me like a warm embrace. But then the ground shook, and all the warmth was swallowed whole." She glances at the sky, a tempest brewing, as if the heavens too are caught in the throes of conflict. Across town, Thomas, a soldier turned poet, scribbles furiously in his makeshift bunker. Words tumble out of him like shrapnel, sharp and jagged. "The gunfire is a symphony," he writes, "a cacophony of death and longing." He pauses, swallowing hard, the weight of his own memories pressing down. The faces of fallen comrades haunt him, ghosts flickering in the periphery of his mind. He can still hear their laughter, still see their dreams fermenting into despair as the world crumbled around them. I remember their smiles, bright against the darkness. It's a broken cycle, this act of creation amidst destruction, and yet it is the only thing that keeps him tethered to sanity. Each stanza is a defiance, a battle cry against the encroaching void. The ink stains on his fingers are badges of honor, but they feel more like a curse. The gift of expression weighs heavy when so many have fallen silent. Meanwhile, Clara, an artist whose palette has become a battlefield of its own, stands before a canvas splattered with colors that mimic the chaos outside. Swirls of red, deep like the blood that spills onto the earth, mingle with hues of despair, grays and blacks that seem to swallow all hope. I paint their stories, she murmurs, her brush trembling as it hovers above the canvas, but they are more than just colors, they are the screams that echo in my mind. Each stroke is a ritual, each color imbued with the spirit of those lost. She remembers the faces of children, eyes wide with fear, clutching their dolls as if they could ward off the horrors approaching. I remember, she breathes, how laughter turned to screams, and innocence was swallowed whole. Her heart beats in rhythm with the pulse of the city outside, a city both alive and aching, caught in the throes of creation and destruction. Night after night, under the oppressive weight of uncertainty, these three souls navigate a landscape marred by conflict. Their paths are intertwined by the threads of art and language, each one desperately seeking solace, validation, a flicker of hope amidst the ruins. Thomas's words spill into the streets. They resonate in the hearts of those who gather around the dim glow of a lantern, voices low, urgent. The pen is mightier than the sword, he declares, though doubt lingers in the back of his mind. Still, the sword clinks in the distance, and I wonder, what good is art when the world is aflame? He watches their faces, the flicker of fear mingled with a stubborn flicker of hope, binding them together in a fragile community. And Clara, with a heart that beats for those who can't speak, paints murals on crumbling walls, defiant against the destruction. You will remember us, she promises the silent city, her brush dancing with fervor. You will not forget the beauty that once was, and still could be. In every stroke, she immortalizes the stories of love, loss, and courage that refuse to fade away, even as the world crumbles around them. Each mural stands as a testament to resilience, a haunting reminder that life, even in its darkest moments, can still echo with beauty. But the war presses on, relentless, gnawing at the edges of their existence. It seeps into the cracks of their resolve. One fateful night, as sirens wail like banshees in the dark, Thomas meets Clara in the street, their eyes locking in silent understanding. The city, he breathes. It's screaming for us. Then we must listen, she replies, clutching her paintbrush like a sword, ready to fight back against the shadows. Together they turn toward the horizon where the sky blazes orange, the embers of a dying sun casting long shadows. The air is thick with tension, the sounds of chaos swirling around them, yet within that storm, there stirs an undeniable force, art, literature, the raw and visceral need for expression. They stand at the precipice, ready to confront the darkness, to channel their pain into something greater. I remember, Clara whispers, her voice trembling, that art was born from suffering, and yet it flourishes in love. We will not let it die. But a bomb falls, the ground shakes, and the night splits open with a deafening roar. Fear clutches at their hearts, but amidst the cacophony, a strange calm settles. They realize, in that fleeting moment, that they are not just survivors, they are the heartbeat of their city, the lifeblood of a culture grappling with its mortality. As the dust settles and the echoes of the explosion fade, they find themselves in a world transformed. Shadows loom larger, but the light of creativity flickers defiantly. This is where we begin, Thomas declares, the words igniting something primal within. They are not done, this is merely the prologue to their resistance. Let the world hear us, Clara adds, and they forge ahead, hand in hand, into the heart of the storm. The sun dipped below the horizon, shadows stretching like fingers across the fractured cityscape of Berlin. I stood there, heart pounding in my chest, as the last echoes of war faded into a haunting silence. The air felt thick, suffocating, a palpable reminder of the lives lost, the dreams shattered. It was a moment when time stuttered, each second suspended in a web of uncertainty. I remember thinking, this is not just a city, it's a graveyard of memories. The crumbling buildings loomed like ghosts, whispering secrets of the past, while the distant rumble of machinery echoed ominously, a reminder that the world was still in a state of flux. There was Anna, clutching her daughter's hand tightly, her knuckles white with fear. She had crossed borders under the cover of night, dodging checkpoints and searching for a place that felt like home. The war had taken everything from her, her husband, her childhood, her faith in humanity. Now, here she was, navigating a new map written in blood, seeking solace in a land that felt foreign. I saw the way her eyes darted, flitting from one shadow to another, as if expecting the ghosts of her past to leap out at her. "I should be safe here," she whispered, her voice trembling. But safety was a cruel illusion, a fleeting dream. Beside her stood Thomas, a man burdened by a history he couldn't escape. He was a soldier once, a proud member of a unit that thought they were liberators. His uniform, now a tattered symbol of shame, hung loosely on his frame. He had fought for a cause that had turned to ash in his mouth. Every face of the enemy he had slain haunted his nights, each scream echoing in the chambers of his heart. "I only wanted to protect," he muttered, anger boiling beneath the surface. But what could he protect now? He was a man adrift, a relic of a past that was still shoving him into the present. The walls around us were closing in, a tangible pressure that made it hard to breathe. I could hear the whispers of the past stirring in the dust of the streets, the murmur of lives interwoven like threads in a tapestry of loss. The tension crackled in the air, and I felt it seep into my skin. "What are we becoming?" I asked, my voice barely rising above the wind that swept through the ruins. But the question hung unanswered, heavy and ominous. Each day, the borders shifted, an invisible line drawn in blood and sorrow. Families were torn apart, friends became strangers, and identities were rewritten in the ink of desperation. I watched as Anna and Thomas navigated this new order, their lives colliding with those of others who, too, were searching for a place to belong. They shared stories over cracked sidewalks and flickering street lamps, tales of what used to be, longing to reclaim what the war had stolen. "I remember laughter," Anna said one evening, her eyes glistening. "I remember when the world felt safe." Her words hung in the air, a ghost of what was lost. Hope flickered like a candle in a storm, and with it came the threat of despair. I felt it in the way Thomas clenched his jaw, each passing day a new reminder of the burden he carried. "What if I am not enough?" he whispered late one night, the weight of the world pressing down on him. The city hummed with a tension that made his heart race. I saw the cracks in his armor, the vulnerability beneath his bravado. In that moment, he was not a soldier, he was a man stripped bare, grappling with his demons. And Anna, oh Anna, her spirit fought against the darkness. But the fear was a beast, gnawing at her insides. "What if I lose her?" she would murmur, her eyes filled with a terror that no mother should have to bear. I could see the shadows lurking in the corners of her mind, whispering lies that wrapped around her like a shroud. She was a warrior in her own right, battling against a world that seemed determined to erase her existence. "I will keep her safe," she vowed, but the uncertainty gnawed at her resolve, each heartbeat echoing a prayer. In the fleeting moments of clarity, they found solace in each other's pain. Their laughter rang through the empty streets, a symphony of resilience dancing on the edges of despair. They shared dreams of what could be, of a future untainted by the scars of the past. But each dream was a fragile wisp, easily crushed by the weight of reality. I felt the tension build, a storm brewing beneath the surface, threatening to burst. Then came the night when the shadows grew restless. A commotion erupted, the sound of shouting and chaos piercing the stillness. I could feel the electricity in the air, the anticipation crackling like static. "They're coming for us," Thomas said, his voice low and urgent, a primal instinct kicking in. I could see the fear radiating from Anna, her breath hitching as she clutched her daughter tighter, as if she could shield her from the impending storm. The streets became a labyrinth of terror, the lines of division blurring in the chaos. We ran, heartbeats pounding in unison, the weight of loss behind us and the threat of the unknown ahead. I remember the feeling of desperation in those moments, the primal urge to survive, to escape the clutches of a fate designed to destroy everything we held dear. The night swallowed us whole, and we became ghosts in the city of shadows. As dawn broke, the world shifted again, borders redefined by bloodshed, hope dashed against the rocks of reality. The chaos settled into a haunting silence, and as the sun rose, it cast light on new divisions, new scars, and new lives torn apart. We were left standing on the threshold, caught in the web of our choices, haunted by the specters of what we had lost and what we might never find. And in that relentless moment, a moment that felt like an eternity, I realized this was not just a story of survival, it was a testament to the human spirit, flawed and battered but unyielding. Anna and Thomas were not just characters in a tale, they were mirrors reflecting the countless souls caught in the maelstrom of history, longing for a place to call home. The city breathed around us, a living entity, reminding us that while the past could never be rewritten, our futures were still unwritten, a canvas waiting for the strokes of hope and resilience. As I looked at their faces, etched with fear, resolve, and a flicker of solidarity, I felt the world shift once more, an incessant cycle of pain and possibility. Because in this land of shadows and ghosts, the story was far from over. The borders may have changed, but the heartbeats persisted, the echoes of lives intertwined, a reminder that we are all part of this relentless narrative, forever searching for our place in the tapestry of existence. The silence was deafening, punctuated only by the distant echo of a single gunshot. It hung in the air, a ghostly reminder of what lay just beyond the horizon. Emily stood frozen, heart racing, eyes wide, the bitter taste of iron in her mouth. She could feel the breath of war on her neck, cold and clammy. Days had blurred into nights, and now shadows stretched like the memories that haunted her. They whispered of loss, of friends who had once laughed and danced in the moonlight, now mere echoes swallowed by the chaos. Emily! A voice cut through the haze, pulling her back. It was Jake, his face smeared with dirt, desperation etched into every line. He stumbled toward her, clutching a rifle that suddenly felt like an extension of his own trembling body. "We've got to move." "They're coming." They were always coming. The enemy, the ghosts, the memories. Each step felt like a descent into a darker abyss. Emily turned her head, catching a glimpse of their camp, a rickety assembly of tarps and flickering flames, alive with the crackle of fear and uncertainty. She remembered a time when that fire had drawn them together, laughter mingling with warmth, but now it flickered against the encroaching dread, a fragile candle in a storm. "I remember," she whispered, her voice a fragile thread. "I remember when we thought we could change things." The words felt heavy, falling like stones into the silence, shattering any hope that lingered. That we could fight it all, the injustice. Make the world brighter. Jake's eyes, so intensely blue, dripped with sorrow. "Emily, I remember too." But dreams burn out in the smoke of a battlefield. His gaze swept over the horizon, where dark clouds loomed like ominous specters. "We're fighting shadows now." A chill danced along her spine as they turned, the world narrowing to the sound of footsteps, heavy, deliberate. The air crackled with tension. Each heartbeat felt like a countdown, a reminder of their mortality. She inhaled, the acrid scent of gunpowder mixing with the sweetness of fading hope. This war was not just a battle, it was a slow, twisted unraveling of their very souls. "Remember that night by the river?" Jake's voice softened, almost tender amidst the chaos. "We were invincible then." The memory shimmered, bright and intoxicating, a moment when laughter echoed against the water, a shared dream painted in hues of freedom. They had promised each other the stars, that they would reach them together. But promises turned to ashes in the face of reality. "Now," she murmured, the echo of that laughter fading. "Now the stars feel so far away." The footsteps grew louder, a relentless march toward destruction. Fear wrapped around her like a vice, squeezing until she could no longer breathe. She grabbed Jake's arm, desperation clinging to her fingertips. "What if this is it? What if we don't make it?" He looked down at her, his expression a mix of raw vulnerability and fierce determination. "Then we fight until the end. We face them together." Each word was a lifeline, but the reality of it hung heavily, like a storm cloud pregnant with thunder. The ground shuddered beneath their feet, a reminder that the world was shifting, and they were mere players in a tragedy penned by unseen hands. Shadows danced at the edges of their vision, figures cloaked in darkness, moving with purpose. Each one a ghost of a life lost, a testament to the price of war. Emily! A familiar voice broke through the haze. It was Sarah, her best friend, fractured but resolute. "We need you. We can't hold them off much longer." The panic in her voice nearly unraveled Emily. Sarah was a fighter, but even she seemed to be fraying at the edges. The war was a beast that consumed everything in its path, leaving only echoes behind. "I won't leave you," Emily shouted back, but the words felt hollow. She feared the inevitable, the moment when choices would be made, sacrifices weighed against hope. They were caught in a web of fate, strands of time entwining until they suffocated in a silence that promised loss. Flashes of memory surged within her, moments of simple joy and friendship, their laughter under the stars, the warmth of shared dreams. Was it all slipping away? She clung to those memories, each one a fragile thread tethering her to a reality that felt increasingly distant. "Remember the stories we shared?" Jake said, his voice barely above a whisper, yet it reverberated through her like a pulse. "The ones where heroes saved the day." "Yes," she breathed, clinging to that flicker of hope. "But heroes are born in the fires of war." The realization struck her, every conflict, every battle they fought was shaping future generations, carving paths tangled with pain and triumph. History was not a straight line, it was a chaotic spiral, looping back on itself, a haunting echo of what once was and what could be. And here they stood, on the precipice of yet another moment that could alter the course of their lives forever. The weight of the past pressed against her, heavy like a cloak, suffocating and yet familiar. They were more than soldiers, they were the embodiment of everything they fought for, and everything they feared to lose. "Together, then," she said, fierce and unwavering, locking eyes with Jake and Sarah, finding strength in their shared fear. "Together, we face whatever comes." As the darkness surged forward, a tide threatening to engulf them, Emily felt a spark ignite within her. This moment, raw and unfiltered, was theirs. The war would shape them, yes, but it would not break them. They had each other, and in that bond lay a power greater than any weapon. And so, they stood, hearts racing, waiting for the storm to break, knowing that in the chaos, they would find their truth, their fight, and perhaps, a way to turn the tide. The distant echoes of gunfire thundered like a heartbeat, a furious rhythm urging them onward, deeper into the fray, where the lines of hope and despair blurred and twisted like smoke in the air. Time held its breath as they braced for impact, ready to face whatever darkness awaited. Together. Always. The air crackled with unease, dense as fog on a haunted night. A solitary figure stood at the corner of the street, the dim flicker of a gas lamp casting elongated shadows that danced like phantoms against the cobblestones. Alice clutched a crumpled pamphlet in her hand, its edges frayed like her sanity. The words printed upon it were a siren song of hope, yet they felt like a noose tightening around her throat. She had read it 100 times, yet each reading cut deeper into her heart. Join the cause. Fight for freedom. Freedom. What a cruel joke it was now. Across the square, a newspaper vendor hawked his wares, voice booming like thunder, but to Alice, it was nothing more than the hollow echo of despair. She could almost hear their laughter, the voices of her brother and father, before the world had turned upside down. They had believed in the power of words. They had believed they could change the tide. Henrik stood against the brick wall, arms crossed, face shadowed, eyes glistening with a mix of bitterness and longing. He had once loved the thrill of the written word, the way the ink could make hearts flutter or fists clench in righteous anger. But now, all he felt was dread. The newspapers had transformed from instruments of liberation into tools of oppression, twisting truths into weapons, wielded mercilessly in the hands of those who craved control. "They have no idea what they're doing," he muttered under his breath, the mantra of his despair. A gust of wind carried the stench of smoke and despair from the factories, a reminder that dreams were suffocated daily under the weight of greed. "I remember the first pamphlet," Alice whispered to the empty street, as if the shadows had ears. The way the ink still smelled of possibility. "We thought we could change everything." Her fingers trembled, the paper crinkling in her grasp, a lifeline to a past that seemed galaxies away. Henrik turned, drawn to her voice like a moth to flame. "You believe that?" That it meant something. His tone was a blend of frustration and affection, the kind born from shared suffering. "What did it accomplish?" "Nothing but whispers in the dark. They write what they want us to hear." He stepped closer, his breath mingling with the cold night air, and for a moment, they were both lost in the ghosts of their memories. The last edition, Alice's voice cracked, it promised a new dawn. Her chest tightened, visions of her brother, a newsboy with dreams painted in bold letters, flickering through her mind. He believed in it. And now, the words hung heavy, a weight neither of them could bear. "I know." Henrik's gaze softening, he reached out, brushing his fingers against the paper. "They're just words, Alice. Just words." But words had power. They could ignite revolutions or extinguish them in a single breath. The pamphlet in her hand was a testament to that power, a pathetic remnant of their hopes now shattered. She could almost hear them, the silent screams of those who once believed, now lost in the relentless churn of history. "Tonight, they'll gather," Henrik said, his voice low, almost reverent. "Those who still believe. It's dangerous." "I have to go," Alice replied, the urgency of her heart beating defiantly against the chains of fear. The rebellion was like a beating drum in her chest, a call she couldn't ignore. "For them. For my brother. But you'll be in danger." His voice rose, panic threading through the words. "You can't just walk into that fire." "Better to burn than to fade away," she shot back, her resolve igniting like a wildfire. Fear clawed at her insides, but it was nothing compared to the emptiness that haunted her. "I cannot stand idle while they twist our lives into lies." Henrik's face twisted in anguish, torn between the desire to protect her and the knowledge that she was right. They were trapped in a narrative written by others, their lives dictated by pamphlets and newspapers that wove tales of good and evil, of victors and vanquished. "You think they'll listen?" he whispered, the air heavy with doubt. "I must try," she said fiercely, eyes glistening with defiance. "Even if it's just one voice against a chorus of lies." He nodded, resignation washing over him like a tide, pulling him under. There was a flicker of understanding between them, two souls caught in a tempest, equally terrified and emboldened. "Then I'll go with you," he said, the words tumbling forward, breaking through the veil of despair that had shrouded him. "We face it together." Together. The word hung between them, a fragile thread spun from the fabric of their fears. The shadows whispered secrets of dread, a reminder of the risks lurking like specters in the night. The voices of the past echoed, merging with the distant sounds of a gathering crowd, a cacophony of hope and hopelessness. As they moved, the world blurred, each step resonating like a heartbeat. The city breathed, alive with a tension that crackled in the air, the palpable fear of what was to come. The streets loomed ominously, lined with darkened windows and shuttered doors, as if the entire city held its breath, bracing for the storm. Somewhere in the distance, a clock struck the hour, each chime a reminder of the fleeting nature of time, the relentless march of destiny. The night felt thick with ghosts, lost dreams, shattered hopes, and the weight of their unyielding reality. Alice felt the coldness wrap around her like a shroud, not just of the night but of history itself, echoing with the unresolved struggles of countless souls who had come before. "We'll make them see," she whispered, the conviction in her voice rising like a phoenix from the ashes of despair. And beneath it all, the promise of change lingered, an ember glowing faintly in the darkness, waiting for a spark to ignite. In that reckless moment, as they forged ahead into the unknown, the past entwined with the present, and the echoes of their shattered hopes fused with the new, a sense of urgency swelled. Their fight was not merely for survival, but for the very essence of their existence. Tonight, in the shadow of the night, words would clash like swords, the air would crackle with the intensity of their shared resolve. And with every heartbeat, the line between truth and propaganda blurred, creating a chasm that begged to be crossed. The darkness breathed around them, alive and waiting. The air was thick with the scent of decay, a suffocating embrace that curled around the heart like a vine choking the life out of a tender bloom. In the streets of the ravaged city, shadows clung to the crumbling buildings like forgotten memories, where once laughter and love thrived. Now, the echoes of joy lay buried beneath layers of desperation and despair. A child's cry pierced the silence, haunting and hollow, as if the very essence of hope had turned sour. I remember Clara, her hair a wild cascade of dark curls, each one a flicker of defiance against the encroaching darkness. She was only 10, yet her eyes told stories far older than her years, stories of loss, of hunger gnawing at her belly like a feral beast. Her laugh could light 1,000 candles, yet now it flickered like a dying flame. "Mama," she would whisper, clutching a tattered doll that had seen better days. "When will we eat again?" The question clung to the air, heavy with the weight of 1,000 unanswered prayers. And then there was Thomas, her father. A once proud blacksmith, now reduced to scavenging for scraps. His hands, calloused and worn, trembled as he rummaged through refuse, seeking any morsel to sustain his family. Each day, despair wrapped tighter around his chest, a vice threatening to squeeze the breath from his lungs. He would return home empty-handed, the hollow look in his eyes shattering Clara's spirit piece by piece. "Have you ever seen a starving dog?" he would ask, voice cracked like the pavement beneath their feet. "You'd think it would fight for scraps, but no. It lies there, waiting for the end." The memory of those words echoes still, a chilling reminder of their fate. His gaze would wander to the horizon where the sun set in a blaze of orange and red, a cruel irony against the bleakness of their reality. "Sometimes, I wish I could just lie down and let the world forget me." And in the midst of this misery, a sickness crept through the alleys, a shadow that danced with the wind, whispering promises of death. The plague arrived uninvited, a haunting specter that swept through the city like wildfire. I remember the first signs, the tremors, the fever, the way it stole the breath from the lungs of the healthy and weak alike. Clara's laughter turned to coughs, ragged and desperate, like the last gasps of a dying ember. They buried the dead in mass graves, bodies piled like discarded rags, their stories ending abruptly, as if the universe had snuffed out their flickering lights. I remember the way the earth swallowed them whole, a gaping maw consuming hope, devouring dreams. A neighbor, once a vibrant woman, now reduced to a lifeless shell, her eyes glassy and vacant, staring into nothingness. "It's just a fever," Thomas would insist, gripping Clara close, but the tremor in his voice betrayed him. Days turned into weeks, and the gnawing hunger grew louder, a beast clawing at their insides. The streets grew quieter, as if the plague had stolen the very sound of life, snuffing out joy like a candle in the wind. I remember the first night they went to bed without food. Clara's stomach growled, a feral sound that echoed through the stillness. "Tomorrow will be better," Thomas whispered, but the words felt hollow, an echo of a promise that grew more distant with each passing hour. Then came the night when the fever took Clara, the moment when time stretched impossibly thin, pulling them into an abyss of terror. I remember the way she shivered, her tiny body trembling like a leaf caught in a storm. "Papa, I'm cold," she murmured, and Thomas' heart shattered like glass. He wrapped his arms around her, trying to shield her from the unrelenting chill of despair, but it seeped through their walls, creeping into their bones. The truth hit him like a thunderclap. He could do nothing to save his daughter, nothing to shield her from the horrors of this world. "Stay with me, Clara," he begged, his voice a ragged whisper, a prayer tossed into the void. But the light in her eyes flickered, dimming as the darkness encroached. I remember how she gasped, the sound a haunting echo, as if the very universe mourned alongside him. Days passed, yet time felt like quicksand, pulling them deeper into the heart of despair. The city transformed into a graveyard of lost dreams, a monument to suffering where each corner whispered tales of woe. Thomas wandered through the streets, feeling the weight of 1,000 ghosts pressing upon his shoulders, each one a reminder of what was lost. The faces of the dead haunted him in neighbors, friends, strangers, all swept away by the unrelenting tide of sickness. He scavenged for food, but it was a cruel game of chance. The market, once vibrant and bustling, became a battlefield for the desperate. Each face a mask of fear, as darting like hunted animals, searching for salvation in a world gone mad. But there was nothing to be found, only empty stalls, a twisted reflection of their own hollow existence. And amidst it all, he would find himself haunted by Clara's laughter, echoing in his mind, a ghostly refrain that refused to fade. "Will we ever laugh again?" he whispered into the night, the question spiraling into oblivion, unanswered. The plague was a thief, stealing everything from them: hope, joy, love, leaving only the remnants of their shattered lives. Thomas felt himself unraveling, each day a battle against the spectre of despair clinging to his soul. He needed to be strong, for Clara, for the memory of her laughter, but the weight was unbearable, crushing him beneath its might. As the darkness deepened, the city transformed, a grotesque shadow of its former self, haunted by echoes of laughter long silenced. In the streets, the cries of the hungry mingled with the wails of the dying, creating a symphony of sorrow that resonated through the very marrow of life. And still, night after night, the stars flickered above, indifferent to the suffering below, each pinprick of light a reminder of the vast cosmos that held dreams, memories, and the endless cycle of existence. But here, in this wretched place, beneath the shroud of despair, time held its breath, and the shadows whispered secrets of a life that once was of love, laughter, and the fragile beauty of hope. Yet, even as the darkness threatened to engulf them, an ember sparked within Thomas, flickering with the remnant of his love for Clara. The fight was not over, it could not be. For in the heart of despair lay the seeds of defiance, the flickering light of a future yet to come. And so, he resolved to face the abyss, to claw his way through the shadows, for Clara, for every lost dream that still lingered in the air, waiting to take flight once more. The battle was only beginning, and the echoes of their laughter would not be silenced, even in the face of the plague and famine that threatened to consume them all. The air crackled with tension, a palpable electric charge that hummed in the night air. Shadows shifted like restless spirits, their whispers barely audible over the sound of boots crunching on broken glass. "Where is he?" I whispered, heart pounding, the bitter taste of fear lingering on my tongue. The moon hung low, a watchful eye, casting a silvery glow over the rubble-strewn streets of our town. It felt like the world was holding its breath, waiting for something to break the silence, waiting for violence. I remember the first time I met Elias. He stood tall, a defiant figure against the backdrop of a crumbling city, his eyes piercing through the darkness. There was something magnetic about him, a leader forged in fire, willing to fight for what he believed in. But there was also a flicker of desperation beneath that bravado, a man grappling with the weight of 1,000 lives resting on his shoulders. I saw it the night we lost everything. It was just after dusk, the sun bleeding into the ground. A hollow laugh echoed in the distance, one that sent shivers down my spine. "They don't know what's coming," he had said, a grim smile stretching across his face. I had wanted to believe him, wanted to feel that surge of hope, but doubt gnawed at my insides. We were more than just a town now, we were an idea, a dream burning in the twilight. And then there was Ava, the firecracker of our little group, a woman with fierce determination and a heart that beat for justice. She spoke with a passion that could ignite revolutions, her spirit undeterred by the chaos that surrounded us. Yet, beneath her bravado lay an ache, a deep-rooted fear of losing those she loved, a fear she masked with laughter and bravado. "We can't let them take this from us," she insisted, her voice trembling yet resolute. Each word was laced with the weight of the world, a reminder that we were not just fighting for survival, we were fighting for our souls. I remember the night the sirens wailed, a banshee's cry slicing through the thick fog of despair. The militia was closing in, and I could feel the panic rising like bile in my throat. Elias gathered us, his voice steady against the chaos. "We fight for them. For our families, our homes." But each rallying cry felt like a nail in the coffin of hope. I could see the doubt in the eyes of those around us, fear like a dark cloud settling over our heads, dense and suffocating. "Do you really think we can win?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. The weight of reality crashed like waves against the fragile walls of our resolve. Elias turned to me, that fire in his eyes dimming slightly, as if he too was grappling with the enormity of what lay ahead. "We don't have a choice," he replied, but I could sense it, the unspoken, but hanging between us, a fragile thread that could snap at any moment. The night air grew thick as the militia drew closer. A chill settled deep in my bones, a reminder of the fragile existence we clung to. In the distance, the faint sound of chanting echoed, a haunting hymn to despair. "There's no turning back now," Ava said, her voice shaking, but she held her chin high, a warrior ready for battle. I wanted to believe in her strength, in the courage that seemed to flow through her veins, but doubt lingered like a dark mist. Elias stepped forward, determination etched in every line of his face. "They think we're weak," he shouted, rallying those of us left standing. "They think we're broken. But we are stronger than they know." His words hung in the air, a fragile bridge over the chasm of fear that threatened to swallow us whole. But I could see the cracks in his armor, the fear lurking behind the bravado. He was a leader, yes, but he was also a man, flawed, scared, trying to hold together a broken family of souls. As the first shots rang out, a cacophony of chaos erupted. I remember the cold bite of the air, the acrid smell of gunpowder mingling with the faint scent of hope. We moved as one, a frenzied dance of desperation, each heartbeat syncing with the pounding of our feet against the pavement. I felt as if I was losing myself in the madness, lost among the cries of the wounded and the echoes of gunfire. In the turmoil, I saw Ava, her fierce spirit ablaze, rallying the scattered remnants of our community. But even in her defiance, I caught a fleeting glimpse of the fear shadowing her eyes. "Stay close," she shouted, gripping my hand tightly, and in that moment, I felt the weight of 1,000 dreams resting on our shoulders. We were not just fighting for survival, we were fighting for the very essence of who we were. The night wore on, each moment stretching like an eternity. We stumbled through the chaos, the lines between friend and foe blurring in the haze of desperation. My heart raced as I searched for Elias, hoping he hadn't been swallowed by the shadows. Each breath felt like a whisper, a prayer for survival, for redemption. Then came that moment, the confrontation that would change everything. Elias stood on a rubble-strewn platform, silhouetted against the flames licking at the night sky, calling for unity amidst the chaos. "This is our home," he roared. The echoes resonated deep within me, a glimmer of truth in the face of despair. For a fleeting second, hope ignited within my chest, a spark against the encroaching darkness. But the militia advanced, clad in shadows, and suddenly, it felt like time itself twisted, stretching out into infinity. I remember the moment so vividly, the gunfire, the shouts merging into a symphony of chaos. I felt a fire ignite within me, a primal instinct to protect, to fight. Elias turned, his eyes catching mine, a silent question lingering between us. In that instant, I realized, this wasn't just a fight for survival, it was a fight for everything we had ever believed in. The chaos took on a life of its own, a swirling tempest of emotion and raw energy. I was lost in it, my heart pounding like a war drum, each beat echoing against the backdrop of our crumbling world. And in that moment of desperation, I knew, we would rise or we would fall together. But there was no turning back now. As the shadows closed in, I held on tighter to Ava's hand, feeling the warmth of her defiance pulse through our intertwined fingers. We would either carve out our own destiny amidst the ruins or fade into the night, forgotten echoes in a history written by others. The battle raged on, and with it, the dreams and nightmares of a town intertwined, each heartbeat a reminder that we were alive, fighting against the encroaching darkness. And as the first light of dawn broke through the chaos, we stood together, ready to face whatever awaited us on the other side. The clock struck midnight, its hollow chime reverberating through the empty streets, echoing off the crumbling facades of grey stone buildings. Shadows danced and flickered, haunted by whispers of the past, a war that had turned brothers into enemies and nations into graveyards. I stood there, heart pounding, the night air thick with the pungent scent of smoke and blood. I remembered every face, every anguished cry, and the way the stars blinked out one by one like dying candles, their light swallowed by the shadows of despair. In the heart of this desolation, one figure stood resolute, her silhouette sharp against the ghostly glow of the moon. Clara, a woman forged in the fires of war, her spirit a tempest roiling beneath the surface. I remember the way her fingers curled around the hilt of a rusted sword, a weapon more suited for a knight than a woman, but she had long since transcended the bounds of traditional roles. "There's no honor left in peace," she'd whisper, her voice trembling not with fear, but a fierce resolve. I could see it in her eyes, the memories of battles fought, loved ones lost, and a homeland fractured beyond recognition. Then there was Friedrich, a man molded by loss, his heart a shattered mirror reflecting the faces of those who had perished. he wandered these streets, haunted by specters, each step heavy with the weight of memories. I remember the time I saw him kneeling in the mud mixed with the remnants of yesterday's bloodshed, his tears mingling with the earth. "What is left but dust?" he murmured, as if the very ground had turned against him. His soul cried out for redemption, a heart that yearned not for glory, but for the laughter of a child no longer alive, for the warmth of a hand that had slipped through his fingers like smoke. Their lives were interwoven, a tapestry of pain and resilience, yet the fabric of their existence was fraying. War had turned the vibrant threads of their lives into something dark and twisted. "I remember when we believed in tomorrow," Clara would say, her voice breaking under the weight of hope long extinguished. Friedrich would nod, his gaze distant, lost in the labyrinth of memory. In moments of vulnerability, they would share their dreams, dreams the war had tried to steal away. Dreams of laughter, fields of wildflowers, and a future untouched by the specter of death. How ironic that in a world stripped of innocence, it was the memory of joy that became their lifeline. But even memories can be merciless. Night after night, Clara found herself drawn back to the battlefield, the echoes of cannon fire playing like a haunting melody in her mind. She could almost see the glint of armor, feel the pulse of adrenaline as she charged into the fray alongside men who had sworn allegiance to a king, not knowing that the true enemy was the very war that bound them. "I remember the taste of gunpowder," she confided, her breath hitching as if recalling the stench of death, and the way it felt to take a life. It was a confession, a burden, and a release all at once, each word a dagger thrusting deeper into her heart. As the war raged on, Friedrich became a ghost within his own skin, wandering the remnants of what was once vibrant towns, seeking solace in the ruins. The taverns that once echoed with laughter now lay silent, shadows swallowing the very essence of life. I remember how he would stare into his cup of ale, searching for answers in the swirling depths. "We are the remnants of a dream, Clara," he would say, voice low, whispers of what could have been. And yet, even in his despair, there was a flicker of defiance, a challenge to the darkness that sought to extinguish their flame. Outside, the moon hung high, shrouded in clouds, a witness to their torment. I could feel it, the tension crackling in the air, heavy with unspoken words and unresolved pain. Clara and Friedrich stood at the precipice, their destinies teetering on the edge of oblivion. Their hearts beat like war drums, a desperate call to arms against the demons that plagued them. Would they forge a bond strong enough to withstand the storm? Or would they be swept away, mere echoes in the vastness of history? In that moment, time felt suspended, and the world around them fell silent. I could hear the distant cries of the fallen, a symphony of sorrow that enveloped them, urging them to confront their fears, their guilt, and their longing for redemption. They were more than survivors, they were the living remnants of a history that demanded to be acknowledged, a legacy written in blood and tears. I remember the faces," Clara whispered, her voice quaking with emotion. "Each one a story, each one a life extinguished too soon." Friedrich's gaze met hers, a silent understanding passing between them. In that shared moment, the weight of their burdens felt a touch lighter, a flicker of hope amidst the shadows, a promise that they would not fade into the abyss. Yet, as dawn broke, painting the sky in hues of orange and crimson, the reality of their haunted past loomed large. The ghosts would not rest, the memories would not fade, and the legacy of the 30 Years' War would continue to ripple through the fabric of their lives, binding them in ways they could not escape. Clara tightened her grip on the sword, Friedrich adjusted his ragged cloak, and they stepped forward into the dawn, not knowing if they would find salvation or further sorrow, but knowing they could not stand still. With every heartbeat echoing the rhythms of their struggle, they faced the horizon, a testament to resilience in the face of insurmountable odds. The war had taken much, but it had not taken everything. Together, they would navigate the ruins of their past, seeking the light that flickered just beyond the shadows, an uncertain journey, yet one worth taking, as history whispered its relentless tales around them, demanding to be heard, demanding to be felt, forever unyielding. The night was a thick shroud, heavy with the smoke of distant fires, the cries of the wounded slipping through the air like whispers of lost souls. I remember standing there, a child molded by chaos, my hands trembling with the weight of a broken world. The moon hung high, a lone witness to the carnage, casting silver light on faces etched in pain and loss. I was searching for my father, his absence echoing like a gaping wound in my chest, a hollow drumbeat against the relentless thrum of war. And then, in the midst of that desperation, I saw her, Amira. She was cradling a small bundle, her eyes wide, shimmering pools of fear and determination. "He's alive," she murmured, and the word struck me like a bolt of lightning. Life amidst death, hope within despair. But I could see the tremor in her hands, a betrayal of her brave facade, as she fought the shadows creeping into her heart. The air crackled with tension, every heartbeat a reminder that the world was unraveling at the seams. Amira, with her fierce spirit and soft smile, had always been the type to believe in the impossible. "The war will end," she insisted, her voice as fragile as the life she held. "We will rebuild. We will find a way." But I could see the flicker of doubt behind her bravado, a kind of fear that gnawed at her insides. I wanted to believe her, wanted to cling to that fragile thread of hope, but beneath it all was a deeper truth, a truth that whispered of ghosts. "Where is your father?" she asked, her voice breaking, echoing through the suffocating silence. My heart clenched. "I don't know," I replied, the words scraping through my throat. The truth was a dagger, sharp and unforgiving. Each moment stretched into eternity, the memories of laughter and warmth now ghosts lurking just beyond reach. The whispers of the past collided with the chaos of the present. I remembered my father's laugh, rich and full, a sound that chased away the shadows. "This is our land," he would say, his hands waving over the fields, the sky, the very essence of life itself. "No war can take that from us." But every day, with each bomb that fell, each life extinguished, that land grew more foreign, more haunted. And the laughter was replaced by the wails of mourning, a symphony of loss that reverberated through the streets. Then, in the distance, I saw the flickering of flames, a cruel dance of light against the night. It was a village, a place once vibrant, now swallowed by shadows and despair. Flames licked at the sky like eager tongues, consuming everything in their path. "We have to go," I said, a sense of urgency pulsing through me. I felt Amira's grip tighten on the bundle as we moved, the weight of the world resting on our shoulders. Every step felt like an act of rebellion against the darkness. But as we approached the ruins, a figure emerged from the smoke. It was Khalid, his silhouette sharp against the chaos, eyes wild, face smeared with soot and despair. "You shouldn't be here," he shouted, his voice a thunderclap in the night. "It's not safe. They are coming." I wanted to rush to him, to envelop him in a hug that could shield us all from the devastation, but the fear in his eyes held me back. Khalid was always the protector, the one who stood at the front lines, but now he was a young man lost to the horrors around him. "I can't let you go," he said, each word a struggle, a fight against the fear that threatened to engulf him. I remember the way the night felt alive around us, pulsing with fear and urgency, as if the very air conspired against our survival. "You need to come with us," Amira urged, her voice cutting through the tension. But Khalid shook his head, the determination in his gaze faltering beneath the weight of his own vulnerability. "Why can't you see?" he cried, anguish spilling from him. "This war, it's changing who we are. It's tearing us apart." The truth of his words hung in the air, heavy, suffocating. I felt it clawing at my insides, a visceral reminder that war was not just a battle, it was a thief, stealing our identities one moment at a time. In that moment, I saw the boys we once were, before the world turned dark. Khalid, with his dreams of becoming a doctor, Amira, always wanting to teach the children in our village. And me, forever chasing the laughter, the love that felt like home. But now, the war had etched scars into our souls, rewriting the fabric of who we were. I remember when we would dream of freedom, I whispered, the words tasting bitter on my tongue. "What happened to us?" The question lingered, a ghost haunting the air between us. For a fleeting second, I thought I saw a flicker of hope in Khalid's eyes, a recognition of a shared past amid the chaos. But it was quickly smothered by the reality pressing down upon us, a dark weight that refused to let go. The sirens wailed in the distance, a chilling reminder that time was slipping away, and we were teetering on the edge of a precipice. I took a step towards Khalid, desperate to bridge the gap between us, to remind him of the boy who dreamed of a better tomorrow, but the shadows were closing in. Please, I begged, my voice breaking, the rawness of emotion spilling out. Don't let this war define us. We can still fight for who we are. But the doubt hung in the air, thick and suffocating. Khalid looked away, lost in a tempest of despair, and I felt the walls closing in. The night trembled, and in that moment, I knew we were caught in a whirlpool of history, each of us a thread in the tapestry of our nation, a tapestry stained with blood and sorrow, yet yearning for the colors of hope and resilience. Amira, cradling her bundle as if it contained the very essence of life, took a step forward. We fight not just for ourselves but for a future, she said, her voice rising, fueled by an inner fire that refused to be extinguished. We will shape our identity, even in the darkest of times. There was something electric in her words, a spark igniting the air around us. But just as the embers of hope began to glow, the world around us erupted. The ground shook, a ferocious roar vibrating through the air, and I was thrown backward, the darkness swallowing me whole. I reached for Khalid and Amira, but the chaos consumed everything. The war's impact was no longer just a backdrop, it was a relentless tide, sweeping us away, reshaping who we were meant to be. In that moment, amid the screams and the sirens, I held on to one truth: we were still here, still alive, still fighting. The war may have tried to erase us, but our hearts still beat with defiance, still whispered of the dreams we dared to hope for. Time stretched, and the shadows danced around us, but beneath the chaos, a flicker of determination burned bright. We were on the precipice of something monumental, a reckoning of identity forged in the crucible of war. And as the flames roared and the darkness encroached, I felt the weight of history pressing down, reminding us that we were not just victims, we were survivors, still breathing, still fighting for a tomorrow that was yet to be written. The ground trembles beneath the weight of destiny, thousands of feet pounding in rhythm, a heart-stopping drumbeat of chaos and charge. I remember the air thick with the metallic scent of blood, a rancid perfume woven into the fabric of battle. I hear the distant clanging of swords, a symphony of destruction played out under a darkened sky. The sun, a mere spectator, struggles to pierce the choking smoke that hangs like a ghost, whispering promises of death and glory. There's a childlike wonder in the chaos, a reckless abandon that pulses in my veins, yet dread gnaws at my gut. I'm not here as a hero, not even as a soldier, I'm merely a witness, a fly caught in the web of history, yearning for a way out. I grip my sword, feeling its cold steel, yet the weight of it is nothing compared to the burden of fear that cradles my heart. The battlefield sprawls before me, a grotesque tapestry of valor and horror. And there is Arthur, the knight I envy and fear. His armor gleams under the fleeting rays of sun, a beacon in the storm. He charges forward, each step a prayer to gods long forgotten, battling shadows that seem to come alive. He fights not just for honor but for the memory of his brother, lost in a previous skirmish. I see it in his eyes, the haunting depths of grief twisted into a feral rage. His blade swings, a flash of silver against the crimson backdrop, and I want to scream, to tell him to stop, to think. But the words die in my throat. Arthur! I call, but the roar of the battle swallows my voice whole. It's ironic, really, here we are, on the cusp of war, and I can't even reach him through the cacophony. I remember the stories we shared by the fire, tales of heroes and monsters, far removed from the thunder of clashing steel. I remember, I whisper to the ghosts around me, but they do not reply. Nearby, there's Elise, a fierce warrior with a heart that swells with defiance. Her laughter rings like bells, even here amidst the carnage. What's life without a little chaos, she had said, a smirk dancing on her lips as she polished her dagger, its edge glinting with promise. I recall how she once joked about her terrible aim, claiming that if her arrows missed the target, they might just take out the enemy's dinner instead. Who doesn't love a good roast, she quipped, but now her eyes are narrowed, focused like a hawk on the prey ahead. Elise charges with a ferocity that makes my heart race. She's not just battling foes, she's battling her past, a tapestry of mistakes and regrets threading through her every move. Her estranged father, the general who turned his back on her dreams, haunts her like a spectre on this field. This is for you, she seems to say with each swing, each arrow loosed, as if to prove her worth, not just to him, but to herself. In the distance, the enemy advances, their banners snapping like furious dragons in the wind. I recognize their insignia, a terrible reminder of the scars etched into our history. The battlefield is a vast, swirling tempest of faces, some familiar, some lost to time, each one carrying a story, a fragment of a life that hangs by a thread. Each clash, each shout, each gasp is a reminder that in war, the line between honor and madness blurs. And here, in the eye of this storm, I feel a cold finger of dread trailing up my spine. It's the fear of failure, the fear of watching Arthur or Elise fall. I've always been the one hiding in the shadows, the chronicler of their tales, but today, I am trapped inside my own story, and the ink is darkening. That's when I see it, a flash of movement, a figure darting through the smoke. My heart stutters. Could it be a ghost, a reminder of all that has been lost? Or is it a harbinger of what's to come? I can't tell. Time becomes elastic, stretching and pulling as I take a step toward it. I breathe in the acrid air, hoping it will ground me, but instead, I choke on it, the taste of ash filling my mouth. Focus! I shout to myself, but in this world of shadows and light, focus is a fleeting dream. The clang of metal rings in my ears, mingled with the cries and curses of the fallen. I remember the stories, I murmur, but those tales of valor are lost now in this throbbing reality where glory and despair dance a macabre waltz. In a heartbeat, everything shifts. I see Arthur fall, a cruel twist of fate. The world slows. His sword clatters, a mournful song echoing across the battlefield, cutting through the chaos like a knife. My heart lurches, the air becoming thick and suffocating. I want to reach him, to scream, but my legs remain rooted in fear, paralyzed by the enormity of it all. Elise lets out a fierce battle cry, charging toward Arthur, her dagger glinting in the fleeting light, a comet streaking through the dark. She fights like a lioness, a whirlwind of fury and determination, every step brimming with purpose. I see the lines of her anguish written in the tension of her jaw, a flame ignited by the agony of loss, the weight of unfulfilled dreams. "Don't you dare leave me," she screams, and her voice cuts through the fog of battle, a lifeline, a plea that echoes with the desperation of 1,000 unspoken words. I can almost see the threads of fate intertwining, see the ghosts of the past weaving their way through the present, reminding us that the battle is not just against an enemy but against the shadows lurking within. But the moment shatters, and the onslaught continues. The night stretches on, time a cruel illusion. I'm caught in the web of their struggles, their hopes, their fears. The ashes of dreams fall around us like fragile snowflakes, a reminder that while the body may perish, the spirit fights on, relentless and undaunted. And in the deepening stillness, the echoes of their cries linger, a promise of the battles yet to come, the stories yet to be told. My heart races, caught in the tide of emotion, as I grasp for each moment, each heartbeat, each breath, drawn into the abyss of war, the beautiful, terrible dance of life and death that swirls around us, binding us together in an unbreakable chain, holding us captive in this fleeting instant of eternity. The air is dense with an unshakable tension, a silence so profound it throbs in your ears. The shadows stretch long across the dimly lit room, the flickering candlelight casting ghostly shapes against the walls, like memories that refuse to fade. You can hear the distant hum of a city alive with secrets, whispers carried on the wind, and it sends a chill down your spine. In the corner stands Clara, her gaze fixed on the thin silver thread of a wire, trembling in her hands, a lifeline, a trap, a promise. She once believed in the power of truth, in the light of justice. The weight of her choices drags at her heart now, a leaden anchor. I remember the first time I felt the thrill of the chase, she thinks, her mind racing back to that moment in a bustling cafe where words became weapons. But that thrill is now tarnished, stained by the lives left in her wake. She glances at Marcus, his brow furrowed, eyes wild with fear and desperation, the flicker of a dying candle reflected in his gaze. He is a ghost of the man she once knew, transformed by betrayal and loss, trapped in a web spun from their own making. "Why are we doing this?" he asks, voice trembling. Each word a shard of glass, cutting through the tension. "We're risking everything for what?" He runs a hand through his hair, a futile attempt to brush away the madness swirling around them. They are not just spies, not just players in a game of shadows, they are haunted, puppets tied to strings of fear and hope that intertwine like a twisted vine. I remember, Clara whispers, a ghost of a smile flickering across her lips. I remember the thrill. The rush of adrenaline as I slipped through the chaos, unseen and felt. But now? Now, she is adrift, lost in the storm of her own creation. She feels the cold bite of remorse gnawing at her insides, a dark reminder of the lives they've manipulated to keep their own lives intact. They are caught in a storm, a tempest of uncertainty, suffocating in the shadows they've cast. The city outside breathes a different rhythm, a heartbeat that matches their own, erratic, unpredictable, pulsing with danger. Each second ticks by like a countdown, every moment is a choice between survival and integrity, between love and betrayal. A sudden crash from the alleyway outside sends them both reeling to the window, hearts racing, breaths shallow. Clara's hand grips Marcus's arm, a lifeline tethering them even as fear threatens to rip them apart. What was that? He breathes, eyes wide, darting to the door, the walls closing in on them like vultures circling their prey. It's nothing, she lies, but her voice trembles. The echoes of their past decisions whisper in the corners of her mind, reminding her that nothing is ever truly nothing in their world. They've shared fragile truths, traded lives like currency, and now, the debt is coming due. Nothing? Marcus scoffs, a bitter edge to his tone. What do you call it when we're being hunted, Clara? This isn't just a game anymore, this is life or death. His eyes blaze with a fire that both frightens and ignites something in her. She remembers when they were partners, two halves of a whole, chasing dreams under the sprawling city lights, not knowing how quickly shadows could envelop them. But now, in this moment suspended in chaos, Clara feels the weight of their past bearing down on her. She remembers the cold steel of a knife, the shiver of betrayal coursing through her veins as she watched a trusted ally fall, a life extinguished because of a choice made in darkness. Every heartbeat is a reminder of the line they've crossed, of the lives they've shattered. I'm not afraid to die, she declares, a defiant tremor in her voice. But I can't bear to watch you become one of them, the ghosts that haunt this city. Their eyes lock, and in that charged moment, a silent agreement passes between them. They're not just fighting for survival, they're fighting for each other, for the pieces of themselves they've lost along the way. The crash comes again, closer this time, the unmistakable sound of chaos spilling into their fractured world. Clara's heart races as she feels the air shift, thickening with the tension of impending doom. She wonders if they've been betrayed, if the very shadows they've manipulated have turned against them. Trust no one, she murmurs, the words like a talisman against fear. Her mind races, weaving through the labyrinth of spies and lies, of friends who could easily become foes. She remembers the faces of those they've encountered, smiles that masked intentions buried in darkness. The unwavering belief that they were in control, that they could manipulate the threads of fate, is unraveling like a frayed rope. Clara, Marcus's voice cuts through her spiraling thoughts, urgency dripping from every syllable. We have to go. Now. His hand is firm on her shoulder, grounding her. Together, they slip into the shadows, hearts pounding, breaths hitching, the promise of danger lurking just beyond the thin veil of night. As they move through the darkness, they leave behind a world of certainty, stepping into a realm of uncertainty where every corner holds a new threat, every shadow a lurking specter. The city becomes an intricate tapestry of danger, every alleyway a reminder of the choices that led them here. Clara and Marcus navigate through it, two souls bound by fate, each step echoing the gravity of their pasts. The pulse of the city is alive with whispers, the air thick with the weight of unspoken fears. They are entwined in a dance of survival, the rhythm of their heartbeats matching the tempo of the chaos that surrounds them. In the shadows, they become ghosts themselves, slipping through the cracks of their reality, poised on the precipice of chaos. Each moment is a heartbeat, a breath held in anticipation, a reminder that the world they've crafted will either swallow them whole or free them in a way they can barely comprehend. The embrace of the unknown is intoxicating, terrifying, a heady mix of dread and exhilaration that wraps around them like a shroud. As they move deeper into the night, Clara feels the weight of their choices pressing down, each step forward a reminder of the fragility of trust, of the haunting specters of betrayal that linger just beyond their reach. But they are not alone. Together, they forge ahead, caught in a web of spies and secrets, where the line between ally and enemy blurs into a chaotic swirl of existence. A world where every heartbeat could mean the difference between life and death, every shadow could hold the creeping terror of discovery, and every choice echoes like a ghost in the corridors of their mind. With every passing moment, Clara knows one thing remains true: they are more than just pawns in a game of espionage. They are the architects of their fate, the writers of their destiny, standing on the edge of a precipice, ready to leap into the unknown. And as the darkness envelops them, they hold tight to the hope that somewhere, in that vast abyss, lies the possibility of redemption, of love, a shimmering thread connecting them through the chaos, binding their souls across the chasm of uncertainty. The streets were a ghostly silence, thick with the kind of dread that hangs like a storm cloud, heavy and electric. I stood there, heart pounding, as the whispers of the past curled around me like smoke. The smell of burnt wood and desperation hung in the air, a haunting reminder of what had been. I watched as shadows flickered against the cracked walls, shadows of lives once vibrant, now reduced to mere echoes. This was not just a moment, it was the weight of history folded into the fabric of now. I remember the night it happened, the night when the ground beneath us trembled, not from an earthquake, but from a different kind of tremor. In the distance, the crackle of torches and the low murmur of an angry crowd made my skin crawl. My grandmother had told me stories, they poured from her like water, each tale more harrowing than the last. She said there would come a time when the embers of hatred would reignite, and I wished she had been wrong. But here we were, standing on the brink of devastation, and I could feel her spirit with me, urging me to remember. Miriam was beside me, her hands trembling, a stark contrast to her fiery spirit. She was always the brave one, the one who dared to challenge the darkness. I admired her guts, even as I felt the tightening knot of fear in my gut. We had walked these streets before, sharing dreams and laughter, but tonight, those dreams lay shattered at our feet. I caught her gaze, and in it, I saw a flicker of doubt, raw and visceral. "What if they find us?" she whispered, her voice laced with a fear so palpable it made my chest ache. Just a few blocks away, the gathering storm was growing. I could almost hear the fists pounding against the walls of our community, fists filled not just with rage but with the weight of centuries of oppression. The faces of those they sought to destroy flashed through my mind, each a reminder of a history that refused to stay buried. The Jewish families who had built their lives here, who had clawed their way through the grime of prejudice, were at risk once more. Then there was Isaac, a boy with laughter like sunlight but a heart heavy with inherited sorrow. He was slicing through the crowd, desperate to reach us, his eyes wild with panic. The fear reflected in his wide gaze was a mirror to my own, a reminder that the world we inhabited was a fragile illusion. "They're coming," he yelled, breathless and frantic. But I could see it in his eyes, he was not just terrified of the mob. He was terrified of losing everything we had built together. I remember the way time stretched and fractured in that moment, the seconds dragging like eternity. The streetlights flickered, casting a ghostly glow that illuminated our faces, etched with fear and defiance. As the crowd loomed closer, I felt the pull of history, an inescapable vortex drawing us into the past, into the stories of ancestors who had faced far worse than this. Their screams echoed in my ears, and suddenly, I was standing in their shoes, feeling the scorch of the flames licking at my heels. Miriam's voice broke through my thoughts. "We have to move," she urged, her eyes wide with urgency. There was something in her tone that ignited a fierce fire within me, an understanding that we were not just fleeing, we were fighting back against the tides of hate. We were more than just victims, we were the bearers of our own destinies. But how could we fight against a shadow? I thought of the townspeople, many who had once greeted us warmly. Now, with hatred blistering their hearts, they wore masks of fury that stripped away their humanity. It was a chilling reminder that the line between friend and foe could evaporate into thin air, leaving only a void filled with terror. Suddenly, the first stone flew, soaring through the air like a harbinger of doom. It shattered against a storefront, scattering memories into a million pieces. And just like that, the dam broke. The crowd surged forward, a wave of fury and ignorance crashing against our fragile reality. I could feel the vibrations of their anger pulsing through the ground, a dreadful heartbeat echoing the fear that had rooted itself deep within me. I remember holding onto Miriam's hand, our fingers woven tightly together, two lifelines in an ocean of chaos. There was an unspoken promise between us: we would not be swept away. We would stand against the tide, even if the cost was unbearable. The cries of our community rang out, a chorus of despair mingling with the cacophony of the mob, and I felt my resolve harden into steel. "I can't lose you," I said, my voice barely rising above the din, but she heard me, her grip tightening even further. In that moment, we were no longer just individuals lost in the fray, we were a force, a stitch in the fabric of our shared history, a history that could not be erased by violence, that could not be snuffed out by fear. And then the world exploded around us, a symphony of chaos and despair, but also of defiance. All at once, we were caught between the past and an uncertain future, a bridge stretched thin over a chasm filled with shadows. The nighttime air crackled with potential, the ghosts of our ancestors urging us forward, a reminder that we stood not just for ourselves but for every soul who had come before, every soul who had fought against the currents of hatred. As the world spun out of control, I knew this was not the end. This was merely a turning point, a tumultuous rush toward a confrontation that we had long avoided, but now could no longer escape. The past was alive, breathing alongside us, and I could feel the weight of it pressing down, whispering that our battle had only just begun. The storm was here, and no amount of fear would bury the flames of courage that flickered within. Together, we would navigate the tumultuous waters ahead, our hearts a fierce drumbeat against the silence of oppression. The fight for our identity, the fight for our very existence, was a battle we were prepared to endure. And as I stood there, hand in hand with Miriam and Isaac, I knew we would not bend, we would not break. The story would continue, and we were determined to be the authors of our fate. A clock ticks in the distance, its sound echoing through the damp, musty air of a war-torn village. Each tick is a heartbeat in a world that knows only the pulse of chaos. I remember the scent of smoke and blood, the acrid tang of fear hanging thick like a shroud. I was standing there, amidst the ruins, as the shadows of friends and foes intertwined, casting long, ominous silhouettes against the crumbling stone. It wasn't just a war, it was an apocalypse of the spirit, and the ghosts, oh, the ghosts were everywhere. Marta knelt on the ground, her fingers trembling as they traced the outline of a child's shoe, small and worn, lost in the frenzy of battle. Her heart ached with a silence so profound it swallowed the screams around her. She was a mother, torn from her children by the merciless claws of fate, and now, each day was a funeral for the life she once knew. I remember the laughter, she whispered, her voice a barely audible thread against the relentless cacophony of war. I remember their voices. Her eyes, usually vibrant and full of life, now mirrored the sky, grey, empty, as if yearning for a joy that lay buried beneath ashes and despair. And then there was Johann, a soldier with a heart that beat too fiercely for the world he inhabited. I watched him from a distance as he clutched his sword, knuckles white, eyes locked on the horizon where shadows danced like specters. "It's not glory," he said, the words heavy with bitterness. "It's a curse. A madness that feasts on the souls of men." I could see it in his gaze, the flicker of hope entangled with despair, a battle of its own raging within him. He was a man split in two, one half yearning for valor, the other suffocated by the weight of human suffering that he couldn't escape. They were caught in a storm of belief and betrayal, where every soldier wore a mask of righteousness over a face twisted in fear. I remember the walls of cities crumbling like the resolve of men, the air thick with the whispers of betrayal. "There's always a reason," they said. "Always a cause." Yet, in the shadows, I could hear the laughter of the mad, the cackling of the absurd. They fought not for gods or kings but for an idea, an illusion of power that shattered with every fallen comrade. Marta's eyes locked with Johann's across the battlefield, a fleeting connection, a secret shared by the broken. She wept silently for the children, the future, the hope that lay bleeding in the dirt. In that moment, the air was heavy with unspoken words, a plea for sanity in a world gone mad. "What do we fight for?" she seemed to ask, while the universe held its breath, the stars flickering like distant, indifferent candles. I remember the night that followed, dark and heavy, as if the skies themselves mourned. Marta sat beneath a dying tree, its branches reaching out like the long fingers of a ghost. The moon, a mere sliver, watched from above, casting shadows that danced mockingly at their feet. "Are we nothing but pawns?" she murmured, clutching the soil, as though pulling strength from the earth itself. "Do we even matter?" Her voice trembled, raw and bare, slicing through the darkness with its haunting vulnerability. Johann's laughter broke the stillness. It was a laugh tinged with madness, a reminder that absurdity thrived amid chaos. "Oh, but we're more than pawns," he replied, a trace of a smile ghosting his lips. "We are the jester and the king, the sinner and the saint. We dance on the edge of oblivion, spinning tales of glory while the world burns around us." The absurdity of his words hung in the air, a cruel joke, and yet it resonated with a truth so sharp it could wound. Time twisted, each moment stretching into eternity, every heartbeat a reminder of mortality. I could feel the tension building, like the charged air before a storm, and in the depths of their despair, I sensed a flicker of resistance. "We'll fight," Marta declared, her voice fierce now, ignited by a flame that flickered within her. "Not for kings, not for glory, but for the children who deserve a world without fear." Her words cut through the night, a rallying cry that echoed across the field soaked in blood. But then, the shadows loomed closer. I could feel them, whispering secrets, urging Johann to abandon hope. "What if we lose?" he asked, the weight of the universe resting on his shoulders. "What if hope is a lie?" I remember, the words fell from Marta's lips like a prayer. I remember the warmth of their laughter, the way the sun kissed their cheeks. She stood, fierce and unyielding, a beacon of light in the encroaching darkness. "We carry them within us, Johann. Every heartbeat, every breath, they are our reason." And suddenly, the world shifted. I felt the tension snap like a frayed string, and I held my breath, waiting for the inevitable clash, the collision of fate and choice. The battlefield was no longer just a place of death, it became a canvas for their pain, their resilience. Shadows danced with the light, and in that moment, I understood, this was the essence of the 30 Years' War, not just a conflict of nations or ideologies, but a battle for the soul of humanity itself. But the skies remained indifferent, the clock continued to tick, and as the sun began to rise, illuminating the shattered remnants of what was once a village, I knew the struggle was far from over. The echoes of their voices would haunt the memories of the earth, layering history with emotions that would never fade. So, I stood there, caught in the whirlwind of their stories, feeling every heartbeat, every breath, as I waited for the dawn that might not come. In the midst of chaos, hope flickered. And like the ghosts that lingered, I knew their tales were far from finished. Each moment a thread woven into the fabric of time, beckoning to be told, to be felt, to be remembered. The air is thick with the acrid smell of smoke and fear, shadows dancing wildly against the crumbling stone walls of the cathedral. A flickering flame reveals the faces of the damned, pale, haunted, their eyes pools of despair. I remember the way the weight of that night pressed down on my soul, each heartbeat echoing louder than the last. In the corner, a figure stands, trembling, the trembling of a leaf before the storm. It is Clara, my sister, her hands clutching the tattered edge of her shawl. I can see the pulse of her throat as she fights back tears. The bells toll, deep and mournful, like a funeral dirge for our very existence. The Protestants have risen in revolt, emboldened by the winds of change, while the Catholics seek to snuff out the flicker of rebellion with bloodshed and fire. A war, they say, a holy war, but what is holy in the ashes of the innocent? My heart aches for Clara, caught in the crossfire of faith and familial loyalty. She believes, so fiercely, in the light that God provides, yet all I see is the choking darkness closing in around us. Now, I remember the flick of a match against the roughened wood. It ignites the air, bright and consuming, just as the flames of war consume the very fabric of our lives. I am Samuel, a simple man, caught in the tangled web of faith and duty. I've read the texts, oh, how I've studied, but what good are words when the world outside is crumbling? The ink stains my fingers, yet I cannot find the language to soothe the fears that claw at my insides. Clara's voice quivers, breaking through my reverie. "Samuel, what do we do? Do we flee? Do we fight?" Her words cut through the haze, sharp as the blade of a guillotine. The question hangs heavy between us, a physical weight that pulls at my chest. I remember the stories of our ancestors, warriors and martyrs, those who stood firm in their beliefs, but what of us? We are mere shadows, lost in history's relentless march. Outside, the chaos swells, screams mingling with the clang of metal against metal. I can almost taste the iron tang of blood in the air. The church, once a sanctuary, now feels like a tomb. It is a hollow echo of faith, a sanctuary submerged in doubt. I hear whispers of betrayal, feel the cold fingers of mistrust gripping my heart. How do I protect her in a world where even the sacred is tainted by greed and ambition? Samuel! Clara's voice breaks again, this time sharper, a knife's edge. We cannot stay here. They will come for us. I see the way she clings to hope, even as the walls around her crumble, a sunflower reaching for the sun in a storm. But hope is a fragile thing, often eclipsed by the weight of reality. What can I offer her? My heart sinks as I think of the men in their armor, the banners of blood and faith, clashing like titans in the night. Memories flood me, in my father's deep, rich voice resonating with conviction, speaking of the divine right of kings and the peril of heresy. They bathed once a year, you know. I hear myself joke weakly, trying to lighten the unbearable tension. So romance was earthy. Clara's laughter is a fleeting light, a brief escape from the impending chaos. But the laughter dies quickly, suffocated by the grim reality that surrounds us. It's absurd, isn't it? The way humanity clings to the ridiculous even as they march to their doom. As the flames lick the edges of the holy relics, I feel the earth shift beneath me, the very foundation of our beliefs crumbling away. Time, once linear, now twists and warps, a spiral of moments collapsing into one another. I see not just the present, the chaos of the here and now, but also the weight of history pressing against us, the generations of struggle, faith, and war etched into our very bones. The cosmos watches, indifferent, as we teeter on the brink of annihilation. A distant shout pulls me back, and I see a figure approaching, cloaked in shadows. It is Father Ainsley, his visage grave, eyes dark with foreknowledge. The time for hesitation is over, he intones, his voice a blend of thunder and prayer. The choice is clear, fight for what you believe, or be consumed by the darkness. I can feel the walls closing in, the air thick with desperation. Clara's eyes are wide, reflecting the flames that flicker like the last breaths of a dying star. What do I believe? I am torn, straddling the chasm of faith and doubt, loyalty and self-preservation. My heart beats wildly, an insistent drum urging me to act, to decide. But the truth is a bitter pill, and as I gaze into Clara's eyes, I can see that she clings to hope as if it were a lifeline. I remember her laughter, her dreams of a better world where the sun shines brighter than the flames of war. If I fight, I whisper, more to myself than to her, I risk losing you. My words hang in the air, heavy and suffocating. Outside, the world transforms into a cacophony of anguish, cries for mercy, the clashing of swords, the relentless roar of the tempest. Each sound strikes my heart like the striking of a clock, marking the passage of time with every painful tick. I am trapped in a moment that feels endless, the air vibrating with tension, as if the universe itself holds its breath, waiting for our next move. Samuel, Clara breathes, her voice a soft plea, we can't let fear consume us. We must stand for something. But what is left to stand for? Faith? Family? Or the very air that we breathe? In this moment, as the world crumbles outside, I feel the weight of centuries pressing down upon us, an inheritance of pain and conflict that knows no end. The clock strikes again, echoing through the chaos, and I sense, in the marrow of my bones, that history is not just a series of events, it is a living force, pulsing and breathing. The decisions we make, the paths we choose, ripple through time like stones cast into a still lake. Then, as I look into Clara's eyes, I realize something undeniable. This is not merely about faith or duty, it is about the bond we share, the raw, unyielding love that clings to us like shadows in the night. And in that moment, as the flames whip higher and the world threatens to drown in chaos, I choose. I choose us. I choose love. I choose to fight. But as the door bursts open, and the figures clad in armor rush toward us, I wonder, what price will we pay for this choice? The shadows close in, the moment stretches, and the darkness beckons, but I can still hear Clara's heartbeat, steady and fierce amidst the tempest. And that is enough to carry us forward.